Don't think it changes Andy's situation too much. Tony's not c-betting too many queens. Hunting value with ace-7. His kicker would play if he's up against a weaker ace.
我就是想说嘛，到年搞一桌是全搞的，全能搞的。这个桌
20K. Question asked.
对，
是吧？打个冠军出来，
找个冠军出来，这样的。
我们这
Don't tell me Tony's thinking about it. Okay, he does end up folding.
这样才好嘛，这样才公平嘛，对吧？点的跟点的，让的跟让的。
I mean, as played, either of them could have had the queen.
I would say more likely it's Andy than Tony. It's possible.
大家 long 了还加个鱿鱼哇，那个就激烈了。long 了加个鱿鱼的。
那什么时候？12月份对吧？瓦马那边。
Monte Carlo 看看找不找到，但鱿鱼就看看。但基本上我告诉你，喜欢 long 的人都肯定喜欢鱿鱼的。
什么时候是？
是11月1号。
11月1号。
10月。
11月1号。
11月。
就是法国嘛。
对啊。
如果是有松有紧的呢，就搞鱿鱼。
你可以过来吗？
什么东西啊？
你蒙特卡洛那个可以签证吗？
我有可能吧。
哎呀
A walk. A rare sight.
It's not too bad.
Speaking of walks, Randy, have you taken the beautiful seaside walk between here and the Sveti Stefan Island, which is not far from where we are in Prisno, Budva area?
Not this trip.
You did it last trip?
I didn't do it last trip, but I've done it before.
Okay.
Way back when.
I've now been to Montenegro twice, and I've yet to do it.
You should.
Everyone says it's gorgeous.
You're going to hang around another
Really
day, you said,
picturesque.
right?
Yeah, I've got a day off
You should do it tomorrow.
tomorrow. I
You
was supposed
really
to go out
should.
to Queens Beach
I
today,
don't know
which
where
is
that
in
is, but
between.
Okay. You should. You really should. You should also talk about this hand.
What's that?
A7 versus Ace8 suited, 3 bets. Tony's 10K becoming 40. Just lets it go. Respecting Mateos.
Yeah, makes sense. Out of position. It's not that great of a hand.
有什么稀奇古怪的东西？
17个小时，你这边到蒙特卡洛17个小时。
这里啊？
哦，
这里啊，不可能啊
17个小时呢。
I think Tony might be inclined to play that
是开车啊那个。
depending on how his night's going and depending on who it is that 3-bet him.
哦，开车。
哦。
And if he was in position, if possible. Yes, you're right, though. All of those factors are important. Not just for Tony. Everyone.
当然。
I
think we would both pay a lot to understand who they are.
开车。
哦，没有那个拦住的，还有那个安多拉这种东西都没有的。
都没有。
哦，还有这种
对啊，
这个说法，
偷渡过去很容易咯。
对啊，
我这是偷渡是吧？
不是偷渡的，这个也不算。
哎呀，他们都说没有国界的，
Mystery hand time.
没有海关的。
We black out. ST's hand.
你不带怎么打得起来？
It has made it 15 to go. Folded around the ton. Another 10K plunked in there.
Still learning English.
37 in the middle. 5, 6, 7. Middle pair backdoor spades for Tan.
ว่าทำอะไรอยู่คะ
พออายุมากขึ้นร่างกายพวกเขาก็ไม่เหมือนเดิม ยิ่งพ่อเป็นเบาหวานต้องคอยคุมระดับน้ำตาล แต่ที่เหมือนเดิมคือพวกเขาไม่เชื่อหรอกง่ายๆ
ดื่มให้หมดนะคะ
เนสเล่จึงคิดอย่างเข้าใจเพื่ออาหารสุดครบถ้วนที่ตอบแต่ละความต้อง
ST going to peel. Things get real murky against the likes of Tan when you are a pre-flop raiser. He comes out swinging at you on this particular board. You don't play back at him. He can very much put you in a blender. Not going to do it on this occasion, although the blender is still available in the form of a check raise.
You're always thinking of how Tan Shuang can put people in the blender.
How many times have I watched it happen, Randy?
I see it Oh, just
Just
lays down to sixes to the threes. ST thought he had the best hand.
哪把偷鸡了？你偷了哪把？我都没看到你偷了哪把。
投机那个这个
昨天嘛，他记得昨能投机了嘛，久不久偷一把。
张老板每天都投机，忍不住，
忍不住，
忍得起来你这怎么办？
每天都撞墙。你如果大家松一点嘛，你投机就容易偷一点。
哦，对，那是的。
大家没牌嘛，牌力不强嘛，这一偷就是钢板，太硬了，铁板怎么丢
ST, he's
这
gonna
是血的撞出来
3x
的
it.
血都撞出来了。
Guess who?
Tan Xuan. And he's got top 2.
No lead this time. Check, but no position bet either. So it goes check, check. And this is a really unwelcome sight, this queen of clubs. 4-liner and the flush.
It actually might make ST stab at it.
Well, that's only provided he gets the opportunity, and a hand that we don't anticipate is seeking to perform in this manner. Comes out swinging for 15.
Think in your head.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Red, red.
Look.
Every hand, red, red, red. Okay.
Tips coming in.
Focus.
你把这个掉出去绝对忘了，真的。
我知道。
I'm pretty sure Elton is getting torched on black flops.
Yeah.
I haven't really been paying attention, but I don't remember seeing a lot of red. And so his response,
Red, red, red.
tip the dealer some more
Red, red, red.
and encourage red boards.
Giving red chips for red cards.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I think if the tips come in a desperate attempt to get us to put red flops up there, maybe we keep the black going.
Right. Because she got some tips earlier and it was black.
Maybe the tips are even bigger if
And
the
it
red
was
starts
more
flowing.
black. Maybe,
I would guess they are.
But you have a continuous income coming in right now at a pretty good rate.
Yeah.
I think I kind of go that instead of jackpot. I don't know. What do you think?
I think no matter what I deal, I'm
我们
going
一
to
起来
get tipped.
弯起来，弯起来，弯起来，一起来，red，一起来，一起，一起来，一起的人一起来，来，red red 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 red。
50K like that, did you see? Given.
Elton, 50
times. Double.
No.
Double.
50 euros.
50K.
Yeah, 50K.
50K he just got. That was a good
You bet
timing on that
the fourth
tip.
one,
Ace on the
500K.
turn hits
Fifth red.
Andy.
The thing
Million.
is, he prefers black cards with his holding,
Oh,
but he
you
wants
see.
a red board
Yeah.
because he gets paid more
You
money.
would forget
Yeah.
about the game. You start focusing on real things.
Second round of checks, and Brian comes out swinging with this jack high. I mean, as played, Andy could definitely be bluff catching with this ace 3.
Nice by Andy.
Catches Brian up to no good. Now, I recall way back in the day, and I've brought this up in the past, but Phil Ivey and Ilary Sahamius,
We just
known
need
as
like
Zygmunt,
20
who
of
was
those
being
flops.
discussed earlier
About
in our
20,
chat,
yes.
by the way,
Thank you.
we're playing 50K red-black. And the game was nowhere near as big as this. The red-black became so significant that Ivy, whenever he held his cards, black or red, I don't remember what it was, he would actually try to put in more action to prevent a flop from coming out. So if someone raised in front of him, he'd put in a big 3-bet, and you'd be looking at the hand like, I don't think King 4 of club spade is supposed to be
Someone
3-betting
all do it
here.
together.
And then all
It
of
will
a sudden
come.
it dawned on us, he hadn't simply lost his mind.
Red.
He just realized that
He's just playing the odds.
I'm blocking my own
Yeah.
suits. So I better try to make this pot not or flop not show up. Next level.
旺起来！
All black.
没办法了。
So apparently everything Elton won last hand eradicated here.
Sent back over.
为什么这样呢？
Is he firing with Tony G?
The
Or is
red
it
black-
ST?
ST.
Okay.
He just gave him like 50K or so.
No, I need it. 我要。我来算账的这个，你别搞我。
He needs it for the props.
这个又是小费。
我那个我来算账的。别搞。
That one red black that they discussed, where the middle card determines the number of points. They were playing 1,000 condition, and you could pay anywhere from 2,000 to 13,000. Or actually, up to 25,000, because if it's an ace, then it's actually the sum of the two outer cards.
Yes,
Ace in the middle, rather.
Yes, I remember that.
That was just
I mean, I'm sure
maniacal.
Elton's
Who
got
comes
even-
up with that
I
stuff?
don't know. There's some has been invented somewhere.
I hope the devs over at GG Poker can figure out a way where you can click sit in props. Get that going.
大家都忘了。
Pocket King's here for ST. He's got
Red, red,
company and he's performing
Red.
very well against all of it. All black.
你刚才小费没有给这2盘对吧？怪不得。
这样白马给。
小费。
ST barreling again. 30,000.
Kings.
This after the 15K open pre. Tom just walks away from fives.
小费好吗？
不要，还给我，要给你自己给，那给了你又不做，我他妈学才100多万还要给小费，你先让我赢回来。
我能玩谁？来不谁？
我下次就从那里来，我从那里来。
I am such a massive fan of Elton Sang. Randy, for a multitude of reasons. One is just the joyous spirit and childlike, you know, enthusiasm that he has. The love of poker. Also the win, lose, or draw. It doesn't matter. Able to find the fun. Very infectious in that way.
And all the action he gives too. It's just all around package. Great for us. Great for the viewers.
Great for the game.
Always have him in. That's my request.
Yeah. Ace Jack in for 13,000, as opposed to what seems to be the generally adopted 15 of late. Could be a matter of convenience, by the way. I don't want to reach out for 2 different colors. Just here, 15. For some.
For some. King Deuce called. Ferdinand misses. Fives are good. Fives can be counterfeited, though.
Tan pauses before firing 16.
Mateos folds the best hand with 2 5s.
看老板买多少？真的？买多少？
150。
Thought perhaps he would peel.
I think he would peel against most, but something about Tom Schweini is just thinking, well, he multi-barrels more than others, so maybe I don't get to realize.
哎，打广告了，又不收你广告费。
12.25啊，我不玩25的。
你看，哇，传奇这么多鱼啊！赶紧来呀！
对。
Ace deuce this time. 12,000. Again, Mateus with a baby pair. Flats hunts the set. Round 2. Ace 10 6, and this one rates to go Tan's way.
Doesn't necessarily need to c-bet this one, although he does c-bet quite a lot. He's going to start. 16 wins it.
You know, all of this like bet and take it on the flop, check down one barrel, take it. It just makes me think that whenever the big one comes, it's going to be even more seismic.
Yeah, so for now, it's
Like the pressure's building up. You know what I'm talking about?
it's starting.
Like that kettle as it reaches the whistling temperature.
It's simmering at the moment.
Yeah. Ace King. He's going to get turned up here on Mateos's open. 4x. No thanks.
看不看？
什么？先给我看那个吗？
你想看？
我真的不想看。我叫你放
吓
这里。
死啊！他直接戳进去了，这不算了啊。
没有，我们都算的。
不是他直接戳进我们两个不知道嘛？
看视频，说过都算的，说过了。忘记也算了。
哦，忘记也算是吧？哦，那好，那好。我都容易忘记。
我也是因为，
如果说你忘记了也没放在框里面，那就活该了。你放在这里看，那你只能算倒霉了。
你忘记了，忘记了，后面有时候看视频也忘记了，你就谁都记不了你了。
你还记得住啊？
啊？
还记得住啊？你这个看视频干嘛？你
Ace Jack of
那
spades.
回头看视频，还发现自己忘记了呢。
也可以啊，
也可以是吧？
Performing well against Ferdy's Queen Jack.
但是多要罚钱。
13 a man.
过了再问别人要罚钱。
Elton. King Queen.
就是在桌上给过了，然后他看视频看到，哎，你们没给，再问你们要一次。
哪里看视频能看到有没有给的吗？
His involvement leaves Ferdy surrounded, by the way. And now the diamonds are smothered as well, so really, Ferdy in an awful way in this four-way exchange.
Yeah, just 5% with Queen Jack suited. That's rare.
不容易。
Deuce, deuce, 7. Ace Jack, still best. Nobody in this area code. Door
Ferdinand,
open.
that's 25K. Trying to rep a pocket pair. Kicks out everything. The hand with 5% wins it.
第一张是黑的，怎么后面两张可能是红的？
要忘起来了，要忘起来了，再这样不行了。
你输多少了？
啊，输大了
3条中国鱼坐在一起，
输100。
哦，4条中国鱼。啊，桌上就4个人输，4条中国鱼。
对啊，
昨天也是的，
昨天我说，你有没有说？
都输啊。昨天我们4个也是都输。你输了吗？
哪有一天不输钱
BK. 8-7 of
你
clubs.
这个投机投的太凶了，你投机投的太凶了，哪有一天不输钱的？有哪一天不赢钱的？
Andy. King Jack of hearts. I'm sure he's looking to play a pot. Aces for Tony G.
A raise and 2 callers in front of him. Very much has the sense that the 3-bet here could receive some patronage.
Okay.
And if it doesn't,
Greedy.
the haul is reasonable.
100K was quite large.
Yeah.
Too greedy.
And you hear Elton admonishing him as having been too greedy.
No one had a hand.
Huh? I had a
Under
hand.
the gun, I expect you to have a hand. Aces.
I had a hand. 80, I call. 75, I call. 100, too much.
Ah.
Huh?
No, if you had a hand, you can't call.
I had a hand.
Oh, if no raise
他
on
到
the
时候
gun, I
你
wouldn't.
看这我一奶，
fold 掉了嘛？
啊
还不 fold 掉
Hold on. Surprised. Too good.
？Too good. Too good.
Too good. I can't like get someone with a hand.
Problematic for
fun.
Mateos. I don't
Why
think
there's so
he's
much
looking to
aces?
fold ace queen against
Too
Tan
many.
Chuan's likely 3-bet incoming.
Well, what does he do if he has like pair? There. Nice pair.
Now he folds.
Against you, snap fold.
He folds?
Fold.
3-bet to 55.
Why? How much should I make it? 40.
I don't know. 75, 80.
75.
3-bet in position.
And a 3-bet against our under the gun open, but granted, it is Tan and it is his button.
It's also a little bit larger.
170.
And might
Wow.
the fact that it was a little bit larger have created some temptation for Adrian to play back as we see him make it 170.
1 million.
Could have kings, queens. Jacks.
We have something brewing here. Tan
Then I get
Chuan
it in
is
easily.
aware though that he
Somewhere.
3-bet
Even
the
if he's
under
ace
gun
king.
and it's 4-betting. That is usually
Ace
a
king
very
fold.
strong
Ace
hand.
king,
Unlikely to have ace king, right? You're blocking.
Ace king, maybe.
You're all in.
But unless it's pocket aces or pocket kings precisely,
Yeah.
this ace king does quite all right against it.
Kings, queens. It's not many.
Feels like he's going to come in with call most of the time.
king, king.
Forward. It's already 16 in the pot.
$1 million behind is a lot of money to potentially
Yeah, I
be
need
5-bet
luck
ripping
sometimes.
it
Someone has a hand.
into an absolute monster. Maybe he doesn't give Mateos credit for having ace
That's
queen.
about-
It's 4-betting it.
Wait,
Wow.
This is a 5-bet.
280. No fear.
An extra 110,000, that which is required of this ace queen to take a swing at 462 in the middle.
He clicked it.
And this is very discombobulating for Adrian.
Adrian calls. There's $572,000 in the middle. Ace queen versus ace king.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Here we go to a flop.
Jack 9 deuce. Tan's got the second nut flush draw. You could see that emboldening him to continue to press here as he can credibly rep the aces and the kings.
Of course.
And I don't think that he imagines that's what lurks across the way, Randy, as played, right?
I don't think he thinks he's up against ace queen offsuit.
But pocket aces, pocket kings, not there either?
No, they're there.
Okay.
They are there. Queens, jacks, ace king. Kind of just depends if he thinks Mateos would get out of line, but 280K pre-flop is no joke for both players.
Tan can sneeze at this board and in all likelihood take it down. 180K achoo.
There's nothing Mateos could do here.
No. Shackled. I mean, he could Leroy Jenkins and check jam. And leave us all
Leroy
completely
Jenkins.
flabbergasted.
You
but
know what happened? With Leroy
Everyone
Jenkins?
died.
Everyone died.
But he still had chicken.
Yeah, he still had chicken. That's right.
Wouldn't blame Adrian for being chicken. What this hand has played.
Is he really going to send some of that 905K stack into the war zone? seems impossible. No heart in hand?
I mean, even if we were to hit an ace or a queen,
So,
the ace of hearts and the queen of hearts could be the form in which we do so. I mean, the ambitions.
No bluff.
Understandably.
Never bluff.
Coming to an end there. And then Tan hit the high seed.
He did.
That was
Mateos.
like the Michael Jackson. Adrian. A big dent of 280,000 pre-flop sustained, and yet he is still the most profitable player in the lineup right now. Tan gets himself onto the green screen. 95,000 in the black after that one. Somehow has clawed his way out. ST, however, still down 7 figures, well off of the low water mark of 1.7. Andy trending in the right direction as well. Time running out. There's just about 1 hour of play remains.
I don't
From
follow
here
you.
in
Queen.
Montenegro.
I say queen. Queen.
2 queens?
Maybe. No.
Sergio. Oh yeah, Sergio. Oh my god.
Oh,
Everyone's named Sergio.
没事啊，你说呀。
中了，
什么意思？
中了，
中了什么？
2个 A 嘛，真的中了。
看视频了。
你回头看视频嘛。
I think Travis.
Brian has immaculate posture, by the way.
Yes, I've
你先给嘛，
I've
你看
noticed
视频
that
不在
like
我的推嘛，
in our tournament scene as well.
真的真的真的啊。
I would feel like it was a very
不行，视频看到再给。
strict sort of private school situation, maybe. You know, maybe the pews of church where one is molded into that level of attention. King on the turn puts Kim in front after Mateos chose to check back both flop and turn,
你这个高手走了，我就有机会了。
despite flopping middle pair and the gutter and then turning the open ender.
How you doing, Danny? You good?
And now
Good
Brian
week.
cobbling 20.
Top spot for Mateos. Didn't expect the overbet all of a sudden.
Yeah, and GTR Pro. No. He's a good guy. That's why he deserves it. That's why he went over.
你给我了吗？
给了。
There we go.
Flicks in the call to keep Brian honest.
Ahoy! Welcome to the Devil's Sea.
That Adrian's looking for
应该打草这个。
after his collision with Tan.
啊？听这个。
先把尖尖。
听这个模式嘛。
怎么有那么多机会可以犯错的？我咋没什么牌都没有，怎么犯错？
很多机会犯错，对，经常犯错，玩的多盘。
那一个 K 圈同花我也可以啊？难道我丢掉？
13K for Tan Chuen. Tony G, Pocket Kings. 3 bets to 50.
3币去了，人家都不去了嘛。
我看没去的。
Friendly
Aces for Andy
我都不知道你
Nee.
输的，4币输的。
Andy can get out of the hole with this pot.
Tony's already run into something like this the day he stormed off earlier.
Kings
in the
versus
week.
aces against Elton.
It's happened again. And this is going to be PTSD at its finest. 4 bets, cold, from the big to 155.
He just flicked his own ears with those 2 red chips. Okay.
All in.
All in.
Jam.
Call.
Snap.
Aces?
Oh boy.
It's fucked.
Oh.
Any tries or
Once. It's fucked.
Run it once.
2 times.
Microphone
Sabaga.
coming off.
Boss might have his seat back.
Sabaga.
No, by the way, that this would have been a blow sustained by Pua
Just 1 time.
had he not conceded to
Sure.
Tony. 1 time, 1.3 million.
哎，可不可以买保险的？先说。
可以3.5倍。
3.5倍是多少？那个比
买多少？
5万哦，
啊
10万赔35万哦
，300哥，
10萬5條街35萬。
有保險你做唔做？唔做，幫你做啦。
啊！
對，
等一下
喂，
我可以买保险的对吧？
Insurance?
喂，
Sounds that
买起
way.
来。
3.5倍。
現在不行啦
3.5倍啊，3.5倍打8嘛，
Like a good
3.5倍
neighbor,
打8嘛，
那只要你輸掉，
Paul is there.
3.5倍
不。光是1萬賠3萬5，只要
那可以的，我等于就是这里保持这里对吧？这里保持还要给我。
Tony's just waiting.
可以的。
10萬賠
Get it over with.
买10万
可以的。
你輸光了，他就給你35萬。
我现在就是如果我赢就给庄家10萬就可以了。
對
OK， 可以的，可以的。好，
现在老板10万还是20万还是15万？
什么15万？
你买多少？
多少錢？
他有大概 how much you have Tony? About 500?
我买他那里有多少？60万对吧
你？要保证的話就買15萬，買16萬保證的差不多。
那买15萬，那15萬還是10
10萬
萬？
差不多了。
15萬。
15萬賠。
在那里有多少？
16萬。
So for those that are wondering what's going on, Andy is basically looking to ensure his aces against a bad beat in this run at 1 situation. A premium is going to be calculated based on the equity that the Kings have, and he will pay it to Boss in order to protect against the bad beat. If that bad beat comes in, the payday will be enough to cover whatever he loses in this pot. And losses are not where he's going to be sustaining on a 9-8-4 board.
老板，快点！
Around this 3 of
你还可以
diamonds,
加
10.
买，
我也不加嘛，我不加买的，
買1萬賠30多萬，
2 outs once.
買1萬賠18萬。
Tony
不
G.
加了呢。啊，老板！
Breathe.
好，我现在就是退15万掉，等一下。
你先给他15咯。
哦，你拿
赢
掉15万，好。 好。Thank you.
Guess who just got even, Randy?
Andy, me.
No, you have more.
Okay.
Do you think Tony is
Creo que es por 6.
gonna get on that yacht
Por
tomorrow?
5, perdona.
I don't think so.
O sea, si me revienta, me pagan.
On his yacht?
He might jump off it. I'm also not sure whether or not
50, pero si me revienta,
inviting everyone to Lithuania is still on the table.
150,000 por 5 veces. Sí, eso es.
No, but I'm good really.
Seat open.
Es que ya me han hecho 2 veces, ¿sabes? De eso. O sea, 2 veces ya. O sea, ya puedo.
Randy, you're such a savage.
I mean, it's
What a
just facts.
heartless beast. I don't think anyone wants that seat. Deep ripples in the fabric of the Cash Game Invitational universe here.
Andy was very patient after swinging hard early today.
I mean, listen, he found the cooler of coolers at the right time.
Sure did.
Elton has found ace king and a sticky 30. Who outflops him on the 10-10-9 board. Checking over.
Still decent board for Elton. C bets 10K.
幸亏你加注啊，这个牌如果没有加注，这个牌就打不完了。他如果加注在那个，他会扣住。
啊，哦，他会扣住你。
对，
你打3枪，这个面他不可能丢给你的，我跟你说，这个小，怎么丢给你？还是一
King
样
of
的。
clubs performing better than Ferdy's queen of clubs, but
发展。
Ferdy with the best hand, and it stays that way on this turn.
我啥鸡巴牌？4蛋
River rather.
嘿嘿嘿嘿。比如买10万多少？30万多。
35嘛。
10乘以对35，10万比35，
对，3.5可以。
他就是说不出 K 你输，就是出成一张成顺的你输了，这个花你输了，他会再赔给你。
那我这个牌输掉，
反正你输到就赔给你了嘛。
任何输法，
任何输法都赔给你嘛。那个比那个每一张买好。
这个还是第一次买哦，这个，这是
第一次买。你们不是开档了吗？
The only thing that would have made that Kings versus Aces any better is if, as Tony stormed off, Elton would start singing "Let It Go" from Frozen.
拿点红筹码过来，拿2动红筹码过来。
Jungle wasn't feeling it.
一动就好了。
Meanwhile, Ace 10 being felt by Tan. Timing is good. He dominates Elton, and another King 10 into the bin. Cold, along with his own.
You gotta feel bad for Tony, though. I mean, this week, 2 times Kings versus Aces.
For all the marbles.
一动可以了。你要一动，你这么多要干嘛？
我喜欢城堡。
Color change for Tom.
真鱼。纷纷收钱。哎，厉害！啊，兄弟就永远这样，输100就不打了。啊？
上头。
Sit open.
He was a little late to it. But he's got your line.
What if he said that while Tony's still in the room? He might be.
What time game finish?
I don't know if Tony's hanging out. My sense is that he's made a beeline for whatever his destination was going to be. 30. Creativity from the button here. Bottom pair of the product. Lagging.
Find out in 96
behind.
hours.
ST's second pair, which turns into
You'll
aces.
find out in 96 hours.
What?
72.
Which hand? The poker player, right?
Ferdinand might try and rep that ace. Clearly, it won't work against ace 10.
I'm not worried about that. I'm not afraid to have like 5-3 of clubs.
Pretty bad river card for ST.
Counterfeits the aces up, although given the turn action, I'm not so sure he's worried about an ace across the way.
But it's possible. Also kills his action, too.
Might be worried if he faces a bet from Ferdy turning the 4 into a bluff, that's where the king sits.
Yeah, I would never think the 4 is good. Can he get better to fold is the question.
You know, Ferdy looked like he was summoning a little something and then thought better of it.
打回来了，这边
check turn out
那输赢了。
啊，150。
问起来了
100万哦，厉害。
A7 suited for BK.
Gonna raise it up. First position. Queen Jack quickly in the muck. King Queen now for Ferdinand.
不容易。他有点黑，KK 碰到我 AA 上一次，
对对，
今天碰到你，也算是
Brings in the 3-bet. It's got a good image to
也算是挺黑的。
try and take this down pre, which he does.
Le han jodido dos reyes. Este viaje a Sexta Reyes le han jodido.
A él también está yo en la mesa.
A mí me han jodido unos ases, dos ases.
Well, a bit of flattery coming our way from the YouTube chat, and I know it might seem like we're just basking in it, but very appreciated from Adam Sheeran his feedback. Just wanted to thank us for, quote, sick commentary, and to the players for the even sicker plays, and to Triton for the sickest ever content. Well, thanks for taking a minute to type that in, Adam, and obviously you, along with everybody else. If those sentiments are shared, make it known by clicking the like, subscribe, and follow buttons on your respective platforms where you're enjoying the final throws of this 7th straight day of Cash Game Invitational action, which I suspect, just based on how exciting it has proven to be, will not shape up to be the last one of these things.
They anticipate more, given the number 1, bottom right corner. 6-5-3 is a set of threes for Brian Kim. Not much for Andy Nee.
No, dust. Gonna follow through.
我一把花准备。
但你还赢我11分。
Monotone texture makes you want to
You always beat me.
keep it slow with the sets.
好几岁了。我总数输给你那么多才几多刀。Yeah, 1 point.
Brian check calls, checks again.
Before today, I think he's up
See
like
if Andy wants to go hard at this one.
Today, not finished.
Well, it would appear that way. We know Brian's not going to be done with this.
Of course. Andy trying to rep that queen. To be fair, he often does get a lot of turn folds. If Brian's just holding like medium diamond or like a 6x, 5x. So one more check call incoming. Brian hoping to fade the diamond. Pair the board ideally.
I mean, like,
Still though, I don't think he's looking to check fold.
No, but he's playing pot control, and he's also creating additional opportunities for Andy to go hard at this pot.
The king is one of those cards where he might go hard.
Both turn and river could connect with a pre-flop raiser's range, but
gives up. Rightfully so.
Check back and sees that he was probably well served to have done so.
要打出来永远是3圈。昨天在小桌上也是，一共打了200、230。
这很简单嘛，你就只打这几跟3子好。
好。
能不能打赢？
肯定不能。肯定打不赢啊！怎么可能打不赢？
这么厉害吗？我还觉得想派你代表我们中国人去打他们。
你先把钱还给我。其他的再谈。
Jack 10. For our favorite button opener, Tan Chuan.
哎呀
No callers.
看不见，看不着，放这也不看。
看视频的时候看视频才给吧。
现在给是吧？这里回头给股份不一样咋弄呢？
Ace Jack here for Elton. Takes us to 13K.
我们打最后1个小时有余了吧？这太紧了，我操！
我同意。
哎呀，最后1个小时直播不要搞了，
不要搞了，你等一下搞。
老板生气了。
Andy,
打完再说吧。
ready to play one.
It's in there, 10-5 of diamonds.
Probably out of there on the Queen 3 Deuce 2 hardboard though, provided that Elton sprinkles.
Take a look inside the door. Don't like what you see. Come back out.
Yeah, but you leave a little something behind in the house. Dropped your backpack full of 13,000 and ran out. King Queen now for Tan with a round of mucks in front of him. Boss sounds like he's having fun at the outer table.
ST. He's going to make it fun. 65,000.
Well, let's see.
Tan folds. King, queen.
You know, last night when he was buried, Tan wouldn't be finding the muck with that king queen pre.
You're right about
He
that.
might have been finding the 4-bet.
The mood is light.
You know the brutal one for me too when someone gets showered like that is a few minutes later someone looks up and goes, "Did he say lock it?" Is he coming back?
这一天妈的，可能好。
还有几个在这里。
嗯，对，有机会没。
Don opening again.
把黑搞掉了，先把那个人搞掉了，那个舒服。
那你这种牌，我他妈的打的
ST
这么恶
in
心，
there with fives.
我进过一次，然后被艾比掰了比了。
什么？哦，你是这么被比这个什么？你那个 AA
Not the flop that ST had in mind.
他还给那个炸掉，为了不买保险。
Bottom 2. Action checked over.
Gonna win it, I would assume. There we go.
Assumption's not always safe around these parts, but on that occasion, very much so.
Se calienta cada vez que le destrozas una mano de esas, se levanta, se quita el micrófono y siempre se cabrea y se levanta. Se calienta muchísimo. Se calienta mucho. Y se alegra mucho, de la gente cuando pierde. Le tiene un asco de la hostia.
ST looking to steal the blinds, but will be unable to do so. Pocket 3 is calling.
Not connecting, no, with the Queen 10-7 board outside of the fact that he's got the only diamond. That's Tan. Diamond free gutter for ST. That's where we can try to win it cheaply.
Gonna try.
一共出了3次天花，全部是方块。
Ton might chase that diamond draw. Check call.
Five on the turn.
Doesn't get there. But the threes are still good.
See whether or not ST's got another barrel. Don't blame him for not having it. Checks back. Board pairing queen. Keeps matters straightforward for the threes.
Yeah, not a bad development. Showdown value.
Not sure how much showdown value King 9 feels like it has.
Would say it doesn't.
ST. Check back.
德州2个还是挺大啊。
大哥买花，大哥主身价。
Ton taking that one. Well, as we're winding things down, those who failed to weigh in earlier, I would ask you the following questions. Type them in as a single entry, our Triton team, paying attention to the chat. Who's been your favorite player to watch thus far across the week? For those that have managed to soak up more than just tonight's action. What's been your favorite hand so far? I would imagine it's one that, if it hasn't already been clipped and posted to the Triton Twitter account, very much would be based on feedback. And who is the player that you want to make sure gets the invitation next time around? Type it up in the chat. Let us know. We are paying attention. Ace, Jack, deuce, second pair. That's it. Blind versus blind. Brian hangs in for the nickel with the queen of diamonds working. Now he's got the Broadway gutter.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Brian thinks his hand has showdown value or if he needs to just attack. Now that it's checked to him. He's going to check it. Makes the straight against Tan Xuan's jack.
Pretty nice little run out.
Not too shabby.
通常都是
1秒钟不想跟他玩，1秒钟不想跟他玩。
No payday.
这种排风，不喜欢。我是不喜欢。
靠那个分水来。
I miss Tony.
He didn't show up for very long, did he?
I feel so unsatisfied.
He didn't show up very long the other time. Like every single day he showed up, it's been less than a frame.
He showed up right up until the point that Kings versus Aces showed up as well. Strange how those two things lined up with each other. Two pair lining up on this board. It's Mateos and Tan tussle. Button versus big blind.
More checks.
Yeah.
Feels like the 5 high has got to stab this time.
Playing the board.
I mean, Mateos could have a very similar type hand too, you know? 10K bet, quick fold, steal it.
Never a thought with queen high. All right, Randy, based on the performances that were tendered, all of which we bore witness to across this week, I tell you, you have to buy a piece of one player for Cash Game Invitational 2. Who would that player be?
I think I'd buy an action of, if it's a pro,
Anybody.
Anyone? I think Patrick Antonius. I'd buy a piece.
I like it.
You like it? What are you?
Elton.
That's a good piece. That
Well,
piece
it's
wins.
the one that creates more excitement. Also,
but you also have to buy pieces of the props.
Damn.
At the rate he's playing too.
I didn't think it's a little bit too big for me. All of it's too big for me. Seven, 8, and 3, 4 involved here. And how about a beautiful deuce of diamonds on the turn for Andy? Unfortunately for him, not only does Tan not have the turn barrel, he doesn't have an ace here on the river. This was a 13K open from the cutoff. Big blind defense. Check call of 14,000, but no further profits available after the flop.
No, that's the plan.
You ever bet sports,
But,
Randy?
I don't.
Never ever?
I've never. I don't really know how to read the odds either.
That didn't stop you from playing high games in digital casinos. Where, for the record, everyone, Randy prefers there not to be a human dealing the hands on like a
If I was to bet
live
sports,
stream.
I would want like virtual teams, like fake teams, you know. And there's like, you know, you get to watch them play pretend basketball or something.
Did you bet on those marble races by chance during the pandemic? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about.
I sweated them. I didn't bet them though.
That would interest me.
Top pair will be betting, however.
And nut flush draw is going to be at least calling.
Yeah, 18,000, says Tan. This is the follow-up to a 13K pre-flop raise. There's the flat. Down to heads up.
Okay, Tony.
Turn looks dry enough.
Yeah, that's good now. Everybody. We all split players here. Request, and you shall get 2 rounds of Super Squid. 5K Super Squid. You get your money back.
We're gonna have a drink.
52,000, the turn sizing here from Tan. And where does that place us in terms of options with ace-3 of diamonds, Randy? Call only?
Yeah, call only. Try to hit it. Sometimes there are some cards you don't hit, but you can bluff at, like the 9.
Instead, running 7s. And I don't get the sense that Tan is concerned about that 52 getting called with a 7 for Adrian.
Right. If he was behind, he still is behind. And usually that's 8-7. Feels like a spot that he should be hunting value. A lot of the diamonds that bust just kind of don't have business in bluffing when checked to, I would think. Keep in mind, these two have been playing quite a lot of big pots already.
You're right.
So more reasons to kind of value bet your ace queen.
Oh, Sabaya. Huh?
So 145,000.
Is it good?
Number 1 club in Asia. Number 9 club in the world.
Hard swallow there from Adrian. Don't tell me he's got bluff catch on his mind here.
Might even be bluff raise, but
No.
just think it over. Maybe something he can
Hello.
find.
Check.
Tom Schwenn's a funny character.
Oh, yeah.
Whether he wins or loses, he's just like, I don't know, he's just all over the place.
You know those moments where we're watching the river action in position and we're like, wait, is it going to happen? It reminds me of every time I'm standing on the top of the building and I always feel like I got to look over the side just to see how high up we are. I don't really want to.
But you're there.
I don't think I'm ever going to jump. I don't have suicidal thoughts, but then you're like, oh man, what if all of a sudden something crazy happened? It just makes you feel alive. You're allowed to just think about it. Oh, wouldn't that be so cool if I jammed 9 million here on the river with 7 high or whatever, you know? And then you just fold quietly.
All right.
It's like an exhilaration free roll.
16?
Does that give you the exhilaration? Just
60.
I mean, not the same level as if you
600.
actually do it,
Yeah.
but doing it can be so harmful to oneself.
Okay.
Meanwhile, ace 5 suited.
all right. I think he's just calling here trying to do damage to Brian Kim.
他是美国的是吧？
Oddly enough, he shares a 5 with Brian, who flops himself the nut flush draw against a gutter.
That board is kind of the one he was looking for.
Some of the ingredients are present in terms of texture here for added tokens to get delivered by both parties.
Huge advantage to Brian Kim in this spot. Imagine a world where Tan Xuan chases, hits the gut shot with the 4, but it's the 4 of diamonds. That would be dynamite.
What if it just comes running 5s?
Could.
Improbable, of course.
Maybe even Tan Xuan's thinking of check raise. Thinking that Brian Kim's range betting here and we'll just fold all of the air. It's possible.
I mean, unless he's got a jack or an overpair, it would be the kind of play that we could see Tan thinking could earn him the pot here and now instead of him taking the passive line.
$125,000 check raise.
Boy, you know that Brian's not looking for the muck.
No, he's just wondering what's the best way to maximize my expectation. Do I call, maybe hit a flush and let Tan Xuan try to rep the flush? Or do I just try to use fold equity now? He's going to call. This is a big statement, though, to bet call this flop.
You know, hearts turn. No change.
Now, keep in mind, he made a really big check raise, so that does shake out some kind of high card floats on a flop at a pretty high frequency, such as ace-king or ace-queen, unless it's got diamonds, of course. Tan Xuan checks. That's great news for Brian Kim. Now it's very unlikely he's up against some kind of flop set. There's $360,000 in there. Does he bet and try and take it down? Or is he worried of opening the door? He checks. Ace high is good.
Little does he know it.
Can Tan rep it? He's a tricky, trappy player.
Yeah, I mean, this line of check raise flop, check turn doesn't have to be dusty.
Right. For most players it is, but for Tan, he can try maybe rep a jack. Maybe some queen he randomly hit.
这个输给你多少？35。
He might think Brian Kim's pretty weak too to bet call flop and check turn. Overpair will often bet that turn. Gives up.
Kind of a spot here for BK. There's 360,000 in this pot, Randy, and one could maybe see a world in which Tan had activated with a jack on the flop and then didn't like the turn and now feels as though he doesn't need to bet the river. I don't know. Brian doesn't have to be proud of ace high.
I wouldn't say he's proud of ace high, but it does have showdown value against worse diamonds. I think he just
看也
mucked.
不看呀？
看啥看？
He just mucked.
都
He
到了
had
啊。
five high.
肯定到了嘛，没
Randy's
比我
story
小的
checks
嘛。
out. I don't think
看个
four
球
high was sitting there.
偷一会儿也不偷了。
嗯，
But Brian didn't act. He was like,
这个偷肯定偷走了，兄弟。
you just
再打
taking
再
too
打
long.
就行了嘛，你偷鸡的。
怎么再打？还有
You know,
球牌再打喽。
not only
下
does
次
that
你来
prevent
了。
everyone at the table from seeing what Brian had,
钱送给别人。
which would have been free information.
But Brian did show.
Oh, he did show
He
the
showed
okay.
just because.
Yeah, I mean, he's supposed to show a hand in
Respectful,
order to
yeah.
drag a pot.
喜欢玫
But
瑰
go
松
on.
一点。
But if all of a sudden
wouldn't
maybe
be so
Brian
good.
comes with some sort of cute sizing, Tom goes back to the drawing board and is like,
有没有发现我
we
特
need
别
a
喜欢
hero.
收紧的？
对啊，
And I'm the man for the
哎
job.
他一紧我想把它撬开，撬不
Cue
开
the
就自
Superman
杀
theme
了。
music and check raise.
要松的我都没输钱啊，就是紧的我都差
How
不多。
nice does it feel though? You're not sure if you're
Neither
supposed to
Billy
bluff
Whitney,
or
you
not,
said you
and
got
the
Billy.
guy just
Right.
mucks into you
对，搞
$360,000
运气
pot.
总是搞不到。
I'll take it.
People don't do that enough in my game.
给你个算了，别搞搞震。
8万5。
让我啊，
Pocket tens played as a flat behind the Tan Chuan suited connected open. Couple of ace fives emerging. One of them suited though and leaning. That
He's
belongs
leaning
to Elton.
closer to look at that stack he can win. Tan Chuan's in the big pot mood, isn't he? You feel it?
It's fourth frame. You know,
搞一把，搞一把，搞一把。
this is when that mood
弯
shift
起来，
takes
弯起来。
place. Look,
It's the three biggest action players in one pot, 273,000 in the middle. I don't even see paint.
红的，
hold your breath. 3, 4, 7. Gut shot straight draw. And backdoor hearts for Elton.
It's double gutted, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good hand. Tens are best.
2 checks in front.
It's so scary in this spot with 2 tens. Nice that he's able to bet. But what's Elton's plan? Is it check call? 130 is meaty. It's possible Elton goes for check raise here on the flop. Just rep aces and kings. Basically telling Andy, you better have a set. Check call, he goes.
Given that he 3-bet pre and then did not follow through on this board texture, but check calls 130.
It doesn't mean just like ace king high weakness because he's check called with 10 still in there to 5.
Wow.
Makes the straight and the nut flush redraw.
I mean, this is an absolute dream of a turn card in an over $500,000 pot. And with Elton checking, might Andy get the sense that he can actually press? He does not. Checks. Now the front door diamonds arrive along with a pair on board.
Pretty bad card for Elton. Still, though, his straight is very disguised. I think it's very hard for him to get called by worse if he was to bet. He might try still. But if he thinks Andy's got 8s through 10s, those hands are snap checking it back on the river. He's going to try to induce from something that took a stab on the flop.
Boy, I mean, an unwillingness to bet turn or river as the 3-better pre, the unwillingness to c-bet, but the willingness to check call. Those 10s definitely felt well served to knuckle back on the end, which they do.
Oh, he just won an additional $50,000 from ST, by the way. So ace 5 suited was the suited hand for the prop.
Yeah.
That was already a pretty
the red.
big pot.
It's the red flop.
Oh, it was the red flop you paid him. Okay. He almost made it a 600K pot.
肯定是有牌嘛，没牌就偷鸡了嘛，这个命。
对啊，我看那个
I don't know what the
很好
current
偷的
average
鸡啊，
salary
不偷。
in the world is in aggregate, but I would imagine it's considerably less than that 50K that just got passed over thanks to the color of the board on the flop. Kind of puts the game size into perspective. King 10 suited as Elton starts to show some frisk. Well, I spy a name in the chat, by the way, Randy, that I hadn't seen brought up in terms of those who we want to see.
Who do you spy?
In our next invitational. How about Rick Solomon?
Oh, yes.
He would fit right
He really
in.
would. I love watching Rick Solomon play.
He can be just as terrifying as these guys out here, by the way. He's cut from the same cloth. Like if we did the DNA test, I feel like, these guys would come back like, oh, you're 11% degen. There's just like a category. There's something. It's just
a degen category.
Yeah.
找不到钱哈，也有可能什么都没有试过，超花试过。
Okay, raise pot.
没有方块。
Thank you.
我但你还好痛
这样子，100都没有。
King Jack 7. Blind versus blind. Brian barrels and takes it. That's not the face that you look up at and you think, oh, 5-3 is firing on the flop. This just seems like an honest young man.
He's got his poker face on. He can steal it.
真不会打，
不会打，
我应该自己打，
我也不会打，
是不是应该这样？
我跟你打的一样。
Ace King.
Tan is just playing everything now.
Well, we're running out of time.
Is Mateo's thinking about activating in an aggressive manner? Just gonna call. I was afraid for him. He did grab white chip.
Just one. Change made. Bottom pair and the dummy end of the gut shot versus the nuts for Adrian and Tan.
$15K C bet.
黑马过年这一招叫。
2 folds from 10-8.
Sadly, not getting any action there. Board texture that he expects to get it more often than not out of the flat callers. The diaper in honor of Nick Rigby.
Suited diaper.
Yeah, the offsuit one's the dirty
Yeah,
diaper.
this one's
This is just a
designer.
standard diaper. I don't know about designer. Is that a thing, by the way? You're a dad. Do they have designer diapers?
I did not look.
Dior nappies?
啊，不知道，这告诉
Got shot
我
straight draw for
啊，对，
VK who flatted pre.
16注，
I mean, 3-2 suited.
43万5现在，
It's going to be close to 100% VPIP.
然后
Queen Jack in there.
17,000 ahead. Now
Turned him.
it's the deuce of diamonds for the lead. Maybe without the pair, he'd be more likely to barrel again. Instead, he checks. So look at Brian. Gonna barrel 26. Not lost on 10, by the way, is the fact that a lot of the flat calling stuff could be the Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 10.
Exactly.
Doesn't have to be 9X or King X.
Right.
Tom does correctly make the call, and I think he may make it more often when he feels as though opposition could be more on the one and done side of the spectrum, but TBD whether or not that's where Brian finds himself, and it's his turn to now just fold.
I don't remember 4 4 10.
No mark. 2 pair. 一点面子都不给，我的 mark 给你了，你的 mark 给我嘛。
I think I probably have a 10 in it. No.
王花，老头，
I won the. Oh, you won the pot.
终于报个小仇哎你。
哎，发个屁嘞，打不过这种，我真的我打牌肯定这种我包死的。
你这种包死的，因为你是这个玩脾气的，跟他们是玩脾气。
不是玩脾气，
他们是跟你玩牌。
不是那个，就是说你跟他的手牌质量相差太远了，知道吗？
All right, how about another mystery hand here? ST, the opener, makes it 15.
Ace Queen right behind him. Elton saying. Calls it.
算了，今天的局面有点紧，不能乱来。没有脏，有点紧。
Note that ever since getting unstuck, Andy has undone some of the buttons, by the way, on that shirt.
I mean, it's party time.
He's chilling.
Feeling good.
Ace 5 suited. Pretty feeling better pre than he is post. King 10-8 board. Elton, no pair, Broadway gutter. With one check in front of him. ST barrels 20. Down to 2 amigos.
Queen on a turn gives Elton a pair.
Certainly will keep him more engaged.
那个另外的白头发那个打得挺烂哦。
那是大鱼，
这个里面算大鱼的。
很乱来的，你没看到的，很乱来。
50.
Things are getting a little more serious now.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Elton. Still makes the call.
Yeah. Raise would feel silly, as would fold. And now this river, one that Elton appreciates, dare I say?
I think so. ST often doesn't follow through with another bluff on this type of card.
Ace Jack, Ace King, obviously threats.
He's gonna bet again. 105,000, half the pot. Man, it's really hard to think of some bluffs ST has here. Ace Jack? Question mark?
This is a touch over half pot. What are the bluffs?
Just some kind of ace-x suited that went blasting. I'm blocking some of the Broadway check call twice things, like the queen jack, but it's not a high frequency play.
Right. Not having picked up any backdoor flush draw, possibly, that additional barrel on the turn does feel more hitched to a hand.
I think so. Yeah, you're right. Bluffs are hard to find. Folds. Ace
Elton
Jack
agrees.
it was.
Wow. Stone read it for what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice laydown. Spares himself 105.
Okay.
30 minutes left, Randy.
It's coming to an end?
Well, listen, for the stream, I would imagine these guys aren't going to wrap it up. But yeah, in terms of our first ever cash game invitational, we're not far from a wrap.
I guess the good news is you can always rewatch all 7 days once again.
That's true. We're going to be
Especially if you missed
archiving
it.
all of this across all the Triton social platforms.
还抓，现在没摊边，你给个摊边给我抓一抓。啊？
I've also been told that you can check it out on the Triton Poker Plus
One
app
more
and
round
kind of
after
get
this?
some hand history breakdowns. I haven't checked it out myself yet, but you guys should. Download the app.
那边是换位置是吧？在。
Ace 9 and Jack 10 in for 13 ahead.
Undergun +1, loosening up a bit.
Birdie. Snowman in the small.
That'll call.
Three players looking up at Queen, Jack 4. Ton with the best post flop holding here. Elton not looking to follow through.
I just saw Elton receive 25,000 from ST just now for props.
Well, that covers the pre-flop expenses.
So it's like a free roll. Man.
Birdie and Elton both check folding to the bet from second pair. What about you, Randy? Is there someone that you feel like would be the top of your list to add to the mix?
To add to this mix, I actually would really like to see JRB play with these guys.
Oh,
he gives action. He's funny when he's down, like.
Oh yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve.
And these guys are good at chatting, so they'll give him a little needle here and there. I think he just brings good entertainment for TV.
I think the boys could find themselves getting pretty sauced because JRB is a big fan of fine wine, and he doesn't want to drink it alone. Queen 9-3, Top pair for Ferdy after attacking the blinds. Nope. The 10-eye flush draw won't be going anywhere in the face of a C-bet.
Lo que quieran. Hay varias, también estaba Socia. Estaba Rob. Rob no creo que vaya a la otra es más grande.
Elton with the 10-6 of clubs. Flush draw. Check call against Queen Deuce.
All straightforward stuff to this point. Now a pair added to the mix for Elton. Still not looking to bet.
But going to be a mandatory continue if a bet comes in. With this kicker, though, it is unclear whether it's better to bet against draws. Looks like he's going to pot control.
Three on the end, improving his kicker to a 9.
Elton seeking value.
Yeah, firing here, and I think he definitely feels as though this 6 could be good.
Leo.
Ferdy with the comfortable call. Healthy little pot.
Yeah, Elton trying to get paid by ace high.
.30 a.m. local time here in Montenegro. BK. AQ.
Yes, AQ's right.
Oh, and it's
AK.
run into Tan Chuen, who's got the medicine. Andy, nope. Played 9s as a flat.
Yeah, those 9s are going to want to see a flop, assuming this squeeze isn't too large.
$80K is a $67,000 ask pre, and we've got Andy out there. Maybe we don't think he's a threat.
Brian just thinks that Tan Chuen is up to no good. Bad spot for him. Normally, Tan Chuen's range, I mean, just a player who squeezes against undergun is supposed to be pretty strong, but we know that Tan Chuen's range is much more than just that. Very deep stacks. I could see Andy calling 67,000 more. There we go. 247,000 in the middle.
All before we've seen 3 cards. Jack, Jack, 8, and Andy performing well.
Yes, those 2 9s. And he's got to love to see 2 checks. It doesn't necessarily mean he's ahead, but it's much more comfortable to see weakness.
Round of checks, the 3rd Jack rolling off now, and that's cozy.
That might be like the best card that isn't a 9. This Ace King actually might be good from his point of view. As long as no one's paired. Looks like he's looking to clear. It's a healthy bet. 135,000. Ace queen's out.
What will Andy do, however?
Andy's got a call here. I mean, his hand is just so good. There's even a chance that Tan Chuan is just betting an 8 as played. Now with the call, Tan Chuan knows that Andy's got at least a pair.
But how good a pair?
That's the question.
And how credibly can Tan rep a better one?
He can. He actually can represent Queen's Plus. Makes sense to be a little cautious on Jack, Jack, 8, Rainbow, 3 ways. I don't think he thinks the high card Ace King is ever good. Especially with the bet size he went for on the turn. But can he get Andy to fold? And this body language doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't have a good hand. That feels great for Andy. Check it back. Big pot over to Andy knee.
Yep. Nice late day surge. As he climbed himself out of the hole, and now he's got designs on profits.
Andy was down like $1 million earlier. Early.
I mean, it's a good thing to get down early as opposed to get down late.
Yeah, that means you're still down.
But I think also the fact that we're playing as big as we are today versus the 1-2 that we played for the bulk of the week, not always 1-2 with the 4K mandatory straddle, which was more of a day 6, day 5 development. Set up the climate for a big, healthy comeback, the likes of which we've seen, and that leave Andy able to breathe here.
Yeah.
Mystery hand time. ST. The 3-better to 40. Andy is open with 6s.
Pairs have been working out for Andy. He's in.
King, 3, deuce. Only one overcard to the 6s to be concerned about. Lack of a spade in hand.
ST tends to range bet on these king high textures that are favorable to him, expecting him to come in small around 1/3. Looks like he bet 30K, not 13. Does check call 30. Pot's a little bit larger.
Board pairing king. A nice arrival.
Yeah, really good card here for Andy. Although SC could easily still be ahead, whether it be a king or a bigger pair. He is going to fire once more.
So the follow-up to the flop, 13,000, now 50. Andy
resisting.
Casually making the call. Spades do arrive now. This is unblocked and a clear problem.
So he bets small on the flop, bets small on the turn, that retains more pocket pairs. And if that's the case, if he was going to maybe bluff at it, this is not a bad river card, given spades come in. A 10 overcard some of those pairs. As long as you think you retain those hands with the flop and turn smaller bets.
142,000 left.
142K. This is a big ask of a couple of sixes into the just north of 200.
Yeah, it's not often good in this spot. Feels like ST's best bluff is like queen jack offsuit. If he has it cut off versus +1, something that blocks the king and also blocks some flushes.
As played, what are the hands that we anticipate sensibly take this posture that we beat? You mentioned the queen jack offsuit.
I guess it would be like ace-5.
Yeah.
Comes to mind.
Could see some of that, although ace high maybe perceived showdown value until, of course, the spade comes. But that barrel does get through, and note, Andy properly identifying that spade was a problematic development for him on the river.
没有多少牌，这个超级就是一个带一个黑头 A 皮的牌，其他牌没有什么牌赢你的。
打不过 K 啊，
这是肯定打不过来，这肯定秒扣了，这个牌。
Folds all the way around to the button of Tan.
我有 K 啊，大不大
13,000.
Tails has been down swinging a little bit. Calls with 4-3 offsuit.
Showing some range, but the deck not showing him any assistance.
Check through though. Return card. Got shot now.
Open ender for Tan to go with the ace high, which is best. Oh, and now the straight comes in.
I think that's actually bad for Mateos because that's his type of board, and he might try to rep the 6, especially when Tan Xuan checks back. It reduces the likelihood that Tan's actually got the straight. Feels like there's something going in. I don't know how much, but they're gone. All 42,000 of that.
Pretty deflating to hear. Call so quickly delivered out of Tan. Mateos busted. Not in the poker sense busted, but you know, like cold busted.
Yeah. I wouldn't exactly say he's...
No.
But, you know, like...
He's top 10 all time. Tournament poker win list.
很难问钱还是什么？啊？很难问钱还是？
He's ace 10 dominating Tan.
Just one more round? Or one?
No. 1, 2.
Two more hands? Okay.
然后看straddle.
Okay.
10K.
Okay.
太浪了，就把运气打没了。没啥。每天都是鸡，你说谁不想打成牌？
In position, it's top pair against a Broadway gutter for Tan.
不出黑桃可不可？
38,000 in the middle. Ferdy with strong table image.
黑头被扣的机会会多一点。
Firing 15.
Even more reason to try to spike
没有
that
出黑
king
头，可
then.
能会机会不还不会选这么久，可能
If he
脱
can
掉
spike
会
it, he can win a huge pot.
真的吗？真的。
We'll be trying.
很干嘛？他觉得我靠了我4路的，我第5路突击很少嘛。对，牌面没变化的话，是吧？
The
Maybe
desired
you check.
king not showing up. Go on.
Maybe you check this ace 10 here. Try to deduce from some gut shots to stab. Yeah, I like this.
拿的不好。
Jack high is going to feel like it needs to stab.
Yeah, and it's also going to potentially feel like an ace would have followed through. And if it isn't an ace, then maybe there's a size whereby I'm going to be able to dismiss Queen X.
There we go. Nice induction from Ferdinand.
Cinco manos seguidas.
Ya está.
不要他打，不要他打，他不会打。啊！我等下去拉他，他不会打的。有病
打4张，打4张，我打那。
你打，
我打。
30K.
最后一天打4张2张，我现在还
Not able
打4张我会打。
to shed 30, understandably, but now
不过不用那个
4 to a wheel show up on the board, and just because this was a raise pot pre and Tan flatted from the cutoff doesn't mean that he doesn't have a deuce in range.
I mean, if he has a deuce, he has 5 deuce. Gives up.
Yeah.
可以。
啊，摇鱼好玩一点，肯定要摇鱼啊。摇鱼好玩吗？肯定啦。
I feel like Tan's kind of comfy to ride out this last 10 minutes of action and ensure himself of a healthy win that'll help hedge the carnage that he incurred earlier in the week.
什么都不要了哦。
嗯。
7-5 suited.
啊，老板，这他妈的，他是一次阿玛哈没打过，他就打阿玛哈，你这是。
Elton not locking anything up.
慢慢聊，你先付掉牌不就打得快了吗？
对，慢慢聊，抽掉牌慢慢聊。
Suited ace for Brian Kim. In the cutoff. Looking to take a flop in position. Gamble, says Andy Nee. Jack 10 off. Gamble for Ferdinand. Nope.
So BK, Elton, and Andy, the 3 participants in the King 10-6 flop, which leaves Andy with second pair and the best hand.
100、400、500、600、
And Elton both checking. And look at Brian. Little 17K, see what's what.
What's what is that? Andy's calling with Jack 10.
Straightforward choice. Down to heads up.
Yeah.
And now up to trips. Is Andy, who checks it over. One more time.
Should be shutdown mode for Brian Kim on this card. Interesting quads. He actually might just seek big value against King X that wouldn't be looking to fold.
Yeah.
Inside straightiness between the 10 and the 6, that which would be desperately barreling at this one.
Right. Hence full pot. Obviously ace deuce is not really the hand you want to pay off with. I guess you do unblock those kind of straight draws though.
Well, it's hard to have quads.
True.
These are facts. The 6 probably doesn't act this way.
Right.
Maybe the king takes a little bit of a different line, and if it doesn't take a different line, maybe it takes a different size on the river.
That's a good point.
To try to get called.
So 10 or nothing. I see it. Like maybe if he had king, he bets like 50% pot, 60% pot or so.
Yeah. I mean, loosely deductive reasoning, but I'm sure all of this on Brian's mind.
Another question might be if Andy had those straight draws, does he always bluff full pot? Maybe he comes in small too. It's unclear. It's a guessing game. Game between Andy and Brian Kim. He's tempted to call. Theory-wise, he has the perfect hand in terms of unblocking.
Boy, it feels like he's on the precipice of a call here.
I feel it.
It would be a profit-denting decision, but one that we can kind of logically work our way into understanding. He finds the fold, though, Randy. Credit to Brian Kim.
It was so close. Something clicked at the last second, like, you know what? This is silly. I'm out.
We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone.
Anybody vote for Shredder?
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Of course, Elton.
Believe this is going to be the last hand, Randy.
ST denied Elton's straddle.
Yeah, he's out there with 5K. And Elton says thank you. Folding under the gun. Tan regrettably won't be a part of the final one.
This one will be.
Yep. 13. 30. He's going to get in there with sevens.
Of course.
Finds the flat. ST regrettably has a 7.
$25,000 stolen by Elton.
Just helps himself, by the way, self-service.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 2 checks in front of Brian on this paired texture. He decides to come out swinging, but note that the opposition is sitting prettier than he is. Ferdy in the lead with the sevens, just 1% more equity than ST, who's got the open-ender and backdoor diamonds. Bet and call in front of him.
ST might be thinking about repping trip nines for check raise. We'll be coming in with check call. The queen's a pretty bad card for Ferdinand from his point of view after seeing 3 players still in there. Gut shot is acquired for Brian Kim.
Courtesy of the queen.
ST is thinking about leading and trying to rep Jack 10 or maybe a turn queen. Oh, he didn't realize it was his turn. Never mind.
Yeah, wasn't actually contemplation, but rather a lack of awareness that the action was on him. PK, happy to check back and realize.
Sevens are good.
Yep. I think Ferdy suspects that may be the case, although
it's hard to
8x
sevens are good, right? ST overcalling. He needs to have 10-7 exactly almost. But can he get something to fold? Looks like he's thinking about turning these sevens into a bluff with a big bet.
Looked up at the pot size before firing 60,000, and final pot of the night is going to go to Ferdinand Putra.
It is the final hand, Ollie. I'm sad.
Not as sad as ST. $938,000 loser on the night. Han Schwen, that's up 180K in the red. Fruitful outings for Putra. 426K winner. Elton, $250,000 plus. Mateos, 174. Andy and Brian, 100 and change. As the seventh and final day of this week of cash game action is complete. Randy, final thoughts?
Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully we'll see you at the next one. Until then, on behalf of the entire crew here in Montenegro and my partner in the booth, Randy Liu, this is Ali Najad saying so long from the Maestro Resort and Casino. See you next time. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational. From the Maestro Hotel, Resort, and Casino on the shores of the Adriatic, you get your first glimpse at what's going on outside, and then your first at what's going on inside. 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K big blind ante. There are your 8 participants here, each of whom I bought it for $200,000. Obviously, those stacks are going to be fluctuating quite a bit throughout the run of play, which should be 9 hours. Things getting underway each day for 7 straight days at 4 p.m. Central European time. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Let's get this party started, Randy.
I'm excited, Ollie. I mean, I just saw that little teaser of who was at the hotel already. I'm already excited. Not even a single hand was been dealt. Cool to see one player standing out to me at this table specifically is that hot seat, which is Linus Lawliger. He is our pro against these 7 VIPs.
Important to mention that the objective here is not to gather a whole bunch of pros around one another, but rather to leave them up against a whole host of less predictable non-professional poker players, dare I call them that, because many of them, as you well know, Randy, over the years, having called these Triton cash games, they can play a lick.
Oh, yes, they can play. They're very unpredictable, very fun to watch. Immediately, we got a 3-bet pot with ST, squeezing ace-jack. Getting called by Andy Nee, who had a great series where he won a Triton title, so good to see him in the cash game streets.
Yeah, Andy's pocket fours failing to turn into a set on the King 8 deuce board. They are still in front of ST's Ace Jack, which sees the initiative pre-flop with that 3-bet. Now fires $17,000 into 54. And I know it might be tempting to look up at these graphics and think to yourself, is that actual $17,000?
This is cold hard cash, man.
That it is. Condensed into these tiny gaming tokens, and they're going to be tossed around all day long. Board pairing king on the turn is actually a decent card for Andy, who did peel 91,000 in the middle, and ST pumps the brakes. Checking over to Andy, who checks back, Randy.
Yeah, it's just not sure where he's at. It is troublesome in the sense that he could get counterfeited by the 8. Did not happen here, so good for him.
Also, there could be pocket pairs bigger than his own that are taking this approach.
Exactly, and he should be checking this one down to try to beat ace high, which he does.
Exactly what he does. Yeah, ST Wang not leaning on him too hard here in the first pot. You know what the average pot size of this cash game is so far, Randy?
What is it? Do the math for me.
$91,000, just like that.
I said, Andy.
And there is Triton co-founder Paul Pua, front and center there, telling Andy, who's a food and beverage chain business owner, nice hand. Poker is a hobby for Andy that he picked up about 6 years ago. And I'll take the over on hobby with respect to the man we affectionately call Boss, given that the Triton Poker Series would not exist without that twinkle once upon a time that was in his eye and how far it's come. You've been around since the onset, Randy. You know, when you look at where the brand is today, the fact that we're here at our first ever Cash Game Invitational, was this predictable for you? Did you always know that this was kind of the trajectory and where we would end up in terms of our successes?
No, of course not. I mean, I did not expect us to do a 1 week invitational cash game. This is just like a dream come true for me. I come from a cash game background. You know, we've had a lot of focus on the tournament specifically, and to have this cash game just 1 week straight of high stakes is just phenomenal. Stream to you guys. Just tell us if you love it. We'll give you more.
On the topic of phenomenal, how about Pocket Kings here for Fua? Ooh, 3 bets.
So far,
21,000.
so standard here. Kings, ace, queen has to defend here in the hijack against the small blind 3-bet.
Aaron Zhang fails to find the ace that he was looking for. All spade 10 high flop here, $46,000 in the middle. Neither player with the flush draw. Out of position, monotone boards. You know, these are waters that we kind of navigate with some caution.
On monotone boards, though, it's actually very hard for the 3-better to hit it pretty well. You know, they're not playing offsuit hands. They don't have as many flush draws as well, besides like ace, queen offsuit. He's going to bet, and he's going to bet small. You tend to see this a lot on monotone boards just because you don't have as many big hands, but it's also hard for your opponent to have a piece to continue.
And it's hard for that non-spade ace queen to find a future. So Zhang does lay it down.
Okay.
That allows Paul to take it down. And this stream is going to be considerably more entertaining to those of you who happened to speak Chinese as a native tongue at one point in time. I confess, neither Randy nor myself.
Hey, don't speak for me, buddy.
Well, listen, I've leaned on you a few times, disappointingly enough, Randy, for some, you know, translations. Are you suggesting that you're going to be able to walk us through some of the more interesting exchanges that take place outside of English here today?
Well, Buju Dao.
Okay, now I know that means I don't understand. ST understands enough to take Jack 10. As a raise.
Okay, he said that's an LED in the back.
Okay, thanks for that, Randy. I know LED. You know, the players have certainly participated in their fair share of Triton Super High Roller Series tournament festivals. In fact, right here at the Maestro Resort and Casino, such a popular venue that it was chosen for this first ever Cash Game Invitational. Emphasis on invitational, by the way. This is not a right, but a privilege. If your name is one of those chosen to be here playing in these games, it's because there's the sense that you're going to be action. You're going to be good for the stream.
You did something good.
Yeah, you did something right. You moved the needle in a proper way for the decision makers, who are being one of those decision makers. King Jack suited, the decision to take us up to 6,000.
I mean, it's just like you said, it's a privilege to be here. I mean, it's a phenomenal opportunity for any pro. Linus, of course, is just going to be ecstatic to be here. But, you know, like, the thing is, the VIPs, when they play the tournaments, it's something they don't play that much. But the cash game street is actually where they're still pretty well versed. So it helps negate some of that disadvantage they have against the pros. Plus, also, when you play with this many VIPs at one table, it's a different dynamic. Sometimes there's straddles, sometimes there's multi-way pots, something the pro won't interact with as much. But of course, naturally, Linus will still have an edge against this table.
Yeah, I think in particular, pros are so much more comfortable navigating tables against other pros because they can kind of recognize, hey, we're speaking the same language. Yep. I know that your thought about this spot is, you know, in adherence to the same gospel that I've been preaching in my own game. And so we can have that exchange with some order. But when you really don't have a sense of just how much GTO or game theory optimal is being employed,
Yeah,
folks,
I think it's safe to say not everyone's going to be playing GTO, and that's what's very fun to watch. Regardless, we do have something going on here.
Yeah, top 2 for Andy Nee on the button here.
Double gutter.
Party was started by Linus Lawliger. His ace-5 suited knows better than to barrel in a three-way affair. Checks it, 18,000 in the middle, and Andy definitely wants to get chips toward the middle here with wet texture.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Joe happens to check raise or check call his double gutter here. He really could represent a big hand. I think default is to check call, though.
He agrees. A 5K and 3 1Ks, totaling 8K for the call. And how about the queen of clubs? Instantly, the gut shot straight draw does come in. 8 would have worked as well. 34,000 in the middle. And one thing about calling to try to make these sorts of hands is this particular avenue is one that's kind of face up.
Yeah, it's hard to get paid off for a big bet. So it makes sense that he will go for one street. The river obviously terrible as Andy Nee makes a full house.
King of clubs, and suddenly a dream turns into a bit of a nightmare. Granted, relatively speaking, a small pot, $34,000, nothing to scoff at. Andy's check back yielding the second nuts.
It wouldn't surprise me if Andy just goes very big, targeting the jack. It's hard to get paid off by worse anyways with a 4-liner and a paired board.
And just how big is he going to go? 24,000.
It's uncomfortable, but you just can't lay this one down.
No, and you see Andy keeping his man honest, especially given the check back on the turn.
Wow.
And the sizing, I think, kept him quite comfortably interested in taking a peek.
There we go. Andy Nee, he's won 2 big pots already. Up 90,000.
I don't think he's going into lockdown mode, if I'm being honest, just considering 90,000 in real world.
We gotta preserve these chips, like it's an ICM factor here.
Now you might notice that the pace of play is brisk. There is a shot clock, as per usual with any given Triton event, be it cash or tournament, by the way. And mystery card time here, brought to you by GG Poker. So we don't know what Linus's open to 5,000 is attached to. What we do know, though, is it's going to be facing this 3-bet from the Red Kings of JoJo to 16,000, which, by the way, comes just moments after the payoff versus Andy Nee. And we always wonder, is this a bit of steam? Somebody trying to get the money back right away?
Yeah, in that sense, it would widen Linus's defend range.
5, 6, 7. Not a board that we're in love with, holding 2 kings, but
I do like this check from Joe just because this board is the pre-flop caller's range. Therefore, he can play passively and, maneuver accordingly. And also, he can induce some bluffs from just 2 big cards that might take a shot at it.
The shot is 12K. Now, if I tasked you just based on the limited information that we've got so far in this hand, Randy, with taking a stab at what Linus has, what would you say as we see the check min raise?
That's also interesting. There's a lot going on here. This is a mystery for me too. We know Linus can have a lot of hands. I think he can actually bet a very wide range on this board when he got checked to expecting a lot of folds from like ace highs. Obviously, he didn't expect this check raise min, but he's getting a great price.
Deuce of spades on the turn is a very dry development.
I'm expecting Joe, once he check raise mins the flop, to continue firing on this deuce because there's a lot of bad river cards that can come.
Yeah, once the check min raise does get called, you can narrow the range of hands that you're up against slightly, but not entirely. There's so many hands that in position, in particular, Linus would be peeling with, just trying to see whether or not a second barrel is in the cards, no pun intended. And as we can see, it is to the tune of 35K. And Linus is uncomfortable here, but he is making the call. And now do you start to get the sense that he's got pair and a straight draw? Because as we know, Linus is a guy that can play all parts of the deck. Or does this feel like a smaller overpair?
No, I do feel like this is like 8, 7, 8, some kind of pair straight draw. I think if he was up against, if he actually had a pretty big holding like 2 pair, he often just jams the turn because Joe does look like he's got an overpair to his board with that stack. As played, I'm expecting Joe to just rip in the last 86K. There's already 154,000 in the middle, and he can just try his best. But actually checking, that is very surprising. Perhaps he's a little bit scared of the 4-liner. Not so sure how much of that is Linus's range, though, to hit that 4.
I mean, the trouble is it would be so hard for Joe to credibly rep the 4 as played. So if he does put the bet out there and Linus does put the big raise in, we're really in an awkward spot. So a pot control sort of response to this board development. Oh my, and Linus immediately putting maximum pressure on his opponent.
Look, on this board right now, and the action of the check raise min on the flop to call on a turn, it's hard to imagine that Linus has a bluff in this spot. But having said that, you got 2 kings. He's jamming slightly north of half pot.
The thing is, Linus knows that Joe can't have a lot of hand right now as played. 1 pair feels like top of range.
It does. Man, this is hard to predict which way it'll go.
Time bank's being utilized here.
Yeah, so I guess Joe's just trying to figure out what hands he can beat. Is this ever just a 1-pair hand? Unlikely. But then you only got... There you go. Does make the call. Wow, sick river card.
Oh my. Ace 4 suited, and the first $200,000 bullet for Joe Zo evaporates in very short order, and he's looking for reinforcements, Randy. That is a breathless river. As the 2 kings are polished off. I don't know how well Jozo knows Linus Lolliger, but I got to tell you, Randy, if I'm in his seat, I'm going to be more inclined to call against that opponent than your average.
100% agree with that. Linus is the guy that's capable of finding the ball. It's just so hard for him to have a 4, and somehow he did. Wow. I mean, things are heating up. He's already back in there. He's going to rebuy. Elton Sang's going to join the table.
Hello, Linus. Hello. Hello. Wow, VIP wave for bro.
I'll tell you what, as if things
Wow.
aren't
I like this view.
shaping up to be spicy enough just based on the fact that we've got chips flying. Just add Elton.
Yeah, Elton. He's obviously very fun to watch. One of the best players recognized at the Triton series for being just fun and splashy.
Well, 8-9 offsuit. He announces his arrival out of the cutoff promptly. ST with the big pair. 3 bets to 25K.
ST's actually topped up, it seems, too. He's got a stack of whites behind. He was like, 200K is a little bit small. to buy in, so he puts in another 400 or so.
Well, I mean, Linus just picked up that pot, so he's sitting around.
Yeah, he wants to have him
400,
covered.
He wants to have him covered.
Have him
I mean,
covered to make sense. Have your mark.
哎呀，
这要透支啊！
还没醒，
还没醒，还没看错牌，妈的，直接 AA fold 掉。
ST
我拿到30。
hails from Shanghai, China, an investor in the financial industry.
Yeah, I haven't seen ST in a long time. He was playing like the highest cash games for quite a while. I guess maybe took a break, do some of that investing as you just mentioned.
Yeah, he says he rarely participates in no limit hold'em cash games of late, but still has a lot of love for the game. Maybe just not so much time for the game.
哎，我们才都是几月的啊？真是5月。当中隔了一个欧洲杯，所以感觉时间。
Well, he doesn't have time to 3-bet for the third time already. Not a stellar holding here.
On the receiving end, after opening with these sixes, gets his feet wet once more. 39,000 in the middle.
Uh-oh.
Jack 3 board texture that could leave Zoe interested. Unfortunately for him, he's up against the trip jacks. And note, by the way, that ST got after Joe's cutoff open here with a hand like Jack 8 suited. Do you think this is just kind of standard button operating procedure for ST, or he's reading a little bit into what he thinks is a steamier than average Joe, given that first bullet got polished off?
Definitely not standard. I think it's the latter. He wants to kind of attack the guy who just got stacked and bought in another 300K.
And that's a card that actually ST doesn't welcome, because there's so much Ace X that Joe's thinking is a part of the equation across the way.
Right. It's because, like you said, the ace is a big part of ST's range. So when he likely bets again, Joe has a lot of check folds with these kind of pocket pairs. Still, though, there is some ace X's in Joe's range that would check call flop in turn. So, you know, there's advantages and disadvantages. Bets 41K. I'd imagine this hand's over now, which it is.
Could have been bloodier, absent that ace. I feel like I'm in the jungle just based on the first orbit that I watched right now. But I promise, if you're watching right now, welcome, first off. Second off, if you think that this is the wilderness that we just observed, you ain't seen nothing yet. Not because Randy and I have any clue what's to come. We just know the ingredients on your screen and the fact that they're going to be changing up. I mean, you know, every couple of hours, we're going to draw the hot seat, of course, after 4.5 hours that Linus is occupying right now as a pro. We're going to draw and see if any of the other pros that are out here in Montenegro get an opportunity to come in and rumble on the back nine.
那也靠海的，那南非那边。
南非最下面那个海嘛，现在冷了那边。
Elton in particular, Randy, has been a part of so many legendary hands.
You know what? When I think back now, the very first try-in stream I've ever done was in Montenegro, and they ran that sick cash game. Elton was
Jason Kuhn.
That's the Jason Kuhn with Elton saying
over $2 million pot.
Yes. Jason Kuhn, yes, that was the cash game.
Where he got to sweat his own river card? Was that hand?
This was the cash game. This was the same venue. It's, you know, different. It looks a little nicer now, of course, but, you know, this is the home, and now we're back. And now we're doing a week-long invitation of cash games.
Full circle of sorts.
Yes.
Ace King now for Joe.
This is not a standard defense in the big, by the way.
No, 8 deuce suited. Top 2 here for Joe.
Oh, look at that trap.
Oh, trying to induce Aaron perhaps with this bad hand.
Where do you stay nowadays? Switzerland?
In Austria.
Austria now? Oh, thanks, huh? Yeah.
For 8 years now. 7.
你们吃饭的时候应该喝多了。
Delayed barrel.
Summer I plan to go to
后面晚上喝多了吗？晚上我看你
Denmark.
是
That pot's kind of important, by the way,
I
for
was there
Joe.
last summer.
玩那个吊骰子
Randy,
一下
just because if all you're ever doing is losing chips every time you get involved, eventually it does, begin to aggravate you. Now he's like, okay, pot A.
Okay, yes, the 12K pot or whatever it was.
But you know what I'm saying?
I
Just
hear you.
nevertheless.
He wants to win big, lose small, not the other way around. Surely that'll turn around soon, hopefully. But he's in for what, 500K now. I mean, I'm pretty sure the very first graphic we saw, everyone was in for 200K. Now all of a sudden we got ST on 700. We've got Linus on 400, and Elton, he's in for 500 already. It's already going up in stakes.
我喝完酒以后那个反应什么的明显慢。自己觉得自己没喝多，但其实这个反应可能已经都慢。
4-5 suited, fails to improve. Same story for ST's King 10, but he's the man able to reach for chips and follow through.
Bet and win, I imagine.
哎呀，红色的全部。做好玩彩中啊？
Even the most creative of players would be hard pressed to find an excuse to call that flop with 4 or 5 of diamonds.
Is it just me, or is Paul like kind of dressed up for this? Did you see?
Yeah, Paul. He does look like he actually dressed up for the occasion a little bit.
Yeah.
He's generally a fan of being comfortable when he's out there playing. Hoodie, track jacket,
Yeah,
something like that.
It's like a grinder out there in the tournament series. Cash game's all business.
哦，好彩有这个信息，今晚不可以跟他玩。
哦，他确实玩的好，我感觉是玩的。
Pocket nines now for Paul.
玩彩中像
Decent
打
start.
桌球什么一样的，
差一点。
技术就是高就是高的。
对。
Queen 8 suited. Speculates on the button for Aaron. Joe takes the price.
Look, we're going to see wider ranges just because with this cash game dynamic, deep stacks, obviously.
Queen eye flop. Zhang, top pair. Only one overcard to the 2 nines. Paul peeking back to see whether or not a club's there, and indeed it is. That might have something to do with a potential C-bet.
I wouldn't mind him betting just to clear and see what's up. He's got 2 opponents. Club obviously helpful.
7K.
Really nowhere to go but call for Aaron.
Aaron, a very dangerous player, actually won the largest poker tournament in history, the Triton Million held in London in 2019.
Did you end up going after Linus?
Defeated Bryn Kenny in that one.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say he's got enough money to play this buy-in.
And by the way, he's got a possibility to make even more in this pot, courtesy of this board pairing queen on the turn. Texture is two-tone, but you see Paul thinking it over before deciding on sub 1/2 pot sizing of 16 into 35.
Yeah, the queen obviously is a great card for Aaron because Paul now thinks the 9s is more likely to be good.
Right.
And generally, it is usually the best hand. His pair is strong enough to value bet against lower. Obviously, there's clubs and spades out there too. I don't mind this bet from Paul. It's just going to get a bit dangerous on the river.
Aaron plays it as a flat here, maybe looking to reel his man in. Now any kicker concerns that Zhang might have also had have been alleviated courtesy of the second 6 on the board. Now for Paul, we have a tougher time making an argument for a bet. I mean, I don't know how much 6x he thinks Aaron has, but
I mean, it's actually plausible for Aaron to have a 6. I think the problem with betting again for Paul is what worse hand's going to call you. I think if you do want to continue, you have more incentive to check and induce from 5-4 and clubs, backdoor spades as well. Obviously, it depends on the sizing. Aaron actually might think that Paul off the best hand he will have is a hand like this, 9s, 10s. Paul has a lot of ace highs as well. He's gone polar.
75,000, and this is a very gross feeling because all those busted draws, backdoor spades, backdoor clubs are on Paul's mind.
And when you see a 75K slight overbet here, you actually discount the 6 now as a value bet.
You're right.
So it's even more polarized to queen or nothing.
How likely is Aaron sitting on pocket 10s through aces, which would be a problem as well for us?
No, he's never. This is a queen or nothing situation. It's never 10s plus. They wouldn't go for this. Yeah, as you heard Paul say, queen or nothing.
Never pocket 3s?
Never.
The dreaded overbet.
And a dreaded opponent, too.
You're right.
One he knows that can bluff.
Would Queen X have been more likely to raise the turn just given the two-tone? Or are we thinking to ourselves that this isn't one of the strongest Queen X's because of the flat on the button? As we see Paul correctly find the muck, having utilized 3 of his time banks. But going back to the question there, Randy,
go on.
You know, the likelihood that the queen is across the way, given that Aaron flatted the turn, is it reduced? Or, you know, he flatted preflop on the button, so the bigger Queen X's that,
I
I
see where you're getting at, Ali. I would say in general, I wouldn't expect a queen to raise the turn that much, especially when we play cash game. It's just a very different dynamic when we play 100 BBs plus. You're not really looking to blow up the pot that deep and then get put into a tough spot. Obviously, let's just say he did raise with queen 8, hypothetically, and he gets jammed on a turn. Like, what does he do now? Hard to say. It's just a different way of play. That's why I like watching it. We're gonna get to watch these players navigate these deep stacks, which is going to be a lot of fun, especially a player like Linus, like we know who's known for cash games and deep stacks. But a lot of these guys, you see Paul, we know him for his tournament achievements, right, at the Triton Series, but he primarily plays a lot of cash games, right?
Listen,
I would say that, Paul, the term that we often use for non-professional players on the Triton Poker Series is VIP, right? People who maybe this isn't their primary source of income, they're successful in industries, and enjoy gambling for high stakes. I would go out on a limb and say, Paul, especially in terms of cash, and this applies to tournament as well, but especially in terms of cash, might be the single best VIP on the planet. He's gotten coaching from the likes of some of the best players in the world who frequently come out and play these Triton Super High Roller Series tournament festivals, has befriended many of them, has been tasked with playing against them, for many years now, and eventually you pick up a thing or two. No doubt about it.
I
So-
feel like this hand is just falling right into your lap when you say that, right?
And that's because it's the ace three suited, the solver bait, as we like to call it. Randy, 3-betting Joe, who's had a rough day at the office so far.
He's in good shape with these 2 6s right now.
King 9-9, 2-spade texture.
This is a board you want to see bet a lot as the pre-flop 3-better. You've got all the ace kings in your range. Your opponent often 4-bets ace king themselves, so you can discount the king a bit. You've got backdoor diamonds, which is helpful for you to fire again if you turn a diamond. Also because it blocks some of the backdoor diamond draws that would continue.
Bet and a call of 20,000. Somewhat disappointingly for Paul, who would have preferred to have won it right then and there. Instead, he now has to navigate 109,000 in the middle, having connected with the 3 on the turn. But here he is out of position.
The 3 is interesting because now he actually beats like an ace queen, ace jack, especially spades that called. I'd imagine he's going to want to show this one down if possible.
你这里打完牌是一比3。
没有，我才一比才过来的。
He does check and won't mind seeing a check back from Joe, who
那个
does have the
玩个
best
几天
hand.
应该就很疲倦了啊，不能连续玩。
Don't think Paul liked to see that spade come in.
精力精啊，精力精。
Still, though, as played, I would
过2个月我
imagine he wants to try and show down against ace queen ace jack that doesn't want to bet.
8月份、3月份。
Maybe some inside straightiness, queen jack, jack 10 as well.
True.
Queen 10. Nevertheless, to
Okay.
a proverbially cheap
Oh,
showdown they go.
Earlier you said must be nice for Joe to win a pot. Now that's a real pot there.
I don't know how much you're pulling in, Randy, but they're all real. If I raised in this game and took the blinds, that's a real pot. Okay.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
他是最后一天，我们明天飞了，一天碰到他，跟他喝酒，然后就叫他来了，明天跟我来，他就来了。
You know what I just realized? Linus doesn't speak Mandarin.
Surrounded by 6 others speaking. But does he care? He's got the hot seat. He's got the dream table, right? And he already doubled up.
考慮有冇贏翻啊？係嘅，
係咪？冇啦，
爆頭走啊！真係陰公。
輸800。
800啊！我去那一天，他講輸400多。
ST
对，本来是600
showing his range on the button. 5 deuce suited.
Playing low ball?
Playing for 26, says Linus. Pushing back from the big with this suited ace. No thanks, says ST.
What kind of shirt we going on here?
The whole 3 days.
An expensive one is my guess.
Well, he can buy another one with that
對啊，
little pot.
Do you think Linus has ever walked into a Zara or a Topshop, H&M?
You can buy the whole shop. Like today, I would like to buy every single
Yeah.
dress shirt you've got there. Okay, no.
I'm guessing he hasn't either. Certainly
really good.
not since becoming one of the most feared poker players on the planet. Such an incredibly illustrious career put together predominantly in the online streets, cash and tournament.
Yeah, mainly for he's a cash game player.
Yeah.
Nosebleed. I mean, and then he dabbled into tournaments as every cash game player done. Did his damage there, but he plays the highest stakes. Like whatever is possible. I've seen him play 500, 1K online on GG at times. So yeah, he's good.
7.6 million plus in career live tournament earnings, countless more millions earned in those cash game streets. 4-way affair here to the ace king deuce, 2-spade board. ST with second pair has the best of what's around, follows through on the pre-flop open.
加碼90萬，
Betting 8,000. Andy wants to tear one off. hunting a queen for a gut shot, instead connecting with the jack. 42,000 in the pot now.
Usually ST is not going to think he's got the best hand, but he does beat hands like this, Jack 10. Never
Oh,
mind.
wow.
Never mind.
Quick check back from Andy, and now running jacks. Sorry, from ST, running jacks for Andy. Spade does hop in there, though.
Andy's not worried. He just, because of the spade, he needs to size in a way that an ace doesn't run away. And he bets just, 11K? That's about a quarter pot, a little bit less. And it's designed to get these aces to call. Because imagine he bets like full pot. The opponent really can't find a bluff he beats.
King 4 not interested in showdown, so tidy pickup there for Andy. I bumped into earlier today, actually, at the spa here at the property. He was relaxing, part of his pregame ritual. Things can get stressful out there in the cash game street. It's always good to prime yourself with a little R&R.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first day of action. Get relaxed. He's playing well. Really loved watching him play when he won his Triton title. I'd never seen him play before, but he was very aggressive at the right times. I think the most surprising thing to me was he did his winner's interview in Spanish. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool to see. I did not know he was a cash game player as well.
Well, we got our first straddle of the evening, and if I had to bet, it isn't going to be our last. Elton Sang bringing it to us. And aces for Joe Zoe, who raises to 8K, and Aaron Zhang in the big with ace-king says, no, we're going to play for more. Unfortunately for him, the timing could not be worse.
Well, it's safe to say that Joe is likely going to be back to even after this hand. Actually, a bit of a decision on whether to slow play or 4-bet. He does come with slow play. I like it because of the straddle. We've shrunk the stacks pretty much in half effectively. So he doesn't want Aaron to just get away from his 3-bet bluffs.
3-4-5 board. Aaron shares the wheel draw.
Still a pretty good board for Aaron in general, just in case he's up against a pair. Obviously, the wheel draw helps.
Does not follow through into the 73,000, however, and this check in front of Joe means it's time to get busy, he says. 30,000.
Curious to see if Aaron check calls or check jams. Does check call. Uh-oh, that's a weird one.
It is a weird one. Not sure how much deuce X, 7X either of these players are going to be giving one another credit for. And Joe, by the way, has a little bit of PTSD. You remember his 2 kings.
By the
that
4.
First bullet was showered. And wow, runner, 6 deuce after it goes check, check. Joe did not feel like betting these aces, and I'm not sure I blame him on the turn. And now he plays the board alongside Aaron, who got so incredibly lucky.
好的 money didn't go in， 直接 all in 我吃了，没开牌直接 all in 吃了，结果也一样。哦，哇，这也是没想到。
Man, Ollie, I did say Joe was going to be even after this hand. No, he's back to where he was.
Oh, he's going to be even more tilted than he was before that pot because he had to chop with ace king, Randy. You were kind of right. That one was pretty brutal. But he's not really allowed to bet that turn card, right?
With the aces? No, he's not. It's just can't really ever get called by worse. I don't know, his opponent might. I don't know. Yeah, it just sucks. Sometimes the cards don't fall your way.
我发那个牌，我后面也不会输了，但是前面打进去的都输掉了。对。
I mean, I'm steaming for Joe right now.
I'm telling you what. What a perfect opportunity that was, too, given that Elton had given us our first straddle.
You know, once someone starts straddling, someone else is going to come along later.
Yeah, he's broken the seal. Aaron, 7-5 suited, tussling with Elton here and flopping the joint with an open-ended straight flush draw. Look at this, though. Elton with 6s and 3s. Brace yourselves in what was looking like it was going to be an uneventful exchange. Suddenly, violence on the horizon. Aaron slips it to Elton, who slides 5K in.
There's the check raise. And the thing is, this is a limp pot. So Elton has pretty much his whole range and can really smash that board to put a lot of money in. So that's why he's check raising, trying to get value now.
Extra 11K plunked in there. 2 tones is the board now, courtesy of this queen of clubs. Not supposed to interact with either of these players' hands.
It's good for Aaron in the sense that it doesn't bring in more of those straight cards that would chop the pot up a bit or scare his opponent if he's holding 2 pair.
Yep.
Nice to have another flush draw come out as well so he can go larger. His opponent could convince himself that he's up against a draw.
And you see Elton just content to hang tight here. Can't fold, but not in the mood to raise. Calling the 32,000, and now maybe this deuce of diamonds saves him a bit. With 102,000 in the middle, Aaron would love for Elton to have a 5x combo here.
Yeah, obviously, if it's a 5, he gets all of the chips. Otherwise, it's a bad card for him because his opponent could convince themselves that Aaron's holding a 5,
Yeah.
right? And they can get away from like a 6x or whatnot. It's just, should he bet to get the max against a 5, or should he bet a little bit smaller to try to get some hero calls out of some 2 pairs like this?
Yeah, that seems to be the decision on his hand. And he comes with 38,000. This is milky.
I kind of like it too because he bets less than half pot. It does allow a 5x to raise, which he gets value from anyways. And it also allows him to get value from these kind of 2 pair hands like this on his very nasty board. This is a very tough spot for Elton. It does feel like he's getting milked.
What are the hands we beat? Busted hearts? Which, to be fair, Aaron has. He just so happens to have them with a 7 high straight. Just
Right.
nuts.
Busted hearts, 8-7. But the problem is the price is just too good.
So saying does call.
他有5一样有欧的吗？有5这牌他也
不欧啦，现在有5。
In the same sort of way
肯定欧啦，我觉得。
that Joe's Pocket Kings felt compelled to call against the overbet.
没有用的嘛，哦。
Or it was a big bet from Linus, right? On the river in that pot that they played.
That was about 60% pot, but just because
Oh,
Joe didn't have
60%,
much
forgive me.
left. But yeah, obviously a different hand.
Oh, yeah, they played 86,000 effective on the river there, different hand. But the same sort of assessment, I think, insofar as there are players who make that bet on the river, and Elton feels very differently about his 6s and 3s than he does versus Aaron, who we know has it in him.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, the point is who you're playing against. Obviously, you adjust your ranges accordingly. Against Aaron, obviously very hard to fold against him because he's just known to make very big bluffs at key times. And he's getting in there, flatting in position. King 7 suited.
Dominating STs. 6-7 suited. Heads up they go to the Queen 8-6 board. Wang. Bottom pair and the best hand. Quick check, and Aaron pounces.
I mean, Aaron does have backdoors. This type of board, actually, you see a lot of check folds as well. For now, though, ST will be calling with his bottom pair. Straight draws possible.
And how about this for a turn card? The nut flush draw for Zhang. who was check called on the flop, does need to be a little bit mindful of the ace X perhaps being
you
played
know
this
what?
way, or no?
Normally, you would think that's more in the pre-flop raises range, but a lot of ace X's actually check fold on queen 8-6 texture. You know, it's not as dry as like a queen 4 deuce, for example. You expect
Okay.
ace high to check call. I would expect like ace 10, ace jack just to check fold the flop, for example. I like that he's betting again with all these outs, and you can really target 8 and 6 X's, pocket pairs lower than a queen. There's a lot of hands that will just check fold this turn right now.
Hence the $14,000 effort, because as pretty as Aaron's hand looks, it's still just king high and second best for the time being. So nice decision there as chips continue to flow in Aaron Zhang's direction. He also lives in Shanghai, China with ST, a hedge fund investment manager and crypto investor is Aaron.
So you're
Likes
telling me
to-
he invested all of those winnings into some Bitcoin?
I'll tell you what, if he did, he's doing all right.
He's doing better than he was, right?
Right? Says he likes to play badminton and swim.
Badminton.
Yeah, the thing was, he could have been representing China at the Olympics right now. He just decided cash game comes first.
Priorities, right?
Right.
Gold medal, you know, happens what, every 4 years or whatever it is in Olympics, or playing against these guys for more and winning instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
He's got his priorities right.
He knows it.
Couple of ace jack offsuits getting entangled. Pocket fours.
There's already a 3-bet in front of him.
Yeah. Into the muck.
This is a little bit dicey for Paul because it's under the gun versus +1. Ace jack actually doesn't perform that well in this spot, early positions. Then again, he's like, oh man, what if Linus is just picking on me because he's got the hot seat at this table? I think the default here is to fold to a 3-bet if you do want to give action, come in a 4-bet, but calling is not really the ideal spot, and I like that fold.
I'm going to say this about Paul. He does demonstrate a lot of really extraordinarily sound discipline, you know, just over the years that I've watched him play here at Triton, predominantly in the tournament streets. But you and I have both presided over some really, really tough laydowns that he's made correctly. Ace jack, obviously same hand with Linus, but he's just not afraid to find a better spot.
I hear ya.
The moral of that story, he runs 6th out of 8 players as you get a look at the early chip counts here, brought to you by GG Poker in this 1K, 2K with the 2K Big Blind Annie cash game. The first of 7 we're going to be bringing you from Montenegro here at the Maestro Resort and Casino. Green on the day so far, Lalagani and Zhang. Wang, Kua, Sang, and Zhou in that order.
I gotta ask Ollie. There's a
All
guy
in the
named
red.
Hands right there of $0. Does that mean that he's going to be sitting down soon? Is that what it is? You saw it. We can't just avoid it.
I hear you. If a guy named Hands doesn't sit down, that would be very weird. So I tend to think, Randy, that yes, you're correct.
Otherwise, we can just put our names there. But
Yeah.
no, we imagine a new player will come at some point.
I feel like everybody should have like a cash game stream nickname coming into the festival. You know what I mean? You get to pick, or maybe everybody else picks for you. You know what I mean? Maybe we should be coming up with some nicknames for the board.
Okay.
This 995 board here isn't one that rates to be of interest to this 10-6 of diamonds that Pua defended from the big blind in the face of the ace-queen open for Linus, who again snacks on Paul's
I mean,
chips.
he's got a nickname, Linus Love.
That's right.
He chose it.
Right.
ST's got a nickname. It's ST.
Yeah. Is it okay? I don't know. You know, I took some beginning Japanese, and granted, I understand Andy isn't Japanese, but the last name Ni, what if we called him Andy Ichi Ni?
Son.
Andy Ichi Ni-san.
I hear you.
That wasn't my best effort, by the
No,
way, but
no.
it was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah, that's cool. And hopefully it'll last.
Don't encourage me, Randy. It really wasn't cool.
Yeah, I'm sure Andy really loved that one.
Maybe some nicknames will come to mind as this cash game takes shape.
This guy's name's already cool though, right? Joe Zoe. It's rhythmic.
Joe, I'm not really in the market to nickname that gentleman there. The shades, the bucket hat.
Do you remember when he was playing that final table? He would like turn his seat halfway around when he's all in.
Yes, and that was right here at Montenegro at our last
Yes,
tournament
this year.
festival. Just a few months removed from that, are we? 5-6 for Joe. Gut shot, second pair, 11K.
Best hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Aaron Zhang will be the one that would give him some action.
Aaron was the opener in this pot, by the way, with this 3-4 suited. And it is so important, Randy, to have range when you're playing in cash games. Some of the biggest pots that you end up winning are with hands such as this, an early position open. You know that naturally the subconscious leaves us feeling as though
you raise on early position.
Oh, my turn, is it? Sorry.
Yeah, all right, King 10, let's go, Paul.
I always knew that Paul didn't know the action was on him, by the way. He had that look on his face that
I was going to say that Aaron, when you raise the early position, expect to have big cards, so it's disguised when he hits the flops with these kind of bottom kind of hands.
King on the turn. Those players check, and now the river. Interesting insofar as it gives Aaron 4s and 3s for 2 pair. Joe improves to the 7 high straight. 44,000 in the middle. How greedy will he get? Sub half pot. A snap call from Aaron, by the way. Show me a 5 and take it. And Joe says, sure, no problem.
We'll take it. Takes that 84K pot. I like the small bet. Oh, is that hands?
Yes, please.
Joe. ST. Linus. Andy.
Hi.
Hello.
Aaron, good to see you.
Aaron. Elton. Aaron very famous.
We met in Los Angeles.
I don't. Okay.
对，玩过几次。
It's 200K on the pool.
Perfect.
The time bank, 30 seconds each. The round one is five times of this, five of this. So you have 12 time banks.
Perfect.
Introductions being given to our man Hans, who I confess I've got some bio notes on all of our players. I don't have a thing on this gentleman.
Well, I remember him playing a big cash game in USA. You heard Aaron Zhang said we met over there in LA, so they obviously have some experience. So yeah, it's cool to see him.
LA, a bit of a mecca for poker in the United States. Tends to be where you'll find the biggest of games. 2 players making middle pair on a Jack-8-4 board, a 3-way affair. ST follows up on the pre-flop raise with a position bet of 9K. Andy, of course, will look to take a peek at a turn. Third club. Andy does pick up a gut shot.
Not the card ST was looking for. Usually going to want to check this one, play pot control.
That's exactly how it comes down on the river. ST improves to kings and 8s. Andy hunting cheap showdown.
ST is going to want to size in a way to target the jack. The king is more in his range. Rarely is in the big blind check call range, besides like hands that hit 2 pair pretty much. Obviously, him holding 2 pair himself makes that unlikely. I like that he bets down 21K.
Pair of 8s turned into a bluff catcher.
The way the hand's playing out, it does kind of look like a king or nothing situation for Andy. But nice fold.
Yep. The correct one. Things have gone pretty well for ST here. Early going.
You arrived today, Hans?
Yeah, an hour ago.
Jet lag?
Yeah.
A bit jet lag. Where do you fly from?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I was in Europe.
Oh, okay. So not so bad.
Yeah. Not too bad. The resort here is beautiful.
Yeah, summer is good.
Yes.
It is pretty nice over here. Summer, is it not?
You know what?
You look confused.
I've been in so many hotel rooms and airplanes, Randy.
Did you all arrive today? Or?
I'm not sure.
I arrived this morning.
You sound like someone who's
Guys
been in the
arrived
cash
yesterday.
game streets all
Right?
night.
6-3 deuce in this three-way affair. Hans' first involvement. Does have the best hand.
You weren't at the pits or anything, though, right? Because
No,
that's my hangout, you know.
No.
Flush draw, betting. Also good that he's betting from the big blind as he's got all the 4Xs, whereas the early positions do not. I'm happy to be here. Like, it is a beautiful resort. I know, yes, playing for the home team, as you like to say.
Yeah.
But, like, I came from Melbourne. It's freezing over there right now.
Oh, that's true. You're in the southern hemisphere.
Winter.
It is for sure winter when it's summer in the northern down in Oz. And it gets real cold. You're right. Melbourne's an extreme sort of climate.
Yeah, so I'm happy to leave the kid over there and freeze. And wow, I'm just loving the beach over here.
Dad of the Year, Randy Liu, everyone, as voted by Australian Parents Weekly magazine.
Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud.
You might listen, you might have some questions to answer when you get back home. If I don't see you at the next one of these, Randy, I don't need to wonder why.
Aaron, going to work, Jack 10 suited. You notice the size up pre, the 30K. That's also because of the 3X open pre, but also because they're playing roughly 150 big blinds to start this hand. The bigger deep stacked you are, the more you want to size up pre to reduce kind of the odds they've got. I actually think King Queen folds here a lot because you raise an early position. He's often dominated. Suitedness, I wouldn't expect him to fold. Offsuit, not so nice. You can see he's kind of suspicious.
King Queen is heralded for its blocker effects, Randy, and kind of the first time that we've employed that term, one that we throw around a lot during our tournament commentary, but it interferes with pocket kings and queens. It interferes with ace king and ace queen, all the sorts of hands that we would anticipate Aaron is going to be 3-betting us with.
Can I see the menu?
And so we start to wonder whether or not we can't 4-bet sometimes as a bluff and snack on that 30,000 without having to take the flop.
I was going to follow up on that, having you saying that point that 4-bet would be a better spot there than to call with that hand specifically.
Yeah.
Obviously, blockers is a very important part of poker in modern day, right? Very important the deeper stacked you are, which helps coordinate the strategy that you go into on a hand-to-hand basis.
Little suited connector here under the gun for Joe.
Yeah, you can see like
no customers.
No one's afraid to play suited connectors this deep in the cash game. Whereas like our Triton series, they're playing these 20 big blind stacks, final tables and stuff. Like these hands are hitting the pitch in 0.1 seconds.
Yep.
It's a very different dynamic, of course. And it's, for me, I find it more fun to watch because people splash a little bit more.
Yeah,
you know?
sure.
Obviously, it's multi-street poker. It's not all in pre-flop. It's not just flop, check raise, get it in. This is, there will be check raises, there will be calls, there will be turns and rivers, and there will be very big pots throughout this week. I guarantee it.
There will be blood.
I mean, not literally, I hope, but you know.
I
I know what
agree
you're
with
saying.
you. I don't need any sort of biohazard
I
out
mean,
there. But
we need a medic out there, you know. Oh,
listen,
this guy just lost $500,000. We need to bandage that one up.
there's been more than a few trips to the poker hospital over the years for some folks as Paul takes a trip to top pair, the 10 high board. Pre-flop raiser follows through for 8,000.
Little trouble coming in for Joe. Does have middle pair, often best hand. Oh,
You know what?
he
Just
got
gets
away.
Yeah,
There we go.
I think a lot of times we're so accustomed to seeing in the tournament streets somebody feel obligated to check call in a spot like that. No spade on board, you know.
A spade
Joe
on board,
just-
he definitely comes in.
Yeah.
I hear you.
25. Okay.
Just check folding.
Sometimes you just got that hunch. He knew it.
I mean, what's the plan from here?
Hit a
three, hit a
through
jack,
Yeah.
and anything else, it's you
Oh,
just torch
and then
the
we just
call.
get jack 3 next hand in the straddle. Okay. I hear you.
Didn't take long for Elton to get the massage working.
That's so deuce or something.
The hands. 9-6 off.
Not really what we would expect, even in the cash game streets, but hands looking to raise some eyebrows at Showdown if he gets there as a winner. ST comes along, flops the Broadway gut shot up against bottom pair, and of course hands can rep this part of the deck.
我也要一杯咖啡拿
But
铁，热
instead,
的。
he just checks back and makes trip sixes on the turn.
He wasn't sure where he's at on the flop, but he knows where he's at now on this 6.
Yeah.
It might be tempting for ST to bet this turn, which he is going to do. He sees a check back on the flop, so he discounts the ace quite a bit. He can really just target some random pocket pairs, lower than a queen, higher than a 6. That often has to fold.
大家还是
I think Hans is thinking, can I raise here and get paid off big on a
珍珠。
for river bet?
45.
Yeah, there we go.
You know, when we raise pre-flop, check back this board, and then raise that card on the turn, Randy, it reads really strong.
I hear you. It often
To
is
me.
actually a 6. But then again, they might be like, I haven't played with you. You don't know anything about me.
That's true.
Let me just, test the waters now.
ST does get out of the way. And Hands' session is off to a good start. Not that we go counting our chips or tallying our results this early on in what's going to be.
He's just going
8
to
to
pack
9
up.
hours? Yeah, exactly. Guys, I don't know. I forgot. I left the oven on. I'm just going to go home and send a text. Hey, house burned down. Got to deal with that.
Yeah. You take that 14K profit.
Yeah. Going to use the win for my deductible on my homeowner's insurance. Big slick here for Elton. Maybe suited ace for Joe. A pretty one for ST.
ST actually might squeeze this one up with a hand like this in the small. Remember he picked on Joe before? Obviously a different hand now because Elton's a pre-flop raiser, but same concept in mind.
There's a white chip. Coming together with the blue and a couple of reds to take us to 32,000. Red sevens here for Paul. 2 players still left to act behind him.
Oh, he's coming in. This is a great spot for Elton now because Paul cold calling the 3-bet shouldn't be extremely strong. And it's nice to have ace king obviously block some of the super traps like aces and kings. So now there's like an extra 32K in the middle. There's a squeeze. He probably leans towards 4-bet quite a bit, although it's uncomfortable because he started the hand with 377,000. The big blind's just 2K. There's a lot going on here.
Namely a 4-bet to 100,000. Things are simple for ace-3 suited. And now they're just unpleasant for ST.
Yeah, I don't think ST
Oh, yeah.
is going to continue. It's a big 4-bet. I mean, you'd have to think Elton's getting way out of line, which he does, to be fair.
Oddly enough, even though we know king-queen suited is a good hand objectively, if we were to come along, we'd far prefer to have something like 6-7 suited than king-queen suited as played, correct?
I hear you, yeah. Because also, I don't think Elton is 4-betting a hand like 10s and jacks that often there, which king-queen performs well against. I like that fold. Now we got an interesting spot for Paul because there's a lot of extra dead money here. If he's up against ace-king, it's like, well, let's get in the 7s. But if he's up against a bigger pair, don't feel so good about it.
是 the fish why I call 不要 to play 都里留的
Well, Paul claiming fish status given that he called. I confess, I was a bit surprised that he called the 7s.
Me too.
You know, especially after I've been kind of talking up his ability to be very disciplined and make big laydowns. I almost feel like in a tournament, he would have found the fold.
I don't think he would ever call there in a tournament.
Right.
I think he just felt a little splashy all of a sudden. Maybe saw everyone else playing pots and was like, well, this is the best hand I've got in this a little bit. He admitted himself.
Yeah.
You make mistakes.
The thing I love the most about Paul, and as you get to know him, by the way, you know, which I've done over the last few years that I've been a part of the Triton crew, is win, lose, or draw. He is always the first to flash a genuine smile, to take it all in stride. You know, really an admirable sort of demeanor out there.
Him and Elton Sang are the two guys that come to mind. They're just never upset at the poker table. They lose huge pots. They're laughing. They win pots. You know, they're just great to have on the table all the time.
They can get frustrated. They can get disappointed. But the last thing that they're ever going to do is, you know, be hot-headed or unwelcoming or somehow critical in like a venomous way of anybody's play. As we see the pair of 8s for Andy. Navigating this ace-8-4 board where Linus had flopped the gut shot, now picks up the double gut shot on the turn, which two-tones the board. 36,000 in the middle, into which comes 11 as the follow-up.
Yeah, this is interesting that Andy's deciding to bet this turn. I guess he feels the 8 kicker is strong enough to bet turn, check back river. Linus obviously picks up nice equity, but just gives up, thinking, you know what? I don't want to just check call and force to hit my hand. If he had position to be different. Nice from Andy.
You know, like when you're waiting on a cash game and you're on the waiting list, right? The first up, and you're thinking, surely I'm going to get a seat soon, right? This is one of those games, and granted, it's an invitational, but it's like, good luck, buddy, getting in. Kind of like being number 1 on the massage therapist waiting list for Elton, by the way.
You think there's only one massage therapist, then the other 7 are waiting.
If you want whoever's working on Elton, you picked the wrong person in the room. That's for sure.
Yeah, that one's going to be going on for a while.
He's a favorite for longest Triton massage. Ivy, I think, is the other one that comes to mind. 3-way affair here. 2 hearts, 2 7s, and a 6. Andy's ace high. Best hand. Aaron does not follow through with the king jack. Boss was in bad shape pre-flop, didn't know it. Now all of a sudden, sensing a little opportunity, barrels 8 into 21 and will take it down.
Nicely done. his type of board. He's got the position, sold a pre-flop raiser, not c-bet. I like it.
Elton will be under the gun here. No interest in the ace-4. Queen jack offsuit now for hands. He'll play.
Suited variety.
Out of the small blind. Happy to flat. Heads up now. King 7 deuce. All hearts. Advantage hands with that jack of hearts working.
Yeah, the suited one was the hand that didn't hit the flush draw.
Yeah. So a little c-bet of 5 dimes. And a little pot scoots its way over to hands.
I like this guy's name, Hands, because he uses a Z instead of an S, you know?
Yeah. Did you just say Zed?
Did. You know?
Is that even your... What possessed you to do... Is that even an Aussie thing?
It is an Aussie thing, yes. You know, okay, when you go to a poker room and there's a wait list...
Yeah.
And to call out the names,
yeah,
they say Z every time, and you're like, "How?
Oh, someone's initials are up there."
Yeah, yeah. So it's
Okay.
like, wow, how does so many Z's in the room? But yeah, it's because that's how they say it.
Every time I hear you say that, I just think about that EDM DJ.
Oh, I do like him too.
Z
But
double D?
his Z's, yes, double D.
Yeah. Oh, relax. When you get excited when you said that. Ace Jack for Linus, Queen 9 deuce. Not connected to his holding, but heads up against Elton in position. He's going to take a stab.
Stabs enough.
Yeah, 5-6 offsuit. Lacking future.
Oh, what do we got there?
A lot of food is your answer. Dinner time? An early supper?
Can I have this one?
Get it, bala. Get it,
How.
Give him empty plate. And one set of this.
I think Paul was caught a little bit off guard by the portion size there.
It was massive.
Yeah. As soon as ST wanted to order the same thing, he said, let's chop it. 5-4 suited. Takes us upstairs.
No one
was that
wants
suited A6 for Linus that just hit the pin?
So
it happened very quickly.
It was very quickly because I was wondering if anyone wanted to split his food. Apparently no one.
Well, it might have something to do with what he ordered. I didn't catch a glimpse of it. Queen 8-4, bottom pair for ST. Elton liked this King Jack a lot better before this flop. He does straddle the Queen of Diamonds. But these are more tournament sorts of considerations and ambitions.
I wouldn't say it's more tournament. It's just that the Queen 8-4 texture is not one the see better bets too often with just pure nothing.
Good point.
这个盘子也太小了吧？
拿住拿住。攞去嗰度叫佢賠一半啦。
然后再帮我点杯那个 hot coffee 来看一下。
Nice coffee bean ordered already.
You know, I housed one before we got into the booth just to make sure that I was up to the task here. And uh-oh.
That is damage incoming. And they're not going to chop this one up.
Doesn't rate to be the outcome here. As the 6K open becomes 18.
It actually gets really interesting for ST because they're playing about 150 big blinds deep. He raised from under gun against +1. That's a very strong range. Queens actually often calls the 3-bet rather than 4-bet in this spot, just because when you 4-bet, you define your opponent's range more. It's hard to get, worse hands to call you. Plus, you can play a bit of pot control.
Now a king high board could be a bit of a savior for ST because there's always going to be some ace king lurking across the way. Need to be respectful of that.
Yeah, and the king is at first thought you're like, oh man, ace king got there, but obviously is saving grace given he's up against aces.
Yeah, right.
He won't be check folding to a flop bet because he still needs to keep his opponent honest. He could still have the best hand against some weaker pairs that 3-bet him, like jacks and tens. Obviously, some ace-x suited that will take a shot.
So he does come along, does not improve, however.
Board's coming out pretty good for Paul right now to just keep firing away, hoping it's up against a king X that will call down. 2 flush draws. Good for him to rep more bluffs.
$45.
Now this is business time for Paul. 45.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot. I don't think that ST ever thinks Paul is 3-betting and double barreling jacks and tens and nines on this board run out so far. So now it becomes a thing of ace king or draws, and yeah, makes the right laydown. Really didn't lose that much of those 2 queens.
The board helping make that a reality. And even though he's losing chips in that pot, situations such as that are kind of a form of run good, oddly enough, because could have been much, much worse if it comes deuce, deuce, 7. I feel like I always got to remind you can't take advantage. Randy, the friends and family, you're always doing this. You bonus hunting? What's going on?
Bonus horn? Yeah. That was a thing way back in the day.
8-9 suited against ace-6. Andy and Elton. Forgive me. Andy and ST. Quick check fold. Onwards. So you see Linus Paul, and I think
he's already destroyed like half of that. Sorry, I interrupted you. Were you talking about?
It was a healthy order, by the way. It wasn't
chicken?
like he needs to feel bad about destroying it. Yeah, it was like chicken and couscous or something. But have you ever heard if a guy stops eating to all of a sudden play a pot and like is pushing action, like that's an actual real hand. Like they're very unlikely to be bluffing. You ever heard that?
Yeah, yes, I have.
The other one I've heard is the phone call. Now, I'm not suggesting, by the way, that just because we've heard it means it's true, but I think over the years, I feel like, there's some merit to that one.
I remember I was playing World Series and I thought it was just so clever. And then whenever I've got like food, or I would just like start 3-betting and need 2 cards, or like whenever someone's ordering, I start re-raising them like every time. Just I'm that guy that try to create some fake EV.
Wait, Randy, you would
yeah, so I'll be 3-betting Paul right now. I'll be 3-betting Paul right now because he's like on the cusp, and I'll be like, yeah, he rather eat that salad than play a marginal spot. It's not a good strategy, but it's something I thought about at some time. I hope it wasn't my prime, but it definitely crossed my mind, my friend.
Randy, I've heard of false tells. I've never heard of someone actually employing food for the purposes of leveling their opponents into thinking they were stronger than they are, or trying to like go reverse with someone else. Anyway,
back to the serious action.
Yes.
Ace 10 versus ace 9 top pair.
Better kicker for Hans here, who fires 10,000. Elton plays it as a check call.
they're holding the type of hands where it often doesn't go 3 streets based on the kicker. But it's also a little bit uncomfortable for both of them. I do expect another bet to come in on the turn or river, though. Hands does have position.
30.
He bets pretty big, actually. 30 into 37.
You surprised to see it?
No, not necessarily. I guess some people do size down here, but no, I don't know why I said I was surprised, but it's just getting a little dicey, I suppose, once he likely gets called on the turn. Belton's already a little bit uncomfortable because he knows he needs to keep like straight draws and flush draws honest, but he doesn't want to see one more bet on the river.
No, absolutely not. Ace-9 is starting to feel like a little bit of a bluff catcher until the 9 of spades rolls off. And now it feels like a hand that's begging to have been beaten on the turn by a bigger kicker.
Check.
Hands with the snap check back there. Disappointing for Elton.
That stings a little bit.
By the way, quietly mucks the hand. Doesn't bring any attention to the bad beat.
Yeah, also, sometimes you don't want to let people know you had ace-10 there, just in case they're like, "Oh, do you bet that turn that way?"
Linus is fiddling with his stack like an only child with a box of Legos. Just kind of hanging out by themselves.
Yeah, he is a little bit of an odd one out at this table, but his stack is pretty good.
He's always happy, feels like, Linus. You ever seen him like stone tilted? I don't think I've ever seen him stone tilted.
I mean, I wouldn't know. He's usually behind a computer playing poker.
He's usually winning, so why would he ever
usually
be
winning?
tilted?
Better reason.
10-9-5. A couple of ace-7 suiteds and a king-jack, all failing to connect. Hence the round of checks. And now all of a sudden the king of hearts on the turn, giving Paul the best hand.
Yeah, Paul instantly checks his pair.
Hands with a nut flush draw activates, understandably.
Action on Joe with absolutely nothing.
Took a moment before ultimately folding.
Okay, so what does the Eaton call mean?
Yeah, you know, the Eaton call, I haven't really... This is more nuanced. Paul flats and now finds himself the king high straight. So if there had been any concerns about whether or not his hand was good, they are largely alleviated by this development. Hands just a naked ace high. Is he going to try to turn it into a bluff?
I mean, he knows ace high is never good. Maybe he saw that little hesitation check on the river. Can you read into it?
Yeah, he checks back, shutting it down, and Paul quickly announces straight, which will be good for this 42K pot. I hate eating a big meal when I'm playing a session because I feel like that hour or so afterward when all the blood that would otherwise be pumping to my brain so that I can make, you know, better decisions than if it's all blood pumping to my belly. By the way, I'm no, you know, doctor. That's not a scientific take, but I always feel groggy and like I'm not playing my sharpest.
Do you want some advice from me or something? I mean, I don't know what you want from me from this story, my friend. I kind of don't want to hear it anymore, to be honest.
You've never experienced that, Randy?
I don't really eat at the table, personally.
Yeah, but you're playing online cash games. You're sitting there with a box of mac and cheese working in the background. Or something. You got the Shinramyun soup, probably. Is that you? Is that your jam?
I do like that stuff, but no, I don't eat while playing, even at home.
You know what's crazy is if you're playing in a good enough game, you can actually go hours without eating or drinking and not even realize it sometimes.
That's me.
Yeah. You get so engrossed that you forget.
Yeah, I've done that. I've played like 36 hours or so
Yeah.
and not really eat or drink or sleep, and it was one of my worst sessions of my life.
Oh, you've told me about
Yes.
that one, Randy. That
I
was
actually
rough.
don't want to relive it.
Okay, I didn't bring it up.
You know what? I think it was close to a buy-in of this game.
Oh my gosh. Ouch.
Uh-oh.
King Queen
This is fun.
offsuit, King Queen suited, and now pocket tens. Raise a flat and a nice little setup for Lolliger to take us upstairs from the button, which he does to 22,000.
Yeah, he's squeezing smaller here because he's got position. If he was out of position, I'd imagine he's sized closer to 30K. He's starting to hand with about, 170 big blinds or so. Elton's hand's not so strong in this spot, given that he's raising under gun, but he knows Linus is a very 3-bet happy player. And I actually like that he's opting to 4-bet King Queen, something we mentioned earlier, Ali, right? Because it has blocker effects, but doesn't play as well as a call from under the gun.
66,000 in total. Being in position is very key for Linus here if he does elect to proceed for the extra 44.
So the 4-bet is 3x his 3-bet sizing. It's big and it's uncomfortable. But like you said, he's got position. He can try to navigate against ace king, which is a big part of a 4-betting range. Obviously, if it comes low, he wants to continue. If it comes ace high or king high, he probably gets away at some point.
And he's also got the scouting report on Elton, knowing that this doesn't have to be jacks plus,
of course,
or ace king across the way that might be difficult to deal with. On this occasion, as we can see, it's king queen, and it is in the lead on this queen 9-7 board. Unfortunately for Linus, who invested the extra 44,000, 143K in the middle. Now Elton has a lot of hand here and the betting initiative, but being out of position with so much in there already.
Because he's inflated this pot so much, yes, he's got a lot of hand. It's the type of hand where he can commit all at some point just because it's a 4-bet pot. He's going to see bet 66K. Trouble for Linus because this board texture doesn't hit ace king, so he pretty much has to continue to flop c-bet, especially when it's coupled with backdoor straight draws as well.
Boy, so often we just naturally want to call in position just to see what develops on the turn in terms of maybe a break check out of our opponent who's forcing an issue here with less than pocket tens potentially. And the jack giving both players straight draws. Of course, Linus blocking Elton's, but Elton doesn't need to hit with top pair in the best hand right now, whereas Linus very much needs to improve, and he can't do so in the form of a set any longer.
Yeah, this turn card is quite possibly one of the most fun ones for these two hands specifically. Elton's actually an interesting spot because he's got top pair, but I'm trying to think of hands he beats right now. Tens obviously comes to mine. Some kind of Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited called 4-bet. It does lose to like a set of jacks, set of nines, set of queens, ace queen, of course. It's uncomfortable.
Time bank utilized. Ultimately, though, Elton is concerned about the pre-flop call of the 3x 4-bet and then the flop call of the 66K c-bet. Linus not activating here, content to check back and take a tug at improvement. Instead, this is about as safe as you could ever hope for a river. And Elton absolutely convinced now, as played, that King Queen is a winner, jamming and dying to have Linus all of a sudden get curious and bluff catch.
Yeah, the way Elton's played in his hand is possibly odd to Linus, right? Linus might be thinking, well, if you had aces, you had kings, don't you want to protect when the flush draw and a straight draw comes out? Why did you all of a sudden just snap jam when it checked through on a turn? Does make the right laydown, though.
Yeah. Note, by the way, that if Elton gets cute and tries to value bet, those 2 10s are very valuable for Linus in terms of converting into a bluff. I'm not sure how credible that bluff would look after he checked back the turn and such a dry river rolls off.
Right.
But, you know, he could have given that King Queen some fits.
You always seems like every time you have it.
I always have it.
Believe you.
I always have it.
Paul putting Elton's
I never bluff.
Ayatel on blast.
4号开始就可以看了。
Suited one gapper in early position here for Joe, who joins Elton in the massage streets. And Linus ticking up to Jack from 10-10, which cost him all of the profit on the session, effectively.
I was about to just say that, but perhaps getting... Oh, no.
What were you going to say just before those 2 queens popped up?
I was going to say, you know, maybe he gets a little rake back on this hand, perhaps.
Doesn't rate to be the outcome for him here.
Yeah, this is bad.
3x open, 3x 3-bet. Now let's see what kind of sizing Andy comes with.
And remember what just happened. Linus just lost a massive pot. So there's a little bit of dynamics going on.
Yeah, some meta.
So sizable cold 4-bet. Obviously, cold 4-bet is stronger than normal just because technically Andy's put in nothing so far and he still wants to put in 60K. So it's a stronger range. Jack still is a great hand. He does have to play this one out of position if he opts to call. But Ace King is a big part of Andy's range, and I don't really see how Linus gets away at this moment. And he's just going to rip it in and rough back-to-back hands for Linus.
还有这个事情，那边条件这么艰苦的。
All right, so it looks as though the boys have negotiated, given the size of this pot, the largest on the session thus far, to run it twice. We'll have 2 complete boards, the first of which is safe for Andy's queens. Linus just praying one of these 10 cards, which will eventually work their way onto the board, will be a jack. Andy already locking up half the pot, hence he can pull his chips back. Second run out coming. No jack on the flop again, and the look on Linus's face begins to tell the story of a man who was up heaps moments ago and now is hunting a jack or a diamond to try to escape a cooler, and instead He gets scooped.
Well, I think it's safe to call it a cold seat now.
Yeah.
昨天我吃200欧元，然后给了那个服务员个60块欧元小费，这家伙紧握着我的双手，就很开心。
Linus is not getting up. He's rebuying. Another 200,000.
Yep. He didn't come here to fire one bullet.
So
I would imagine
one and done.
The clip has plenty of ammo in it.
我说这里消费还是比较便宜的，比较实在。
这边是
You know, he's only got limited time at this table with the hot seat dynamic.
He's 200 in play. Give him in.
Baby suited ace for ST.
Baby pair should be coming along.
So Linus is like, okay, guess I'm going to play every hand.
Yeah.
22.
He's back at it, squeezing.
I don't want to oversell this idea. We've touched on it a few times, but you know, earlier with Joe losing a bunch of pots in succession, and then all of a sudden he's 3-betting whatever.
Sure.
Linus, you know, we just had a front row seat to the damages he incurred, rebuying and looking up at a raise and a flat and 3-betting. You know, we start to wonder: is the game opened up? No, it's just an ace queen suited doing what it's supposed to.
Just a hands, and there's a 4-bet.
Bye.
Maybe because of what you just said.
Well, a little bit of it also, Randy, and I want you to talk about it, is specifically the suited wheel ace, meaning ace 4, ace 5 suited, ace 3, ace deuce also qualified technically, but
These hands are strong candidates to 4-bet with. They block all the value hands like ace kings, ace queens, aces, etc. The 4 is nice because you unblock hands that 3-bet fold against you, those being like the jack 10-9 type holding cards. Also, they play well post flop. You know, maybe you flop top pair, maybe you flop a wheel draw, you can multi-barrel or spades. Yeah, they always work in these hands into your 4-bet range. So it is a call, 115K in the middle.
one spade in the window, but no others behind it on the king deuce board, where it is Linus who flops the flush draw and has the best hand.
ST is going to want to see bet this flop at a pretty much near 100% frequency. He's bringing in a small bet, and it's because this king deuce board heavily hits his range. Ace king, he doesn't need to bet too big on paired boards as well. His opponent will often fold. It also allows him to multi-barrel with the small bet, given how shallow they were pre, just being 100 bigs. Bit of decision here on whether to raise or call. Looks like he will call with position.
That call brings the pot to over 160,000. Third king on the turn. All of a sudden, that nut flush draw really withers in value, but this ace 4 suited isn't in love with the spot it finds itself in either.
So a big part of Linus's range actually is pocket pairs. 9s, 10 jacks come to mind.
But it's not to say that ST can't say, all right, I'm aware of that, and still go hard as played and potentially be able to blast his way through.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like if he wants to bet, he needs to bet smallish again to set up river jam.
Yeah, because the stack to pot ratio effective is 125 in front of Linus with 161 out there, and he's complied exactly with your advisory, Randy, betting 33.
Yeah, I see where he's going, and like you said, the flush draw obviously strolls up completely because your opponent could be on a pair, and you could just be dead, pretty much to an ace.
I mean, Linus does have nut no pair.
True.
And if ST is out here with pocket jacks or tens, something of the like, Linus could hit the ace or the queen for a clean winner. A fourth king obviously gives him the nuts. So he is going to make this call, and he is going to find the ace. So he's worried about nothing other than the fourth king or, of course, aces full, which would be pocket aces for ST, and so improbable. ST with the ace of his own. You know, I said Linus finds the ace as though somehow he gave the bad beat. He always had the best hand, but he really was in a spot where he wasn't going to win the pot unimproved.
Right, yeah. I think that ST was always going to jam there on the river, even unimproved. It's actually a great card for Linus because I think he gets half the pot back now.
Jam and call on the end. Tense moments where you're hoping that a king doesn't get shown. And once you clear that hurdle, you realize I took a bad beat, even though I hit one of the cards I thought I might have needed to.
And also, you got to keep in mind that hand was just shown down to the whole table, so everyone knows that ST was up to some funny business there.
Right.
Yeah, why not blank?
Yeah, you see ST
Blank is
recognize
Who knows?
even though the ace
Blank all in, maybe call.
was a great card in
Call?
terms of improving his hand, but
Maybe. I don't know. Depends which one.
blank on the end, not necessarily a gimme, suggests Aaron.
Yeah, but having ST say that basically just says he was going to jam.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Pot is pretty big, yeah.
The sizing he took on the turn, Randy, is what allowed him to set himself up for that. And, you know, that's you can put so much pressure on such a wide array of hands. You look down at 2 9s, you're facing that river jam over there. They're not looking
Even
pretty.
nines, tens, and jacks would be in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
This guy is just playing every hand, huh?
I want to say he's holding the deck even a little bit, but as we've observed, it hasn't yielded positive results. He's already stuck a buy-in as he sticks 5K out there. We await Andy Nee's response with King Queen offsuit. It is going to be a 3-bet. 22K.
Keep in mind, Andy was the one to stack Linus not too long ago, queens versus jacks. I wonder if that plays into the decision of Linus here, whether to 4-bet or call. Also, the 3-bet in position is quite big, 5K to 22K. By no means standard with position.
$52.
In comes the 4-bet. Now, we know that Linus would be playing this as a flat with some frequency, but on balance, he's choosing the 4-bet this time. And I think in context, I prefer it because it looks like he's in splash mode.
There you go.
A
Free
little
look.
bit. But Andy respecting, and that's going to be disappointing. Immediately, Linus will be telling himself, I should have flatted.
I mean, keep in mind, he just...
Yeah, still losing.
Players just saw an ace-4 suited 4-bet.
Big hand against you.
Not out of him. That was ST.
Yeah. And also seen Linus like play literally like 4 hands in a row.
Yeah.
Multiple 3-bet, 4-bet
They
pots.
saw the ace-queen suited. They saw the pocket jacks. I mean, when he's been on his back there, it's been credible.
So, but it just looks like he's getting in there,
Yeah.
hence why he's 4
No,
betting.
you're right. Ace king for hands now.
On the flop.
Ace 4 offsuit. Under the gun +1 out of Andy. Is this a little bit too liberal
It's
for him?
it's a bit loose.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's an invitational
It's
cash,
a cash
game.
game, man. You
Your
know.
money, you play how you want.
Yeah. Let's see how ST Wang wants to play.
Pretty tough spot, actually. It's early position raise, button 3-bet, getting away from the 9s. It makes a lot of sense.
65.
What? Whoa. Andy. 4 bets. Ace 4 offsuit to 65,000. This is rather committing against Hans' 3-bet.
Yeah, and by the way, hands with this ace king and already 15K invested, I don't think he's got getting out of the way on his mind.
Yeah, this 4-bet obviously is very out of line. And perhaps with some regret incoming.
I don't think there's any perhaps about it. Hands jams for 151,000 and instantly Andy knows his timing is poor. Asking for a count just to make sure that he's not priced in.
Right.
Which he shouldn't be. And hands. We'll take it uncontested.
That hand also is going to be quite noted for everyone to see him 4-bet fold off of, I mean, to 65K, right?
Yep. It's a lot of chips to say goodbye to.
It's
if you're Andy. And you know what? I mean, you trace it back to the fact that he opened a hand that he probably could have just folded. And then all of a sudden, you know, got after it some more.
Ollie,
it was
is
costly.
it safe to say this game is loosening up?
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
No doubt about that. Still, almost $250,000 in profit for Andy. Off the high water mark in that respect, as 4 players are in the green, including Zhang. Zhang and Hans, who got himself there, courtesy of that last exchange. Rough outing so far for Jozo and Linus Lolliger, who was in the black early on. Those chip counts here in this cash game invitational at the Maestro Hotel Resort and Casino, brought to you by GG Poker.
Yeah, Linus having the swingiest day so far today. Down to most. But we play on.
That we do. Linus again. Being paid a visit by the rich part of the deck.
Calm down, my friend. 5 hands in a row?
Premiums only in that seat.
This isn't it. He plays ace king plus, but he's not even up money.
Oh, mystery card time.
Why is it always Linus involved with mystery? But this time we can see his hand.
Right. Last time he was the guy that we had to try to deduce what he had. Instead, this time the small blind flat from ST, that which we're going to be chewing on. Paul closing the action with the queen 9 off. 3-way affair to a 9 high board. Top pair for Pua.
This texture is not great c-bet for Linus against 2 blind flats, hence the check back.
4 diamonds rolling off. Now all of a sudden ST leads into the field.
It's near pot. And this is where it gets a little bit interesting, right? Because Paul's got top pair. Pretty decent kicker, but with the big sizing, he does need to play a bit cautious, right? Like ST can easily have a set in this spot. He can also have some draws, spades, possible.
Down to heads up, predictably, as the ace-king bows out. River 10, 49 out there. Let's see if ST's got another barrel.
The 10 doesn't rate to hit the big blind calling range on the turn besides like 10-9 or like some 10x of spades. So it's actually a little bit scary for a turn call, and ST can really just put pressure on that range. 35K is quite hefty and uncomfortable for Paul, as you can see immediately analyzing the situation. Holding a queen of spades is not so good for Paul because, you know, you block 2 spades is what you want to pick off.
Yeah, the busted flush draws on your mind.
Busted straight draws is hard to imagine because it's a small blind flat against an undergun open of Linus. So hands like, you know, A7 offsuit, I don't think they exist from the small blind.
Paul always thoughtful in these spots.
Yeah, note that he calls out the spade in his hand being bad.
Who do you think's got the winner right now?
I think.
Would you rather have Paul's Queen 9 or 2 mystery cards in ST's hand?
I take the 2 mystery cards.
Really?
I taking the 2. You taking Paul here? I think yes. I think ST's got the best hand.
We're gonna find out. Oh wow! Pocket jacks. You win, Randy.
If everyone, I will be super good.
I mean, I would.
You will be 4-bet.
Paul does pay it off.
20万不到，你不 3 bet jack， 真的，下来跌到我的3万5。
All right, I've gathered some of that conversation, and Paul was basically saying,
读出来了，但是感觉又不太像啊。
ST didn't 3-bet jack, so I lost money, basically.
Yeah. But that's the idea if we're ST, is we're looking to under-rep that hand and protect our flatting range in the small blind moving forward in the session.
Also, it was an undergun open, so say you do 3-bet jacks on a spot and you get resistance from Linus, you actually don't really know where you're at.
In the form of a 4-bet, you mean?
Whether it's a 4-bet or even a call, because, you know, you're very deep pre-flop, and Linus has to play kind of a tighter range against, you know, small blind.
By the way, Linus finally finds a hand he could fold very disappointingly for ST, who had aces.
Wish you 4-bet I4. Not really. Maybe run twice and chop.
You know what the thing is about everybody sitting at this table right now? There's nowhere they'd rather be than here playing high stakes.
I mean, they flew out here to play, right, in Montenegro. They signed me up for a week.
Han said he landed an hour ago.
I know,
but
right?
Granted, he came from elsewhere in Europe, but, you know, he hit the ground running.
Yeah. High stakes cash games is just what these guys love to do on as often as they can when they can take time away from the other ventures. The fact that Triton is doing this, the cash game invitational, is, like I said earlier, I'm so excited to watch it. If you guys are enjoying it, let us know so that we can do a second one, right? Notice the little 1 in the bottom right corner.
Right.
You know, they say we can do more if you let us know if you like it. And of course, you know, hit that like button, subscribe, or whatever it's called out there. Do your part and entertain me by letting me see more footage in the future.
Top pair for both parties here. Andy deciding to bet it. 4-liner on board as played. Queen X could be a part of the equation for Knee.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky spot. Obviously, price is good. 7 into 23 is not so much. Then again, what hands am I beating?
Well, we don't need to be so worried about 2 pair.
No, I wouldn't think so as well.
if we're Paul. So he does find the call, and they will chop it up. Kind of a gutsy little bet there from Andy.
I think it
Granted, it
was
was small.
kind of a blocker bet thing. You're like, oh, I don't want to check and be face, some bigger bet on a four-liner. And
Sure.
this is my price. Take it or leave it. Just don't raise me.
I don't think we're allowed to put those requests in.
Yeah.
But I guess we're allowed. We just can't expect compliance. Now Linus getting creative. 3-4 suited.
Elton was getting into the stretch there from the Thai masseuse.
Yeah.
Or whatever, right?
Both blinds coming along here. Ace 9, 8, 2 clubs. Top pair for Elton. Baby flush draw for the pre-flop opener. Linus on the button. 2 checks in front of him.
Excuse me.
8K, the bet sizing.
Okay, now that relaxation is over, time to continue with this check call. Interesting.
Dusty looking turn.
It looks dusty, but it gives Linus outs, more outs at least.
Yeah. Does hit the pair.
I think that makes him lean towards bet again a lot more, just because he can really put a lot of heat on a 9 and 8x that would have trouble calling a big turn bet. His hand obviously needs a little bit of protection against some straight draws. Jack 10, Queen, Jack, Queen 10, 6, 7, etc. Looks like an overbet to me.
45 into 36.
So when you see overbets like this, you tend to weight them towards big draws or 2 pair plus. Some ace kings is plausible. I suppose ace queen would be an equation as well, just because ace queen would be still one of the best top pairs you would have in a single raise pot.
So unable to shed Elton on the turn. Linus now with just the 4. And another check in front of him. Decides to knuckle back, hoping that maybe there was some busted straight combos, maybe bigger clubs that he could show down against with that 4. Instead, he continues to trend in the wrong direction as Elton takes that one down.
Yeah, nice one, Elton. Wasn't phased by the overbet on the turn with that weaker kicker.
Right.
So Linus coming right back in the cutoff, ace 3 offsuit. Just the blinds and antes, though.
I don't know why I think he's still thinking about the last pot, though, when I'm looking at him.
I'm sure he is. He seems to be involved in every big pot lately, but I guess
that big bet on the river, man, I'm not sure. Things get weird for Elton.
Of course. The thing is, the 8 was a board pairing
That's right.
card, and
That's
it's
right.
actually
It should make a
problematic.
bigger ace slow down.
At least think about it, right?
Yeah.
Also, the 8 is bad because if his opponent is holding like 8-9, obviously they're not going anywhere. They
Yeah.
got full house now, and some of Linus's value bets, ace 4 specifically, which would have been 2 pair on a turn, got counterfeited, and they wouldn't be betting anymore. So that's why you kind of notice him instant check back there. But it's crossing his mind: is there a chance he could have just put one more in there? And I don't really know if Elton would have folded, but you think about these things in your downtime.
Although Linus hasn't had a whole lot of downtime, given his VPIP has gone way up, mostly due to just being dealt in. Hands not waiting for the choice cuts, employing this 5-6 suited as a 3-bet and taking one down from the small. Well, you're starting to see why it is that he got the invite, Randy. He's not sitting back collecting dust.
He's
on his
not
stack.
waiting for hands, my friend. No one is really.
Hands is not waiting for hands.
Yeah, you didn't notice. You didn't notice.
I just now.
Oh, okay, buddy. Right there.
I'm the only guy in the history of a 1-hour time zone change to have jet lag.
I know.
I'm
You're right there,
groggy,
buddy.
man.
You're okay there, buddy. You need one of those mochachinos or whatever you order.
Brown bowls, mochachinos. You and I are famous for tapping into whatever the
I don't know if we're
local
famous
caffeine
for
is.
it, but yes.
When it comes to a Triton stream, generally you and I in the booth talk of some sort of caffeinating beverage.
Or some. Do you remember the green bottles I couldn't open? It was here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The green,
That
and
was
then
the- that was
we
the
poured it
soda
upside.
water?
The soda water we poured upside down, and it was draining slowly. Yeah. But
Yeah,
do you
you're
remember
like,
when you splashed the water on your head?
Oh yeah, that was
When you when you showered yourself.
I showered myself. That was JNT showered me. That was his fault. Meanwhile, King Queen and King 10 tussling here. Boss under the gun, second pair against the 2 overs in the open ender of Elton.
It's a fun one because Paul raised pre-flop, connected decently, but not one where he wants to inflate it. So he goes for check, obviously to check call, not to fold with this kind of showdown. Elton with 2 overs, open-ended. I feel like Elton often will bet turn regardless of the outcome. The queen, though, is an interesting one because now it gives him showdown value, but on a very connected nature in a sense that Elton, I would say, almost never has ace-king. So if he was to bet, if it gets checked to him, it would be quite dangerous just because Paul still has ace-king in his range. We can even see that Paul's hesitating, and I was going to mention that he's thinking about leading because this card favors him more, and
Yeah.
his hand is, it's just a pair of 10s after all, but he can rep much more than that.
Yeah. And all of that is not lost on Elton, by the way, here, in spite of the fact that he has improved to
Oh.
top pair and has an open ender of his own. And yet, as I say that, he kind of takes this very risky line of a 3x to 45, saying, you know what? I'm gonna investigate this situation.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious to see if Elton's on the mindset of raise check back, or is it raise and make a big play if it blanks out? I believe that he doesn't think that, even though only Paul can have ace king in the spot given a pre-flop action, he doesn't think Paul would A, not see bet the flop, or B, if he does somehow hit it, lead so small on this turn. So I think the story isn't playing out perfectly for Elton, hence
Yeah.
why he's opting to raise right now, which is not standard by any means.
Some holes in the plot, perhaps, is the vibe for Elton. And let's not forget the fact that he has a king in hand.
True.
Also,
Blocking value.
A factor. Nicely done there by Elton, who, dare I say, Randy, I've watched evolve in the short time I've been a part of Triton. You've been here since practically the beginning.
Mhm.
And Elton's been around since then.
And
I
before,
have to imagine that, you know, Elton 1.0 back in 2016-ish, 17. Fast forward 7 years, let's call it, and then some. A very different player today.
I think that is true for a lot of these guys that play the highest stakes from this quote unquote VIP background. And yes, Elton's game has changed, I'm sure, but he still naturally has this want to get in there, splash around a bit mentality, and obviously really fun to watch. And I will say this, Elton and Paul, they've known each other a very long time.
Mhm.
They've played cash games with each other for a very long, predating even the Triton series.
Yeah.
So they've evolved with each other, right? And obviously, we know their play isn't stagnant and just samesies.
Well, not quite samesies. Andy needs ace king and Hans's king queen for reasons that are obvious. The better of the two kickers belonging to Andy, who does not follow through on his open in spite of the fact that he has this ace king here, concerned by the flatting range of hands perhaps a little bit, and just looking to proceed with caution. The third spade also keeping him
So
in kind of, you know, conservative gear.
sometimes when you're holding even hand like this, you're like, oh, I've got top pair, it's strong. But then you see the paired board, you immediately think, I don't think I can get 3 streets out of this.
Sure.
So how can I turn this into a 2-street game while protecting some of my weaker ranges? And it goes with some check at some point.
This is a third check now.
Yeah, there was a bet on the turn. So as played, I actually think Hans thinks he's got the best hand a lot. He might be thinking, though, can I get called by worse? If so, it probably is a very weak hand. I need to size down just a little bit, but he's still going quite healthy.
I think Andy took the line that he did, always skewing toward wanting to play a small one here, but now he needs to ask himself how much spade combo that's turned into a flush and how much Jack X does my man have? Apparently not enough to fold.
Yeah, Andy underwrapped his hand, and like I mentioned earlier, his game plan was 2 straights, induce bluffs, contain the pot, and really played it comfortably.
I always feel a little used in pots like that when the ace king just kind of lets me hang myself. You know, I got the king queen.
It's just really an odd adjective to use. They're used.
Yeah, you know, you get what I'm.
Yeah,
you get it,
you
right?
feel a little bit, yeah. Like, oh,
It feels
you
dirty.
let me do betting for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I get you now.
Maybe I'm embarrassed. You know,
You should be embarrassed by more than just the way you play poker, my
you're
friend.
not wrong, Randy. You're not wrong.
I tolerate you, though. You know?
Ace 8. Paul limps. Linus wags his finger.
I don't think Paul's going to concede with ace 8 offsuit.
No, I don't think the idea was limp and fold to the extra 6. So we'll play for 8 a man. Second pair nut kicker, backdoor nut hearts for Paul. A lot more cooking than this 7 high for Linus.
Yeah, it's not really the texture for Linus. This flop hits the limp call range quite decently. You know, 8 Jack X's tend to be in that range.
Linus is check back. Brings a turn card that gives him third pair with the 7. Paul has picked up the nut flush draw.
I think Paul often knows he's got the best hand here, so he's just going to bet out, especially with his kicker. Weaker kicker, maybe he goes for check, but he's looking to kind of build that pot, and also needs a little bit of protection against 9 and 10x. Looks like Linus is going to lay down his turn pair.
Yeah, it really wasn't the board that he wanted to find himself getting further down the streets in. And on that note, we give you a glimpse at the chip counts, headed to our first break of edition 1 of this cash game invitational from Montenegro. 3 players in the green, 4 make that 5 in the red. Randy and I are going to step aside, but we'll be back in about 15 minutes with continuing coverage from here at Maestro. Welcome back to the shores of the Adriatic, the most beautiful time of year to be at Maestro Resort and Casino, in particular, if you're a fan of high-stakes poker. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu for continuing coverage of our first
We've
ever.
just had a seat draw, and the only change is a predictable one. Zhou Zhu is out, and Elizabeth Chen is in. Now, we believe the pair will be in rotation all week. A cute little story on Chen. Chen debuted at Triton Montenegro last season and said that the highlight for her was getting to play next to her idol, Paul Fua. And as we return to the action, you can see her sitting next to her idol once again.
So now, a more official welcome back to the action of this first ever Cash Game Invitational. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu and our 8 players. 1 frame in the books, and it's been a deeply costly one for Linus Lolliger, who came out of the gates in a hurry, winning a huge pot against Zhou Zhou, downing 2 kings with a gut shot that came in on the river. As you look at the profit and loss figures, back underway, 1K, 2K with the 2K Big Blind Annie. Elizabeth Chen joins us.
And Chen took the seat of Zhou Zhou. You know, sometimes we gotta shake that salad up a little bit and change the seats as well. Also, you might notice the positions of the other players seated differently as well.
That's right. Part of the process in this cash game to allow for a little bit more fair play. You don't want to get stuck in what you perceive to be a really bad seat to the right of a very aggressive player, for example, or one who's straddling every time you have the big blind, which can create some disadvantages. So the solution, let's just redraw for seats. And let's just draw to a royal flush on the turn here if we're Linus. Note that Aaron has picked up a little gutty of his own here in a 3-way pot.
Little gut shot for Andy, too. You find a 5?
27.
Not sure.
I don't think they're going to chase it.
Though. They're going to be in the face of this 27K bet, and sure enough, Linus fires and takes it.
Yes. Oh.
The one thing I'll say about a game like this, you know, you and I have played a lot of cash games throughout the years, Randy. There are times at which you get stuck a certain amount in a game, and you just know it's going to be almost mission impossible to get out just because of the way the game is getting played. Here, being down $250,000, if we're Linus, I don't think he has any concerns that opportunities might present themselves to where he can not only get even, but get winner.
Of course, and he's a professional poker player. He's got the mindset where he knows in a short run, yeah, he may lose. It is possible, of course, right? You can get coolered out. But as a professional, you're thinking, am I plus EV in this lineup? If I am, I just need to truck on, continue to play, whether the cards are falling my way or not, and create that EV. That's what you do. You go in every day throughout the year, grinding and playing your best poker, and you will see the results in the long run.
You're from America?
Yeah, born in Boston.
Boston?
Good people. Come to America at all?
No.
Vegas?
Andy Nee is 3-bet Jack 8 offsuit.
And this perhaps helps to illustrate exactly what I was alluding to, by the way, is that being stuck $250,000 when you have guys willing to give action like Andy is just there.
Investing in startups.
Oh, nice.
opportunities will present themselves.
And invest in startups that do good for the world.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's very nice.
Not only looking at the financial return, but also some extra benefits like for the environment.
Oh,
or for good for social good.
You just like personal investment, or you like run a fund? You
No,
invest for others?
personal.
Personal. Okay, cool. Wow, very nice. Good for you. Yeah, doing good for the world is very nice.
Bye.
So Elton engaging hands in a little bit of discussion and
find any good investments
some
lately?
discovery.
There are some interesting companies for sure.
Altruistic investment, conscientious investment, apparently his jam on a personal level.
You know, Elton
Climate is a big challenge.
Oh, huge one. That one is like...
There's all kinds of companies trying to tackle the problem. How to remove CO2 from the air, how to...
That's something the government should be doing, though. I mean, it's hard for a personal company to be able to do something about it, really.
First
I mean, you can
chance.
still do something.
We've had to observe Elizabeth Chen getting involved, defending her big blind against Zhang. Two quick checks.
Government support.
Yeah.
Ace high still best.
But there's also a big market.
Yeah.
Not too much for her to do, but she's going to actually attack here. Queen high, but Aaron Zhang is nope. Look you up for now.
6K not going to get it done, but the queen on the river will. Chen makes the best hand.
I kind of feel like Chen was going to bet the river even if she didn't hit to bluff off these ace highs, but now it's time to change that course of action and go for value.
10 into 27, and now we're starting to feel a little bit milked. You know what? He's going to take it upstairs, and it's funny because you could see some king jack. You could see some king queen, maybe even where Aaron didn't want to follow through on that paired flop.
This is very interesting. He is repping a pretty narrow range. Also because he's not supposed to have that many nines, given the check through on the flop.
I mean, he could have tens full.
He could, of course. I mean, Aaron is tricky. He could have some nines, but he's not. It's not that expected, and Chen's a bit confused, and it's a great first hand for her.
Wow, I'm pretty shocked that that extra 26 found its way in there.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
四路你偷，五路他。
I mean, instantly a fan. Thank you for the bot. It's cool to see Elizabeth Chen out here and Jozo when they made their debut in Montenegro. And like, yeah, let's up the stakes.
Elizabeth, also hailing from Shanghai, used to be a dance teacher back there. Quit that job to pursue poker. Game that, as she puts it, she absolutely fell in love with.
This is a game you can dance in too.
Yeah.
How do you even go approach like finding these?
Ace King 10 ST, second pair. Leaning ever so slightly, 5 into 17.
Exactly. Yeah.
Designed just to usher hands like this into the muck.
Sometimes there's an opportunity to add on to a special kind of purpose.
Doing so successfully there.
Yeah, that also.
And there's conferences and all kinds of places you can meet interesting deals at.
Hi, Linus. How are you doing?
Good.
哇，全部高手你认识的我。
对啊。
他谁不认识？
啊，你是不是觉得他很帅啊？
是的。
啊？
是的。
为什么全的女生都觉得他帅呢？为什么？
因为他眼睛是蓝色。
是吗？
Well, they think all the Asian girls like you, Linus. They think
blue eyes.
you look cute. But I don't know. For me, Asian guy are not very interested. I think you're just normal. But they think you are.
Imagine Linus being able to just navigate this ace four.
You know, it's not the first time I've actually heard that. But yeah.
He's a fan favorite with the ladies, no doubt about it. Here he is facing the nut flush draw and a dominant ace for ST. Wants to peel.
Well, this new project I'm doing is also I'm also trying to do something to help the world. So, yeah, I'm just self-investing enough, just so invested. But yeah, doing this app that is how should I say it? Spreading like spiritual messages. I would say like to help like I'm basically trying to like bring like a lot of the Western.
The lead from Linus, given that the 5x combos are supposed to belong to him more so than ST, but of course with the nut flush draw, ST won't be going anywhere. Pot grows to 45,000, and this third five is disheartening because while we can rep trips with some credibility, quads become a taller task.
Yeah, and the thing is, both players do have ace high, so I actually don't really feel like another bet is coming in.
You think Linus senses showdown?
There's a little bit. He still beats busted spades. And
Will
ST
busted spades.
Yeah, it shouldn't
check
need to
back.
bet.
I think happier to check back when we have the ace with that busted flush draw.
Of course.
Is ST. We'll carve it up.
I didn't know he was doing something like that.
Yeah, it's been for a few years already, I believe. And I can see some resemblance.
Okay.
Worth having a chat with him, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's a pretty big thing now, actually, around the world. Yeah.
Mindfulness, I think.
Mindfulness, yeah.
Getting lots of traction, right?
Exactly, mindfulness, yeah. And
Sixes for Andy. Hands defends. Ace nine deuce. See whether or not Andy's got the C bet. Sure does.
the sixes warrants the C bet just because it's vulnerable to two overs, early
can rep
position
the
to
ace, right?
represent the ace easily, so your opponent can't float you as much. You have like apps like that in the Western, like Calm and Headspace, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not so much in the in Asia. No.
Do you practice as well? You meditate?
Yeah. I see that's a lot of the benefits from it. So that's why I wanted to really spread this knowledge out, you know.
Randy, do you meditate?
No, I actually don't. I know a lot of people do. A lot of poker players, right?
Do they? If they're doing it around me, I mean, not physically around me, but like in my orbit or sphere of influence, they're not talking about it. Is this what I'm missing? Should I be meditating? I think I would just fall asleep.
I mean, I've seen like guys like Divorce and Bonomo, and I'm pretty sure they do, like during their breaks. At least when I was in Vegas or whatever, or just during their breaks, they would just sit down and eyes closed and listening to something, which I assume was meditation. But it's not for me. But maybe the new app that I need to download from Elton, because I don't want to pay the subscription that Calm asks for or whatever it is.
Well, you think Elton's just going to give you a promo code?
Yeah, when I promo code it.
What's going
I mean,
on?
is it like Triton _ or whatever?
Triton _ mindfulness.
There we go.
Meanwhile,
I mean, I think if you have a very
Linus.
popular app in China, you should be well off, no?
Ace queen
But
suited.
that's not the main goal. I understand.
Yeah. So that's why when you said like it's
Has the best hand on this 7-7-8 board, but Andy is posing questions. Check raising here with the gut shot straight draw.
I mean, he's seen Linus 3-bet so much. He's expecting Linus to c-bet this type of flop. He's got that gut shot 2 overs. A lot of outs, of course, against ace highs. Looking to take it down now. And Andy, we know he's just not shy of putting heat on. This is tricky for Linus. I actually don't think he's going to lay down, but maybe he is. He is. Nice, Andy.
I think if there's a spade on board, he's going to feel a little differently about things, but absent one, pair on board, and a line that certainly is conveying a lot of strength.
Look, I'm going to say this. Linus is playing against people he doesn't normally play against, so it's not so easy for him to solve the puzzle right now.
I like what I'm seeing, though. Some good fight out of Andy in that spot. He's not intimidated by a man whose reputation precedes him.
No, he's like,
I'm stakes crusher.
I'm Andy Nee. I play my way, and he's our biggest winner right now. It's up what, 325,000 or so?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
You dropped the chip. Oh, we got a spill. Aisle 14.
Clean up.
See, this is where I get aggressive.
The spill situation, you got spill strategy for us too?
There's chaos going around right now. As long as they're not check raising me at some point, let's just blast away. It's been clean. No, it's not cleaned up yet. So I expect an Andy need to turn barrel this a lot.
Seems to be an ongoing process. Top pair against the open ender, and in slides the king for Andy as both parties are navigating whatever that little incident was. Hoping for the sake of these two that it was water and not something that's leaving behind a stain. Sort of an awkward spot here for ST. He does call the 18,000 on the turn, bringing the pot to 63, but lacks direction with ace-6. It's a hand that's just hoping to get to showdown free of charge here. Backdoor spades come in. Andy blocking spades, and value still available to him, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely can go for value. Of course, he didn't want to see the backdoor spades, not only because he loses his spades, but also because it kills some action in case his opponent can convince themselves he's up against more hands they lose to. Queen of spades, though, is still hopeful that he does block some of those. He's still going to go for a lot of value, 46K. So just top pair, no kicker for ST.
He too blocks the spades.
A little bit, yes. But it doesn't need to be just spades that value bets here. As you can see, it's queen jack. It's going to be top 2. It's going to be even ace 10. There's just a lot more than spades that he loses to. Hands he beats. Diamonds, of course. Maybe some kind of pair straight draw that might bet the turn, but those hands don't always bet the turn. Say king, jack, king, queen. So it's an odd situation. I don't think he beats that many hands in this spot. You got to remember, he's also up against under the gun that's 3-barreling.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Randy. I'm having trouble picking out what the candidates would be that the ace-6 is performing well against.
I mean, they've been playing for a few hours already, right? Maybe he's seen Andy get out. He has been out of line in some spots, so it always crosses your mind and does make the right laydown.
And that allows Andy to continue to put together the best session
可是叶公造
of
成你
anyone
这也是
thus
觉得
far.
刚刚或这嘎的你这边也是这样。
Round 2, developing. ST limps. Andy says, not on my watch. Queen 3, snap fold, and again, hauling in chips.
You know, this like table scramble that happened at the break, I kind of don't want to be out of position against Andy the way he's been active.
The same thing, Randy. It's not a seat that, at least thus far,
Andy,
has been a good one.
let us win a pot.
Lucky.
Oh, Andy's being modest.
Elton bringing back the straddle. ST's going to be fortunate to have this pot juiced up a bit. As he opens with 2 kings to 13K.
That he does.
I feel like when you straddle and you got 5-4 offsuit, you're going to defend.
I mean,
you know what I mean? You're not just
if
straddling
you're Elton,
the fold.
Sure. Queen 8-4 bottom pair. The trouble with hands like this is you flop a little piece and now you feel compelled.
Yeah, you're compelled to check call here and try to improve or show it down. Pretty good texture for ST, as well as Queen 8-4 doesn't really contain 2-pair combos besides Queen 8. You can really just go to town 3 streets, but wait a second. Elton check raising bottom pair.
You know, it's interesting because I think part of this on a relatively dry texture, granted you have some gutters that can be out there, is just not wanting to have to play a guessing game further on down the streets. But this is 45,000 that could potentially have been invested in the form of a 17K call on the flop, and you know, the rest of it put toward potentially another call on the turn, and then we get to see the river. Instead, here we are having inflated this one to 121,000. Is ST not shed by that check raise?
Oh, that's not a bet.
Check.
Yeah, a little awkward there.
4 white chips go in, 25K a piece. Like, yeah, that's a check. And ST is going to be very happy to see that check, just because, well, he rarely is ever behind now with the way this board's developing. And it's actually quite dangerous, given there's straight draws and club draws now. So he doesn't really want to pot control and check. Half pot he goes.
No, I think he's quite proud of the kings in this spot. Could be some Queen X across the way. Could be some stuff like this. And yeah, Elton took his shot and then is made a believer. Lines like that, though, historically, Randy, we've been privy to when all of a sudden an innocent-looking five rolls off with a four pairs. You know, they've earned Elton some massive pots through the years. So while it's tempting to maybe look at that and go, oh, get critical, just Elton is a very, very competent player.
You have to remember, poker is not just one hand at a time. We got to think about the history, the collection, future and past hands. So if he's the type to check raise there with bottom pair, obviously now he can actually check raise more value hands such as top pair, not just two pair plus on flops, and really get paid off more as players know and see this history. And it's a lot of mind game and meta, and that's what makes it really fun to watch cash games specifically, because they're when someone busts their stack, they rebuy. They don't get replaced by another player. So there's so much going on. It's just a real joy to watch.
King, queen suited. Has 3-bet the hands open. We always gravitate toward the suited aces in cash games. Want to be playing hands that make the nuts. That one, though, too rich to continue, and no opportunity lost here on a King 7-7 board. 4 hands, who leaves behind Zhang to set mine. Doesn't come up with a 4, but does come up with a paired flop and faces now the c-bet of 13,000 from ST. Snap fold. Aaron's plan appeared quite clear. ST having hit the king and now heating up a little.
ST, so far, I love what I'm seeing from him. Like what you said, he's been away from the cash games based on his bio, right? And it's back to where he was, just doing his thing. He's playing well.
Lucky massage?
Oh, so it's the massage. I see.
I feel like massage therapists are always selling that idea. They're like, "Oh, you're running bad. Lucky massage."
You think they go around?
Stop hustling
Lucky
me.
massage for sale. Lucky massage,
you
for
know.
sale. You might want an unlucky massage. You get a discount, 75% off.
They should have a menu where it's like, you know, okay, $1 a minute for like, you know, run okay massage. $2 a minute, run good massage. $3 a minute, you know, play the rush massage.
If you really want to get the value, you need to massage for as long as you can before the all-in and call. You know,
Yeah, you want to build up.
You can't just like, oh, lucky massage right when it happens. It doesn't give you the value. So you need to invest like hours in before you get in those aces versus kings. You know.
You're thinking about it like those video games where you got to power up before you deploy the big weapon.
You got to charge it up a bit, you know, level up. You can't
Andy,
just level 1, you know.
Charging it up with the ace king and flopping top pair, backdoor diamonds. Aaron with a pretty one, but no longer on this board texture. And what's turned into a 55K pot.
Hand's going to be over soon.
23 and take it. By the way, I got a lot of respect for ST because he's getting the, you know, the elbow, the forearm. That's how a massage should be.
You like the elbow stuff?
Don't pet me. Get in there. You know?
Like it hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Hurts so good.
其他咩水果？
Ever use one of those robot chair massage things? You into that at all?
Those super fancy ones where they like squeeze your arms and
Yeah.
stuff. I freaked out one time in the Japan Airlines lounge in Tokyo where I thought I was going to get trapped. And I was in this like corner of the lounge where like no one would hear me. It was scary for a second.
I dumped a lot of money into one. No, I won't lie.
You went off in the massage chair?
No, I bought one.
Oh, okay. I
It
thought you were
was like-
pumping dollar bills into the one at the airport.
No. I wasn't just feeding the machine and run it for the 2 weeks straight.
953 offsuit here. Boss is Suited connector turning into second pair.
Yeah, Elton actually defended a7 on the button. And it's going to take a shot at it once it gets checked to him on the flop. His type of texture. 7's got some interest on 9-5-3 rainbow, but hands says check raise, queen 10 off.
Wow.
Came to play.
Yeah, all of a sudden, we are starting to see things that we hadn't seen during the first frame here.
And the thing is, Paul's like, oh, this is nice. I checked that flop of middle pair. Like,
Sure.
Someone's got a big hand.
Little does he know that this was just queen high.
Maybe.
Oh, shit.
Hands giving us a glimpse at his procedures there. 2 overs, backdoor straightiness. I mean, there's some rhyme and reason. It's just not what we expected, but it's also not stone reckless.
It's not. No, it's not stone reckless. It's that board 9-5-3 is his board, I suppose.
As the big blind defender.
As a big blind defender, yes.
And recognizing that it is Elton position betting after Boss declined to c-bet on a board that we don't necessarily think hits him and hits us more. I mean, it comes together.
Don't see it that often just because he can't really represent 2 pair on those 3 cards. But then again, if your opponent isn't messing around, then go at it.
Maybe 5-3 specifically would be
there's
pair that
there's a little bit of 2 pair, but just not a lot.
I agree. 10-7 suited.
45.
Elizabeth's open, leaned on by Elton, and then in turn, hands 4 bets to 45,000. Ace queen, a pretty one under normal circumstances. Not sure these are the ones that are going to leave Aaron looking to get involved, though.
I mean, yeah, ace queen's the best. I don't see how he could. It's cold 4-bet in front of you. Yet he's suspicious. Rightfully so. Man, if he can pull the trigger here of ace queen, it'd be absolutely sick.
It would get through.
It would, and he would win, what, 69K in the middle, but can he know? Remember, he mentioned the hands. Remember, I met you in LA, had some history. Maybe that's why he's actually thinking here, because this would be a mandatory fold immediately, under normal circumstances.
That's actually a great point, Randy. He does end up bowing out, though, and now it's back over to Elton, who will not continue. And Elizabeth immediately like, really, guy? You re-raised me, but you can't call that?
Yeah. She's giving Elton a word.
That was a very diplomatic way to describe it. Giving Elton a
那
word.
有3个人都大的啊，好像对2个还可以搞一下。这个 A 圈8我就吃了。
Aaron's telling people he had an ace queen. All right, this table is just getting dealt food and massages regularly now. You see that?
Life is good out here.
Look, and Elton's getting plates of food. Boss is on massage now. This is how cash games are, you know?
This is how Triton is.
Yeah, look at this set, dude. Like,
that is a stunning backdrop.
This is clean.
Ace Jack suited. Boss makes it 5 to go, and unfortunately for him, Elton has picked up Ace King. Just moments ago, he 3-bet Elizabeth to 15,000 and found a fold to a 4-bet. Let's see how Boss reacts if it gets back around to him.
That's going to make Paul lean towards defending more. Although in the end, Ace Jack suited is Ace Jack suited, so he should be coming in regardless. Keep in mind, he did fold an Ace Jack offsuit before in early position when he was 3-bet, but suitedness has so much more playability.
Extra 10K invested. And the two men who have played so many massive cash game pots over the years against one another look up at Queen 7 Deuce.
This could get a little fun. I know they don't have much, and since it's just high card, but I could see Elton c-betting if it's on the smaller side, which it is 11K. Sorry, Paul could easily continue here in some manner. He's got backdoor nut diamonds. Ace high might be good. There are turn cards that he can navigate with. If he picks up a straight draw, it does make that check call.
To the turn we go. Not a card that should change anything about who was in the lead.
You know, Ace King actually bets the turn quite a lot on Queen High board textures like this. And the reasoning is because Ace King blocks a lot of the Queen X's that can call to 3-bet and check call again. He doesn't bet in this instance, but it wouldn't have surprised me if he did opt to bet.
5 on the river.
The way this hand is playing out, I kind of like it if Paul actually attacks here. He should expect a queen to bet the turn a lot. He does lose ace king. He does have a lot of queen X's in his range. There's not that many credible, obvious bluffs. So he can really get away with a bet here. I love this. 30 into 47.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people might be tempted to think, well, maybe Elton's messing around over here. He has broader than average range as a 3-better. He doesn't have any pairs. Let me just try to get the showdown. But just in case there is a pair out there or something like this, betting this 30,000 into 57 serves a lot of purpose.
Yeah, I really think this is a nice bet from Paul. Very difficult for Elton to call. He needs to give Paul credit to float hands like this.
Oh.
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, that's not what you want to hear if you're Elton. His boss says, I bluffed with the best hand, ace high, and that's the moment Elton knows, no, you didn't. You bluffed me off the best hand.
That massage, good luck. Run good is.
I can't even tell you
real.
how jealous I am as I see it
Elbow
coming
deep,
in
yeah.
with authority. Time for a refill. Brought to you by GG Poker.
Yeah.
And brought to you by some Run Bad as well.
GG Poker's rooting for people to refill.
Yeah.
I assume that means that someone's topped up.
I think it was Aaron Zhang.
Okay.
So, unclear.
Oh, mystery hand. I'm starting to like these. They give me a lot of curveballs though, but it's fun to watch.
ST with king, queen suited. 3-betting. These button opens can be all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, small blind versus button. King, queen suited in this spot is actually 3-betting for value, more so than a bluff. And they love to see it when they get called rather than 4-bet, of course. Now, whenever it comes like king or queen high, they just feel so confident in going for multi-streets.
Well, how about top pair and the king high flush draw? This is the whole wide world for ST.
Every piece possible. They are playing rather deep. 350K back right now.
Zhang gonna peel here. Pot grows to 104,000. 7 of spades is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting in the sense that the 7 is more in Aaron Zhang's range, but then it's also slightly positive in the sense that if your opponent's holding a jack, their outs are reduced, say jack 10 specifically. I don't really expect ST to bet turns too often just because he doesn't have that many 7Xs. And when you don't have that many 7Xs and you couple it with the fact that you're super deep, you don't want to keep betting in that sense. And you also get to induce bluffs that have very few outs. Now that Aaron Zhang's betting, I don't really put Zhang on a jack anymore. Now I expect it to be 7X or straight draws and flush draws, which there is plenty of.
ST's turn check was never really with any intention of doing anything other than finding his way to the river. And given the sizing from Aaron of 45,000, he plays it as a flat. Backdoor spades come in, even though he does improve to kings and queens. I'm not sure he loves this board texture now. 9-10, ace-10 are there. The backdoor flush, 7X is still a problem for us.
That's a great point. His hand improves, yet so many hands come in now. The only positive thing about King Queen is it beats King Jack. But like you said, spades come in, 10-9, ace-10. These hands actually call flop and bet turn.
Yeah.
He has to fear those hands. It's not going to be comfortable if Aaron bets.
So ST checking over and now facing the jam. Boy, this is really tough. I thought it was a jam. I'm seeing 80K.
I thought he
Forgive
said
me.
all in, but
I
maybe
heard that too.
He did say all in.
Okay, so I believe the top up,
the 200K is the top up, was the
isn't
refill.
active, right?
Correct. So he's jammed for 80. He's got
And that's an
200 back.
all in because we're seeing the 200K, but that's not
there.
involved in this hand because it was requested after the cards were dealt, I'm guessing.
I'm pretty sure you're right. So it's 80K into what, 190? 194? It's not that big of a jam then. I don't really see how ST could fold, but he might be thinking, what do I be?
Yeah, that's exactly the problem, isn't it? Busted hearts are where you want Aaron to be. You've got 2 hearts. That's a problem.
That is a big problem. I guess one of the questions that would come to mind for me if I'm ST is, will my opponent still value jam like a king jack right now? Hard to say, but if that's the case, then that makes you lean towards call a bit more.
You know, many, many years ago, I was introduced to an acronym called RBF. And if there's anybody at this table that is capable of a little bit of RBF, that man, Aaron Zhang, there is the one. And what does it stand for, Randy?
I don't know what it's. Tell me.
Random berserk factor.
Oh, Aaron's got that.
He's got that for sure. We've seen it throughout the years where it doesn't have to make any sense whatsoever. He's just decided to take it to the streets. You know, this could be ace 5. This could be, you know, just
yes.
He's done it.
I got you, man. This is why we give him the mystery cards, because it's very hard to figure out. And this is very unpleasant for ST right now.
You know what it does? It actually allows the viewers at home and even us here in the booth to appreciate how gnarly it is to play against Aaron Zhang.
Yeah. It's just, what would you do in this spot?
I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
It's crazy too at this price, 80, as you mentioned, into 194. It's not a bad price, but it's still $80,000 and a board texture where you're asking yourself, you know, I'm blocking the heart draws. A 7 beats me, 9-10, ace-10, backdoor spades.
My heart leans on close my eye call given the price, but I don't feel good about it. But he says fold. Oh my, Queen 7 actually got there.
Runner, full house for Zhang.
How sick of a fold is that, though, given the price? That's pretty world-class from
fold.
ST.
Big fold. As he spares himself $80,000. Gonna put a pin in the massage though. I think
yeah. You're out of there after that
yeah,
pot.
yeah, showers.
Anybody want this masseuse? Wow. That was a great hand.
That was a great hand. That was a great one for us to have had the mystery cards activated for sure.
Like, yeah, I really do think I would have just lent towards, man, the price is so good I call, but there's a reason why these guys are able to play these stakes. They really can tune in and know where they're at and not just look at their cards on the board, but really just time it well against the player and the action. And speaking of timing, this is interesting that Aaron Zhang has decided to snap smooth call ace king against Linus's open, creating a multi-way pot, 4 ways to be precise.
Queen 6-4, 2 diamonds. The ace king failing to improve. Still best.
Yeah, somehow no player has a pair on this board texture.
Front door diamond draw getting there. Boss picking up that flush draw along with a gutter.
Yeah, he's actually got the most interesting piece, and if he can just fire out a shell, he would take it down. Linus going to go to work with that gutter ball.
$7,000 the sizing, and boss just lets it go.
Yeah, the thing is, I think if he wants to continue with Jack 8 there, he should be betting rather than check calling. So once he checks, I'm happy that he just lays it down there.
Straight one round. Straight one round, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Let's go.
Straddle every round, anyways.
Yeah, you know, it's so funny. If I asked you to pick out the one guy that would be the person that got the straddle going, it would always be Elton.
Yes.
He loves playing 3-blind poker.
Just needed one other to agree. All right, fine.
Yeah.
We'll straddle one
Everyone
round.
just begrudgingly complies, and that does make the game considerably bigger, by the way.
It's massive.
1K, 2K, 4K, 2K Annie.
It's not
immediately. Aaron suited one gapper.
I mean, look at the stacks of these 3 players. We could see $1 million pot all of a sudden,
Yeah,
right?
You're right.
Look, the guy who asked for a round of straddle squeezes. Come on, this is just wrong.
Ace queen.
Yes.
Played out exactly as Elton planned it there.
That would just piss me off. Like,
I heard a story about a prop in Bobby's room over at Bellagio where, you know, one of the massive games for years was a 4,000, 8,000 mix game. And one of the games in the mix was Badoogie. And for those that don't know, Badoogie is a lowball game where you try to make 4 unique suits. And the nuts is 4, 3, 2, 1.
1 being ace, but go on.
Yeah, right. And Mike Gorodinsky, Gordo, as he's known, is in the game, as is Doyle Brunson. And the Badoogie plaque comes up. And Mike negotiates, not unlike how Elton negotiated the straddle just moments ago and then took that pot with a squeeze. He says, hey, guys, how about, 25K ahead or whatever? It was big, whatever it was, because it's so improbable. Anybody that can make number 1, that's the prop. So everyone's like, okay, yeah, fine. That hand, Mike makes number 1, which is an insane thing to do in that game, right? And everybody's paying off. And Doyle, rest in peace, is just holding the chip in his hand, and he's looking over at Gordo. And he's just not ready to give him the chip. Eventually, he pays it off, but he can't stop looking over. And apparently, later on down the line, he goes, "Look, man, I just want you to tell me how you did it." Because obviously nobody's that lucky. I always thought that was a cool exchange. Ace-10 offsuit in the hijack. Hands is 8-3. Too dusty to defend. By the way, this is just the second frame of 4 that we're going to be bringing you here today. 2 hours a clip. We've already got the straddle on. Now the only thing missing is like a 7 deuce prop or something crazy. Or somebody goes, "Hey guys, let's change it to short deck." I'm just saying, man.
I mean, like, this is already good action, my friend.
Oh, yeah. You know what would really make this a flammable affair is a little dash of Rui Cow.
I miss that guy.
I miss Rui too.
Yeah.
But he really, I mean,
he's got the RBF. But the thing is, his RBF mode can't actually shut off. It's broken. It's on intense mode all time.
It's like a binary gas pedal. There's no, you can't feather the throttle. It's just all or none. 2 clubs, 2 aces, and a 6. An all ST spot here. Aaron conceding after defending. Well, shout out to the thousands of you who are streaming us live on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. So pleased to have you with us here for our first ever cash game invitational from the Maestro Hotel Resort and Casino. Ali Najad and Randy Liu monitoring the chat now. Confess that I didn't have it open during the first frame, but now very much am trying to get caught up. See some of the usual suspects who are always supporting us. Cool. Those who are newer, if you haven't already done so, click that subscribe button, click the like button.
I do have one question for the chat. Do you guys like the cash game content? Do you want us to keep giving it to you? Because we need to hear it so we can let the people know.
By the way, whether or not you actually do, just please say yes, because I do. And like that would allow Randy too. And I to continue to do it, regardless of how you feel about it.
I mean,
but I you know what? I don't think anybody, certainly nobody that's tuning in,
they're like, "Oh man, this sucks." Yeah. No, of course not. They love it. And as much as I spend a lot of time with you throughout the year, Ali, I'm willing to come out another stop or two if we can get this content. I will tolerate your odd commentary here and there.
That was a very diplomatic way to describe, the amount of discomfort that I'm capable of creating for you and everyone, for that matter, here from this side of the booth. Instantly getting some feedback, by the way.
I see some hearts.
The likes of...
Is this the platform where they can actually give you the emoji hearts? I forget. YouTube?
Man, I don't know. You think I'm IT, the YouTube chat IT or something?
Okay, never mind.
Like Gen Z or something? I'm old, Randy.
What gen are we, by the way?
I feel like we're in that weird cutoff. Anyway.
It's after L, at least?
We're not boomers. Sometimes I feel like one. Elton, 9-6 suited, raise and take.
How do we know what we're talking about anymore? Oh, it is. I see the hearts floating up. What's YouTube?
Do I need to get a screen protector? Randy, don't look at my...
Okay,
Look, I'm not that guy on the airplane, that weird dude. You know what I'm talking about? You're like just trying to write an email, and all of a sudden you're like, "What are you looking at?"
Okay. I will mind my own business. Can you finish the salad next to your computer as
Don't
well?
do that.
It's
You didn't have
disturbing to
talk
look
about
at.
the salad. It's only 3 hours old. I'm sure. Sure, it'll be fine. Boss in the straddle here with 9-5. Miss Chen with the ace king, and Andy, big blind ace jack here. He'll stick around. Problems are self-evident for him. Queen 3 deuce, perhaps will extend some mercy to Andy. Elizabeth happy to see bet on texture such as this with the ace of clubs working.
For some reason, I don't feel like Andy is looking to check fold this flop with ace jack. He might feel like his hand is still often the best hand. It's a 10K bet into 29, but he is going to lay it down correctly. Nicely done.
Things going well for Elizabeth thus far.
Something's bugging me though. I got to get off my chest. Are we on a mirror at all? Because that Louis Vuitton shirt is reading odd to me.
Are you suggesting that she's wearing it inside out?
No. I mean, is our video mirrored? You know, like the selfie cam on your phone, or is that just printed that way?
That's a great question.
Well, but then look at Elton.
Well, there's your answer, because the Dior.
No, but who is mirrored between the two?
I tend to think that. Why the hell are we talking about this? And that's coming from me, by the way.
I don't know. Something about this coffee we got is making me say some odd things.
Hands. Raise and take. I know that a number of these players, especially as, they're going to be playing with one another quite a bit throughout the course of this week, I would imagine, are likely to come back and watch these streams, do a little bit of scouting report. And I'm speaking to them specifically in this moment when I say I'm sorry, because I know that maybe there are times where you wish that Randy and I were a little bit more focused on that pot you were playing instead of reverse printed Louis Vuitton shirts. But, this baby comes with a little bathwater.
Okay.
Sorry.
You open it.
I don't want to talk anymore.
No, Randy, I didn't say that because I love it, by the way, when you just got to be careful because I'll just careen off into space out here. Ace, queen, 7, 2 spades. Broadway gut shot for Elton. 5K sprinkle. Been a minute since we found a turn, it feels like.
Yeah, it's just been a lot of c-betting and not much to continue, but, not every hand of poker is a splashy one. You into the cranial massage? Because that's what's at view at the moment.
In fact, I've asked for a therapist to just squeeze my skull as hard as she possibly could.
Okay.
And so the answer is yes. And the answer is 3 bets.
I hope that one day they just squeeze it hard enough where it just explodes.
Thank you, Randy. Like a pimple on my neck.
Yeah.
4th queen was mucked as Aaron slathers an extra 13,000 over the top of this hands open. He'll stick around, bringing the pot to 41,000. Heads up. Jack 10-3, couple of diamonds here. Backdoor nut flush draw, 2 overs, and the Broadway gutty. Apologies, Randy.
No, it's all right. It could get fun here, right? Hands has got 2 overs. He's got that draw to the nuts, the king, backdoor diamonds, like you mentioned. Clearly would never check fold this flop.
22,000 from Zhang.
It feels like the path is check call for hands.
He agrees. Another 44 into the middle. Hands hunting a king. Ace would do the trick as well. 4 of clubs is deeply irrelevant.
I'm expecting Zhang to just continue to fire. His hand is an overpair. His opponent going to be defending with the Jack X. Yeah, and once he doesn't see the check raise on the flop as well, he's going to be extra comfortable. Problem for hands right now is that, sure, he's got a draw, but the thing is his opponent could even be bluffing with ace king, and ace queen wouldn't want to put more chips into that. So there we go, Aaron Zhang.
This is the part where Randy asks me.
Did you hear
if
the
he's
monkeys?
eligible.
Oh, sorry. Did you hear the monkeys though?
What monkeys?
In the music.
There actually were monkeys in the music?
So it is jungle music.
Okay.
I
It's not like the last time you brought that up. I poo-pooed the idea so hard that you feel this need to vindicate yourself. I agreed with you. It was.
Okay.
The apes put it over the top for sure. But
the Planet of the Apes, yeah.
Speaking of over the top, 6 has become 18 as Boss puts 5, 6 of spades to work. Those spades are smothered by Elizabeth, who on the button.
This is interesting.
Is flatting, yeah. Not really the kind of hand that typically would want to take 3 cold to the face, but on the button.
You know, luckily, most players don't have a cold 3 calling strategy. But when you think about it a little bit, Queen Jack suited, it's not so bad. But what the problem is, your range is capped, and ST is pouncing on that as he's 4-betting ace-9 suited to 65K, thinking that Chen rarely has a huge hand. Paul, known to have some 3-bet lights in his spot, and it looks strong too. This is quite a nice play, but look at this pot.
65,000. Boss hanging in there in the face of this 4-bet, deeply speculative combination. Elizabeth begrudgingly parts ways with the 18K, leaving ST alone with Paul, who disappointingly looks up at a King 10-9 board. And note that Ms. Chen would have flopped the nuts. By the way, the cold call from Paul obviously gives us a much nicer price with which to continue the speculative effort, but
yeah, you don't want to play Queen Jack 3 ways. It's obviously it hurts. You would have flopped it straight.
Yeah.
Regardless, the 4-bet from ST got that Queen Jack out of there. He does have the best hand for pair of 9s. The thing is, he's not excited about it. Like, oh, let's just get the chips in there. Because if he does, he's often in very bad shape.
Well, how weird is this spot? Boss reaching for chips over here. It was open raise from ST, 3-bet from Boss, flat from Elizabeth, the big 4-bet, which Boss then called. Here he is, heads up in position. ST not barreling at King 10-9.
And him not barreling is suspicious because on a king high board, especially with straight draws present, the queen or jack, you would expect ace king to always want to bet, especially with the stacks. And look at Paul.
Wow.
Gangsta bet there. 6 high. Damn.
Respect.
That was good.
I mean, granted, ST opened the door despite having flop bottom pair. I think he really convinced himself that that board smashed Boss's range in a way that left him with not a lot of hope. But as we can see, Boss not afraid to be in there with all parts of the deck.
That was a boss move.
That was a boss move.
That was just a really good read. Like, man, ST supposed to just c-bet here. So the fact that he doesn't means he's weak. So
That's what I'm saying. As a 4-better, that check feels very honest on the flop. And if, we can say with enough certainty that the check is honest, then all of a sudden we can just get after it. As Andy is, understandably, with aces to the tune of 5K, hands in a bad way with ace-10. And an even worse one here. This is a costly flop for the time being.
this is as bad as it gets.
Man. Look at Andy, just slips another 5K in there, looking to retain such a wide variety of hands. Oh, no.
Oh, did he just get there?
Another 10 on the turn. Aces have been showered.
Look at this board.
A boat on board now. Credit to Andy for pot control check back on the turn, recognizing fairly dry texture there. It could be 10x, 6x that defended from the big.
But the 6 is a bad card for Andy. Just in case his opponent is bluffing, trying to play the board, move your opponent off a track. He can never really fold to a bet.
30,000.
That's the thing. If this was 10s and 6s with a blank on the river, then maybe we think about it a little bit more. But in this spot in particular, you just got to keep them honest. Wow. Ace-10 beats aces. And obviously, that one does not go down smooth. But Andy being ahead, as much as he is, he can kind of absorb that beat.
You saw him just look at the board a little bit like,
You have no idea, buddy, is the thought that I always have in that spot. The thing is, generally, it's not a quiet muck. I take the aces, I show them to the guy, I throw them directly at him.
Yeah, you
No,
try to
I'm
hit
not.
their eyeballs. Is that what
Just,
you do?
yeah,
Like,
ninja stars.
You got the precision there. Okay. You sound like someone I don't want to have in my game. Oh,
Why?
no,
What's
the
it- what
fact
if I'm
that
a
you, no,
tilt monkey?
actually, you're about to, you said you lost a hand, which is probably standard for you. So I actually do want you in the game.
Wow.
With some
Yeah.
headphones, maybe. But then I wouldn't be
That's
invited to your
alright.
game, so I got to keep the headphones. It's a tricky situation to get you in the game. This is fun. 8 deuce versus the jack 9.
Well, it's a lot more fun for Chen than it is for Aaron.
It should be just enough interest for Aaron to continue, especially against the 5K bet. Bottom pair, backdoor spades can maybe turn his hand into bluff if necessary. Chen's going to feel pretty good about this straight. Question now is bet to value bet against 2 pair, a pair straight draw. Could also get counterfeited if another 9 drops. You don't want that to happen.
So having gotten there on the turn very comfortably, Elizabeth fires that 11 and takes it down. I can't believe you had me entertaining the idea that we had a mirror effect on our cameras.
Did you at least think of like
But like
it
all
might have
the
been-
other shirts,
like
it's
Mastermind
like,
is
right? But you think like 3 other shirts are printed backwards, Randy?
I thought you'd be entertained by that. Come on, I knew which way the shirts were. Just thought if
too
I can
tired
get
to
you. I
play
heard you're a
this
little
game.
tired, so I was like, how can I get you today?
Stop taking advantage of me. Pocket 8s for Andy up front.
Cat, how long more?
Hands. Flatting with Jack 10. ST will take the price from the big. King 3 suited. Turns into bottom pair on a 6-5 tray board. Andy with the over pair, and he plays it as a check.
Generally speaking, I don't mind him betting, but this board actually doesn't favor him from under the guns, so it makes sense that he's checking the majority of his range on this board texture to try to induce bluffs on the button, but also pot control a board where the button, has sets, of course, in range, but the big blind hits this board a lot too, and the big blind looks like it is going to fire out.
Yeah, and not firing out with the sense of anything other than this King 3 rates to be good as played.
Right, the King 3 often is good, and of course Andy's going to call 2 8s.
Make that 8s full. A beautiful river where Andy's just praying that ST has 5x.
Yeah.
Plus.
Yeah.
I think once ST checks the river after betting the turn, it's, I want to say, very close to 0. He's up against a 5. Andy's played his line quite unusual in a sense that it looks odd that all of a sudden he's betting 50k into 34. And that might convince ST that his opponent is just blasting away. The way Andy's playing it right now, it kind of looks like he's repping 5x or nothing. But then again, you got to remember, it's under the gun open, so 5x is not a big part.
Yeah. ST appropriately a believer, though, in the face of that 50k barrel. Andy can't ride the overbet to a payday.
No.
Paul's the only one with a black chair. Did you see that?
I only now noticed it. And I'm not even sure if that's on purpose or not, but I would love if it were. That is boss.
Figured you'd appreciate that.
Of course. I'm looking at our chairs, by the way. They're identical in here. And I may have to put a rider into my next contract about that. Ace 9.
So we're not equals, my friend.
No,
all right, I see how. No.
I just want the black chair.
Okay. They are black, in case you didn't notice. They just got some steel frame as well.
I want the only black chair.
Oh, pier. Oh, the only. give me the one with the cushions removed.
Top
while
pair
you're at it.
versus the under pair. Nobody betting.
Feels like Aaron should want to bet now with the arrival of the 10. Wants to charge Jack and Queen X coupled with a pair. Rarely is he up against a better kicker, as played with the check flop through.
Relatively uneventful, somewhat predictably, given the holdings. If I told you that on the day we were going to have $1 million pot played
today,
would you take the over or the under?
And it has to be exactly over $1 million. I think it might be a little tough. I feel like we're gonna get close to it.
Okay, so you're taking the under.
I would.
You
take
don't
the
think
under.
we'll hit $1 million pot?
No, just because not everyone is stacked that way.
Not yet.
Yeah, that's
And we've
true.
still
I
got
mean, ask me this
5
question
hours.
in a couple hours.
Right.
Like, all right, you know what? Let me change it.
I just feel like we're trending in that direction.
You know what? Did you know there's double straddle going on? Because that makes it more likely.
I asked the question without knowing that, by the way. And on the topic of not knowing things, we're back to mystery card action with Chen's straddle. A mystery to us. A straddle, by the way, that is pushing back on the double straddle. Elton, pocket threes, says, all right, let's take a peek.
This is a single raise pot with 53K in the middle already.
That is not the board that Elton had in mind. Ace, King, 10.
So Elizabeth Chen was the pre-flop raiser. With double straddle, this is the new small blind versus big blind, and gonna see bet 15,000. Elton doesn't have anything, but he's in there.
Won't be the first nor the last time that we say that, and the three of diamonds savagely rolls off on the turn. Oh my goodness.
That's just wrong.
Well, Elizabeth checking, and by the way, that doesn't mean that she doesn't have a piece of this board, by the way. It's texture and action, whereby some of the pot control is a favorable line for a good number of the combinations that Elizabeth has. Facing to 65,000 and doing so out of position.
It's got to be interesting to Chen that Elton is betting quite large in this confrontation that's double straddled, because this board is not supposed to hit Elton, like in terms of having really big hands. So she's gonna keep him honest for now.
Another 130 into the middle. Threes full of tens on the river for Elton. And I don't think he's all that worried about being up against a bigger boat as played.
I agree. I would expect two pair plus to fire the turn still a lot. I guess the big question for Elton is, can my opponent have a 10? If so, then I go for all. If not, maybe I size in a way to try to get some crying calls out of my opponent. That's 215K, practically pot.
Man, these pot-sized bets polarize us.
I'm never putting my opponent on pocket threes.
No, of course not. Why would you? That's why Elton plays it this way, though, because, you know, you just never have anyone thinking that's what they're up against.
So value range that I would perceive to be up against, right? Oh, whoa. Whoa. How is she all of a sudden check jamming?
Oh, look at Elton. He snap calls. And she's got quads. A 750,000 chip pot, is it?
It is.
Did we actually get that much in there? As we were talking about whether or not we'd get $1 million pot, we knock on the door. This is unbelievable because so many people would have let go of those threes on the flop. Instead,
he thought he got there.
Elton peels and the magic comes together for Elizabeth.
Thank you so much.
谢谢你。
Oh,
it's so crazy because it's polite and you want to believe that it's nice, but it's the biggest needle ever.
You can't not be a fan of her after that.
Oh no, are you kidding?
Needling Elton like that.
That's brutal.
That's
运气好。
a top up from Elton requested.
I mean,
三路你打多少？15,000。
what?
你说哪里？安排吗？15000。
15000。
他跟的。
对啊，4条，4条，
炸弹对俘虏啊，没办法，我还可以，没有赢了10万吧。
almost，
我在叫你杀。
Thank you so much.
No one else here would have the ability to do that to anyone. She does it so casually.
Oh. I mean, what do? Get angry at someone when they say that? Like, she means it. Actually, that's the thing. Oh man, apologies. Of course, I'm sure Elton is not particularly entertained by being on the receiving end of that. But he's taking it in stride, as you can see.
It's all good laughter over here.
330我没想到的，
30了，
但我觉得我有牌，对，我不觉得你在 bluff， 对。
24000，女生没有 prefer 是24000，没有是15000吧
，24000 prefer。
prefer 24000吗
？8000
24000啊，对，24000，
啊，直接 raise，
对
，raise，single raise，flop 是15000嘛，
对。
King Jack off.
I feel like I learned a new move here today. After I win the pot, I'm gonna say thank you to players.
Careful, Randy, because you don't enjoy some of the insulation in terms of, Elizabeth. She's a nice young woman, and you're a grizzled old poker veteran.
I might get punched in the face.
Yeah,
it's a little different. Got it.
It is a little bit.
Like, how would you feel if you got the
I mean,
after the number 1 in Badugi? Can you imagine if Gordo goes, "Thank you, everyone"?
Yeah, thank you so much.
妈的，还这个3出来。
Pocket 10's not performing nearly as well on this occasion on the King 9 deuce board, where hands is down to heads up, the back of the C bet with top pair. 5K each is how we arrive at this turn on the heels of the 5K open.
Contemplating a double barrel with his top pair.
15.
It's in 15. Elizabeth played her hand a little slow pre, flat and small.
出来了，3出来。
没想到是给美女的礼物。
To the river we go.
来要用女人来跟你打。
So Elizabeth keeping an eye on hands. I get the sense, even though she unblocked spades, that there was maybe a number that she would have called with these 2 10s on the river. Hands does not pursue value, though.
I don't fault hands for not tripling King Jack. You do kind of value own yourself a bit against like a King Queen.
Yeah.
And you don't expect that many King 10s to flatten small against early positions, so it makes sense.
Double straddle 对，怎么跑不了？
那是没办法，double straddle 的。
Shout out, by the way, to Profion in the chat. As I'm scrolling, it would appear that he read Elizabeth in that big pot against Elton as having pocket 10s before the hands were revealed.
That's a sick read. The mystery, it really is a mystery.
I mean,
I did not expect that. It looked like a are you gonna call or fold situation, not check jam and wake up with the literal nuts. She played it quite tricky, actually. She's also our biggest winner.
Didn't take long, by the way. She came in 2 hours delayed.
Up to win.
Not having been a part of the first frame. replacing Jozo.
Actually, free squid.
No squid here.
Huh?
Elton planting seeds perhaps out there. I heard the term squid
Yeah.
getting dropped. This is another one of those vehicles by which you can juice up the size of a game. I confess, I don't remember the exact terms. All I know is people can lose a lot of money in the squid game, which is a derivative of the stand-up game.
It's pretty much the same thing, but there's variations that they've been running on. Look, there's so many little fun games I like to play. Good news is that this version of Squid, if it ever comes up, is it's not like the Korean show where the results end in
Yeah, we're not murdering
you
people
having
out
to sit
here.
out for the rest of the game indefinitely.
The rest of time. Ace 5 suited.
30.
Elton's raise flatted by Linus, and perhaps that's in part the reasoning behind Hans's approach with ace jack off suit. 3-betting to 30, saying we'll stick around.
This game is heating up.
That it is. 68 in the middle now. 9-5 Trey. Elton finds the pair despite having been dominated pre.
Hands not opting to c-bet, especially with that ace of hearts. Checked through, but turns the jack. Now it's time to go for value with top pair, top kicker. And he bets this turn. He doesn't bet the turn, but I was going to say I wouldn't expect Elton to fold. This is very tricky from hands.
So he's made the best hand, but does not bother speaking up with it.
The queen is quite bad.
For the ace jack?
Yeah, in multiple ways. In the sense that, of course, now you lose to ace queen and king queen, but also because it's harder for you to get value against a hand like this. Ace 5, pocket pair lower than 9. He might still come in with combo block. Yeah, 35K. It's not that blocky, but still looking to try to get paid off. I guess Elton is thinking, why did you check flop and turn and now all of a sudden bet?
Yeah, yeah. He didn't want to chew on it too long. He just kind of had that initial thought, I think, that you touched on, and then decided, no, this doesn't add up for me. And that 35,000 is a price.
Yeah, I also feel like my read on the situation is Elton doesn't have that much history of hands, just given they don't live in similar parts of the country and play. Whereas if Hands has done a little bit of homework, then he'd have a little bit more data points on Elton, just given, the Triton broadcast, etc.
Yeah.
But you give Elton enough time playing against him, he really learns and adapts in the best way possible.
Jack 9 offsuit being employed here as a 3-bet in the straddle pot. And now Linus with a suited 1-gapper takes us to 38,000. The lug nuts are loose out there. I'm not sure the wheels are going to fall off those. Elton simply releases.
Yeah, you 86 that Jack 9 off. I kind of feel like Linus is itching to play some hands against everyone else.
Listen, Elton's itching to get himself involved in a big one as well. This game feels like a bit of a coiled snake at present. Looking to strike with another big pot, the largest of which cleared the $750,000 mark.
I'm starting to take your side of the over now.
I mean, the action we're seeing now, all of a sudden, and we're not even halfway home, Randy. This is going to be wild.
Yeah, we've got straddles going on. Look, these 4 players have just about $500,000 apiece. You know what? Yeah, maybe I do like the other side. Well, multiple players have over $500,000 actually.
Did Elton not just do this 1 second ago with the Jack 9 off?
Just in case, you know.
Is this deja vu?
Deja vu.
Hands with a couple of 7s, which turn in to an under pair and a gut shot straight flush draw versus top 2 pair here. No action on the flop.
Yeah, hands was got a coin flip on the flop. Still has 32% equity. I'm not sure how good he's going to feel because it's unclear whether his outs are clean.
Well, the 10 of clubs.
Oh,
well,
the
not
10
even the 10 of clubs. I mean, if you the queen of clubs is out there, it's not clean. But
am I chasing something to perhaps lose more?
Yeah, as pretty as that one is, it's not a hand that we're really performing well with from that point forward.
That's one where we want to call like a really small bet, but not near pot size.
One round. Okay, 1 round.
Looks like we're keeping the straddle on.
Well, Elizabeth looking to pad this win and showing us she understands the importance of not being ABC, makes it 11,000. Elton is really going hard at things now. Ace 10 offsuit, trying to isolate, making it 35,000. Unfortunately for him, Aaron wakes up on the button with AK. Four bet. Actually, I guess this qualifies as a 5 bet, but
I still call it a 4 bet personally.
yeah, I agree.
Huh?
The straddle turns into a blind, so in that regard,
yeah, let's not
Open
confuse
is
me,
really
buddy.
Just a 2 bet.
比你大比他小。
没错，我最小。我最小。
How's our chat doing, Ollie? They having fun?
Yeah, they're certainly enjoying it. And by the way, a lot of the responses that you were soliciting with regards to the preference for tournament or cash game coverage from here at Triton, everybody unilaterally coming in saying, give us more of this.
哦，那个很夸张哦。
那个。
比赛那个。
搞回来。
给你机会。
Getting in heaps of hands, seeing hyper creative lines, watching themes play out.
It's like friendly vibes too, right, throughout.
对啊，圈圈也有可能也。
Even if this is an invitational, nobody with a bad attitude is
They won't be
here.
But you know what? I like the first thing you said. Lots of hands because they're playing fast.
Yeah.
Just no, let's run out our time bank every street here.
No. Double straddle on.
Yeah, I think Elton's intentions now are to keep the game as big as possible and try to go even higher if possible. You know, 8K cold, blind.
哦 ，strader re-strader，哎呀，你们去吧，让你们去，再来，老朋友。
我说应该可以的，我说也应该是。
Look, I don't want to be out of position against the guy that's double straddling because now I've got to play these spots.
I mean, Elton's VPIP has gone up considerably. It hasn't really worked out for him.
报仇成功。
Nevertheless.
走平了吗？
Sorry, I mean 没关系，我去我可以叫艾瑞，我也给我一个 VIP， 他们比我肯定 VIP。
我昨天跟他们聊了，可以。以前 伦敦的都是全部赔，先盯那些好的先，50万哦。
Elton in the single straddle here. Andy getting after him from the button. And ace king pops up again, this time for Elizabeth.
Slightly noteworthy is that Andy is actually opening to 15K, which is a little bit larger.
I mean, granted, the presence of the straddle has something to do with that.
Sure.
But you're saying even
bigger in terms of sizing. It's close to 4x. And we're getting action here.
Oh, 55K. Heaps of extra cash required for Andy to look up at this 9-7-6 board where all he's got is backdoor diamonds, queen high, and the bad end of a gutter. But this is board texture that Elizabeth isn't in love with.
Yeah, and the thing is, having the bad end of the gutter is not so bad in this spot just because Elizabeth Chen 3-bet range doesn't contain that much 10x, so you can still kind of chase an 8x in case there was a small bet on the flop coupled with queen high over the board and the backdoor diamonds, as you mentioned. I like that he's taking a stab here because this board is him and he has that extra equity in case he gets cold.
It's like the cheap street with which to try to take down what's a healthy pot, but you know, when the pot is healthy, that proverbial cheap street is actually a little bit pricier than it would be under normal circumstances. 57,000, the sizing that Andy comes with, and he'll be delighted to not have to fight any further there as Elizabeth just check folding.
I like this Andy. He's just kind of calm and collected, but then really just attacks, and does his thing.
You know what's scary about you saying that? Is I promise you, it was the sentence that I was forming in my head the moment that you said it was, I like this guy. Having him at the table has been definitely a positive addition to the action. And we're back at the mystery card game here, brought to you by GG Poker. Linus, the hand that we're going to black out here. He's in the straddle. Hands with a couple of aces. Makes it 10 to go. Elton set mining with sixes.
So Linus with the straddle squeezes the 50K into hands. How good is this?
Well, we don't know, but for hands, it's delightful.
I wonder if Hands is thinking, can I ever slow play this? Do I let Elton in as well? Or I just 4-bet and hope Linus has got a big hand? He raised from the new under the gun, given it's a straddled pot.
Cool.
Slow playing it.
Yeah, he is. And by the way, Elton, I think he's very much in the mood to set mine, get lucky, play big pots.
They're also very deep, and he's closing the action, and he's got position. You're right.
Over 150 in the middle. Queen Jack 5 board. Hands with the overpair.
So I'm not sure what line is squeezed with, but Queen Jack 5 texture. I would actually expect queens to 4-bet him a lot, so he doesn't worry about that much. If he c-bets,
Oh.
Yeah.
What size does he come with here? 40,000, sub 1/3 pot.
So hands shouldn't ever be raising, I would think. Sure, it's a small bet, but he still has Elton behind. And to raise on Queen Jack 5 Rainbow is just very rare, as you don't really represent that many bluffs so much. It feels like calls the play.
不过他的品牌还都很多职员要过去。对对对。他是现在最有名就是那个年轻人，16岁那个亚马拉丁，应该有那个因为他西班牙就是也不一定这么顺。两个字旁。对。
Hands.
那个是威廉。
Flatting.
这两个字，好厉害哦，他字旁。
Elton?
No way.
No, you can't be raising sixes, can you? Okay. He had me scared for a second.
Listen, I might have bolted right out of the booth and into the sea.
Wow, that might be one of the worst cards for hands.
I mean, he blocks ace king.
Sure, but it's still there a little bit.
Blockers have gotten many a person in trouble throughout the years.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, if I'm Linus here, if I was bluffing, this is the turn card to continue to fire and fire once again on the river. Also, if Linus himself was holding like aces, kings, king, queen, ace, queen, they would want to slow down a lot on the turn.
But that's not what's happening as Linus actually speeds up. 75,000 now.
It's about a third pot.
I mean, the other thing is that hands, obviously, if he is beaten, he can find a king for the nuts.
Yes, for cleanouts.
The aces know he's going to be good. Maybe there's some king, X that would be out there, but the problem is aces beat those hands. You know, we're focusing on the stuff that we fall to at present, and as played, I suppose there is some pocket queens, pocket jacks for Linus.
Of course, it's very possible Linus can have queens, jacks, even like top two. King. Linus's bluffs tend to contain what, ace 5 suited, king 10, ace 10. I think these hands would bluff. Yeah. He can't fold just because aces is just too strong. Price is good, and he's got the cleanouts, like you say, to king. Oh, that's a great river card for hands, just in case he was up against queen jack. That squeezed.
Yeah, all of the Broadway combo 2 pairs fall now to our hand, but with 383,000 in the middle and 202 back.
I actually can't see a world where Linus doesn't jam this river, whether it's value or bluff. Like, if he's betting this turn, it's usually not just to let go.
Oh, he jams. And this has just gotten deeply uncomfortable for hands, Randy.
Yeah, it's not good. In terms of hands he beats, it's like I mentioned, king 10, ace 10, but he blocks a little bit of those bluffs. Queens and jacks is very, very worrisome hands he could be up against. Also, like the bluffs, ace 5, he's got 2 aces in hand. He blocks that a bit, right? Like, this is not good.
You're talking about the pre-flop bluffs with
Yeah.
the ace 5, because obviously we fall to ace 5 now.
Yeah, exactly. True. Disgusting.
What would you do, chat? As played, staring across the way at Linus Love, all in for over $200,000. And you've got aces and 5s. Sometimes we get in our own head a little bit too, Randy.
I've got
We
aces.
slow played it pre, maybe we didn't define our hand adequately. Not a critique, by the way, of hands, but just we could have potentially avoided this Merc or this line from Linus. You think he finds the call? I'm not asking whether or not you think it's good.
I understand. I think he does.
With a
But
5 is such a tempter.
I know, like that really.
But how much Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10 do we ever really think?
I don't think there's mini Jack 10. I think Queen Jack is a little
Specifically?
bit, but like, what if I'm up against kings? Is my opponent playing kings this way? That would be a disaster to fold against. I don't know. I don't think so, but
Isn't there really just 2 combinations of Queen Jack that would make sense, and that would be clubs and diamonds, specifically?
yeah,
Because offsuit variety doesn't feel like
I don't
it's...
think offsuit variety squeezes. You're right. Ace king, you got to worry about. I know, yes, he blocks that a little bit, but it still exists. Queens, jacks.
Well, as Hands works his way through this one, he's utilizing several time banks. That said, at the end of this second frame, we will refill those time banks. Oh, man.
It feels like he wants to pitch it.
Yeah, of course he wants to pitch it because the hand feels like a stone bluff catcher and nothing better, in spite of the fact that its ace is up.
No flush draw was ever present.
That's a great point.
It makes you want to fold more.
And he does lay it down, and look at this. Linus, gut shot on the turn. Not the type that we anticipated, but when ace-king is blocked, king 9 ends up being the one.
Close. There
Credit
we go,
to Hands
Linus.
for finding the fold.
Yeah. He didn't get married to his hand.
Hands said I used time banks. No, so you made the fold in 28 seconds flat. Don't worry.
Time freezes sometimes.
I'd much rather shred through every one of my time banks than 200 grand.
It's nice that he was able to find the fold despite slow playing it.
No, maybe he think about it for 3 days.
See it anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'm on tilt for 3 days though.
杨才伊刚推荐啥？
Ace 10 off suit for ST. Picks up Chen and Lolliger for the ride. 9-7-6. A couple of gut shot straight draws, both of which check to the dummy end of a gutter. Board pairing 7 on the turn. Chen's 5s. Still best.
This board is quite Linus's after a flop check through. He's got a lot of 7Xs he could represent. He even could be value betting a 9. He's got 2 overs and a gut shot, which is good for him in the sense that if he is up against a hand that calls, he's got a lot of outs. Fives is best right now, but there's a bet and a call in front of her. She lays it down.
Kind of get it.
I get it. Counterfeited anyways.
Yeah, double pairing 6 on the river, ace high. The best hand.
think Linus expects ST to raise a turn a decent bit with a 7.
Shut down. And a pickup for ST. Did Linus rebuy twice, Andy?
I believe so.
So he's in for 600, stuck just a tiny bit in
Yeah,
contrast to
that was a very
where
good
he
pot
found
from
himself
though.
earlier.
当你 straddle 了。
Good
Is
news is
Elton trying to get the straddle out of other people still? Nobody does it better, by the way.
yeah, he's
Literally
a
nobody.
professional straddler.
Professional straddle solicitor.
Yes. You know, like those club people that have the pamphlets that's trying to promote.
What kind of club we talking about? In Vegas? Because
Yeah.
there's a lot of pamphlets
okay,
out there,
okay.
Randy.
Got it.
Andy. King 10 off. Gets after the straddle of Aaron. Elizabeth flats with ace-8 suited. Elton with the suited king does the same. His clubs are smothered by hands.
It felt like Hands was raising for re-raising chips for a second when he took off those whites.
Aaron's hand just too dusty.
没资格抢这个牌。
Even at that price, he would have had himself second pair on this Queen Jack 8 board where a couple of straight draws have come together.
Yeah, this is a fun one. Andy open-ended, Hands double gutted. Lots of interference between those two. Chen bottom pair. Making the correct call.
Gives us some optionality in terms of being able to activate.
Picked up equities now for Elizabeth Chen, bottom pair. Taking up, what, the backdoor nut flush draw. And rarely does she actually think she has the best hand in the spot, but she does when there is a bet and a call in multiple spots on the flop. It's pretty tempting to take the free card here, expecting someone to usually have at least a queen, but if you do fire, you can really put a lot of heat against the queen. Does check it, and the 10. Wow, ace 10 is actually the best hand here.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like a pipping. And in spite of both the queen and the jack being out there, Hands has no clue, of course, that his hand is best now.
He doesn't think it's best, but it's also difficult to bet here. Although he can represent a 9, very plausible. Queen 9, that check called the flop would make sense.
Against one person, it's so much easier, but against two.
I don't think a 9 is a big part of Andy and Elizabeth Chen's range, though, as
65.
played. This is pretty cool.
65K and like a hot knife through butter.
Bluffing with the best hand, but he doesn't know it.
Cuts through the field and collects that one. I gotta say the wheels got greased pretty hard during the first break.
They put a lot of grease on those
It's
wheels.
just, I mean, what do you think it is? Like just the addition of Elizabeth Chen in lieu of Zhou and then shuffling up the seats have that profound an impact on the action?
Yeah, some people getting a little stuck, of course,
Sure.
right? I think a big one is just his 2 words, Elton saying. You know, he brings in action. He brings in straddles. Yeah, you know, like these guys are, and women are just willing to play big pots whenever necessary.
Middle set here for ST. He defended against Andy's open. Somewhat ambitious 9,000 here. Third pot. Follow through on the pre-flop raise out of the ace queen suited.
ST looking to build a pot. Going to be hard to get more action from ace queen with no diamond on the flop.
Check raise to 34 dimes, making quick work of nut no pair.
佢都話我唔使講，點解佢都話？啊？
我要么就是 all in，要么就是了。
侬 all in 我学不懂 ，all in 没有中，真的，侬这位是看我牌啊？
不要中当分应该是 all
in。all in 就没有中，侬真的上了，真的上脱了。真的，俘虏了一，
对呢？
因为是看不到牌，侬知啦？等我猜出来，我会俘虏是动画。
Pretty one awaiting Andy。
佢去咗 week 2，之後佢唔係翻嚟啦咩？即刻。
哦，佢呢個 note 過嚟。
係 Mykonos 先係。
Equally pretty one in heart form for Elizabeth. Responsible for the raise to 11. Elton a flat caller with ace-10 off.
Dominating both of these pretty hands.
Ace, queen, deuce. How about this for Chen? She was the party starter here. Has a gut shot and a jack high heart draw. Follows through. Elton with top pair now.
Feels like she's going to get called in two spots, actually.
Yeah.
Andy's got a draw to the same straight, but has backdoor diamonds working.
He improves to a two-way straight draw.
And Elizabeth as well. When you get called in two spots, though, it does feel like you are up against an ace a lot, but that doesn't really matter. If you fire big enough, you can really shake out the weaker aces.
45,000 now.
It does look strong when she bets twice here. Elton not going away. Andy, open-ended. Some of his outs do bring in the flush. We'll make the call closing it.
This one's grown considerably to over 200K. And that doesn't rate to be the most exciting of rivers. Both of these jack 10s are just now jack high.
If she can fire one more, that would be insanely strong, but she doesn't.
It did feel like it was an available line given the way Elton had approached things to this point.
I think it's much easier to bet into one opponent than two.
Yeah, that's just an objective fact. Sometimes, though, Randy, we're able to leverage the presence of a second opponent in a pot to make our range look stronger.
Agree.
Elton, pleased to be trending in the right direction.
哎呀，这个老姐姐，老姐姐，我想我一直形容到银行，他都记不到了。我们到晚点才来到，所以195到85，85。You win. I like to hear that.
Who doesn't?
I miss Root Cow.
You
win when you call. You win.
Elton hasn't been hearing enough of it on the session, but spirit's not dampened, as he too, like you and I earlier, misses Rui Cow. Not sure where Rui is, by the way. We are sure, though, that Boss is in love with two kings in the straddle. Has a couple of suited sevens, advantage hands, that which he's surrounded by.
45.
Could see Paul getting some action from Andy. A7 suited, not so strong of a hand. He did raise from the cutoff, which gets picked on a little bit more.
He does eventually find the muck, as does Andy. Boss will take it, but he had higher hopes. Double straddle from Elton.
And I've seen this situation before.
We play with it tight.
Books a date with Elizabeth.
Last time he did this, he had 10-5 suited.
哇，刚才那把这样刚哦，2个 pocket pair 全部 full 了。
He's really been juicing pots hard in this frame.
这周大一个中都是谁这盲注。
Elizabeth Chen, she's had enough. Wow.
We're in the streets here, Randy. This is 8-3 suited for 85 dimes.
Yes, and that is a call.
Just your garden variety $175,000 no limit hold'em pot. Top pair and the nut flush draw, bottom pair and backdoor diamonds.
And this is not a bad flop for Chen.
No, it really isn't, because if Elton doesn't have a jack, the rest of this board, we don't imagine, would have stuck around for the 85 pre. Sure, some of the heart combos, but a 40K C bet.
I like this call from Elton. He's got so much as board. Maybe Chen can catch up and he makes a flush.
6 on the turn, and boy, it is very unsettling to be out of position in this ever-increasing pot that's now grown to over $250,000 for Elizabeth Chen. Credit to her for getting after it. Unfortunately, this was one of those occasions on which that finger wag out of Elton in the straddle was attached to real kit, and she's going hard here. Another 80.
She's not done, and I feel like there's a lot of intention to bet the river, possibly.
The speed with which piles of cash are entering this particular pot is blistering. This is like limit poker pace. 415,000 in there now. A 4-liner on the river. There's not supposed to be a whole lot of 5x involved in this one.
Elton wondering, can he value bet ace jack?
So Chen did indeed check this.
Elton's wondering, is this ever an overpair that's just a little bit worried with the 4-liner out there?
You remember, this is the young lady that checked the river and then jammed on him when he had 3s full of 10s and she had quad 10s. So the check raise river is within her.
Yeah, she's got slow plays for sure, and that's definitely crossing his mind.
Boy, he wants so badly not to leave meat on the bone, but there's over 400 in there. All we got to do is check and then be assured that we don't end up in a very awkward spot here. Still deep, by the way. 336 effective.
Yeah, there's a lot behind. Wow, he finds a value bet.
This is... Look, I know it's top pair, top kicker, but the 4-liner out there as well. Imagine if Elizabeth, for another 136, I think Elton is just going to be like, show me at that price, but maybe I'm out of line.
I don't think Chen's ever looking to check jam this. She's thinking about calling or folding right now. It's not unreasonable that she can actually find hand she beats. It is possible Elton's got busted hearts right now.
You know what's wild? And as we see, he does actually have busted hearts. The other thing is, Chen doesn't feel like Elton's supposed to be pursuing value with a naked jack.
100% you're right about that, especially like a lower jack than this. Even an ace jack was hesitant to bet.
So if we remove the jack from our perceived range for Elton, and we think he's not supposed to be out there with 5x as played, this 8-3 starts to really weigh on us as a proper candidate for a bluff catch.
Yeah, it really does feel like a 5x or nothing right now. And like you said, not that many 5x's in the range that probably raise pre and call 85K as well, right? I could see her making the call here, actually.
You know, and in a vacuum, you just look up at your screen and you didn't catch anything that took place before. You might be thinking, what on earth is going on? But as you unpack many of the attributes and the context, no less, you start to really sympathize with why it is that Elizabeth is chewing so hard on a pair of threes here in a $615,000 pot.
What牌？
S 加一个大吗？
不懂，很大的牌哦。S check 是很大的牌。
Curious as to whether or not Elizabeth's decision is being influenced at all by that exchange.
Yeah, hoping to get some extra information if possible.
Short.
哦 ，OK fine，
Good call, good call.
Good for 吗？
你看
So Elizabeth does eventually find the muck. Time bank markers.
我
拿一个圈红心，就是猜你没有投资。
有没有投你啊？没有投你啊，那很友好，还给你看牌。
Randy, the way this game is shaping up, at some point, this is just insanity.
This
unfolding.
is just halfway through day one of 7 days of nonstop high stakes Triton cash game.
Bro, that was an over $600,000 pot, and somebody had 8-3 suited.
Yeah, and it wasn't at the blackjack table. You know what I mean? Like,
right. And by the
8-3.
way, you know what was crazy about it is the more that we sat there and we unpacked that river spot for Elizabeth,
10 minutes? 45.
the fact that she really was thinking through it. I know she found the fold, and she was correct, by the way. But you really start to realize, like, she's gangster. She's nasty out there.
She is. She's definitely got game. As do everyone else at the table. This is going to be good, man.
Ace queen suited here. Oliger in the straddle. Ace 5 suited.
Action's
Always a
fire,
candidate.
man.
This is craziness. I mean, at least this one adds up in terms of kind of, we could see the
more
tea leaves.
normal
here.
hands.
Right. Let's see 3. Extra 24,000 invested. 77 in the middle, but no club, no ace, no queen for Hands, who checks it over to the nut flush draw at the development for the pre-flop 3-better.
Yeah, great board for Andy.
咩回事啊？你是你單把鬼進攞叉，這種鬼進我肯定沒打啊。
嗯
，ace
沒有。
4天後你就知道了。
啊
？4天後你就知道了。
鬼進和公民，
我不太好
Bet
意
and
思
take it.
有沒有變形？沒有。
對。
其他地方當完，我這點紅色就沒意思。他只是四底當，不是四底，他就
AP。
都公民啊！
还有个小鸡，
中了，
后面做个2个人。
对呀，不然我想那么久。
对呀，
没中我就直接丢了嘛。
中也等同时对吗？
最后一张来什么？2是吧？
嗯。King Queen now on the button.
12.
Miss Chen goes upstairs.
There's something going on between Sang and Chen. They are just really going at each other. Queen 10 off now.
It almost feels as though Elton is targeting Elizabeth in a manner that suggests that he thinks that she's maybe an easy spot. But as we very much figured out in that last exchange,
no, she's
careful
not.
What you wish for. This is not a seat to be picked on at all. And in fact, Elizabeth is dominating this Queen 10 on a Jack 9-5 board, though, with the betting lead.
This is a fun one.
Open-ended. 108 in the middle, and here we go. Half pot C-bet.
Chen's got 2 overs, gut shot position. This is inflated given the straddle. So making the call in position. This is a big turn incoming. 208 in the middle. King on the turn. Disaster for Chen.
Presto for Elton. The absolute perfect card for this spot, giving him the nuts and her top pair with a draw to a chop.
I love this small bet from Elton. Trying to get crying calls out of like a queen jack, jack 10. Of course, the king would go nowhere as well.
Did you ever think that you would sit in a booth and describe a $75,000 turn bet as small at some point in your commentating career? I understand in relation to the pot. It's apropos. And Elizabeth jams a snapper from Elton, and she realizes the streets are dire for her. She draws to a chop and a chop alone with 110 busy already. I didn't hear any negotiation of running it twice, and so this single 3 of spades. Will polish off the entirety of Elizabeth's stack. She asks for another 200K.
Man, that was just so swingy.
Moments ago, we were talking about how she was one of the
750 or
biggest
so.
winners in the game.
Yeah, she was up like 500 or so.
我觉得我 open 他3-5。
我不给你死加州了，我感觉死加州全都到他那里去。
抓一个了，快点了！
吃饭了，全都到你这里吃。
By the way, Elton was buried.
He was no longer.
Now he's printing.
He took all of her chips in those 2 hands.
I'll tell you what, we're coming up on a break. And if I had to guess, Elizabeth would love nothing more than to draw to the left of Elton and try to repay some favors.
Yeah, Elton really using that position to pounce on her.
Okay. Race.
But let's just go back to work. 3-bet. Reload. Elton's got ace jack. I mean, does he 4-bet here or call? Or? I don't think he's
look
folding.
At me, Randy.
He's not folding. He's not folding, right? There's no chance.
No, he's steamrolling. He's on a pure rush right now.
Yeah.
Look at this. He's 4-betting. And yeah, boss suggesting that if you two want to go this hard at one another, go play heads up. Caught in the crossfire.
Heads up at a 4-ring table.
He says goodbye to the 5K and a little chunk of that freshly purchased top up there. Pass to the left.
After dinner, we play 2 hours, 2 hours. Okay. Too late. Very tired. Jet lag. Then after TV stop, people can continue as they like. Yeah.
So, boss.
Last hand.
Calling the shots here as Kate lets the crew know that this will be the last hand before they take a dinner break.
I don't want this to end, Ollie.
It's not going to end.
I know, but
it's just going to pause.
I can't wait.
This is...
Come on, give us more action here.
你上去我
Well, ST.
Thank you, ST.
Says, all right. Dominated by Linus's King 10 on the button. This one doesn't rate to be too interesting from this point forward.
Yeah, if Linus can just sprinkle some chips in there, he'll just take this down right now, which he does. 8K.
Don't do that, Randy. I'm telling you, I've been burned too many times. Where we prophesize, we go, if he just sprinkles, C-bet, he'll take it, and da-da-da. Then all of a sudden, it's a 9-bet flop spot. Well, we're going to need this dinner break collectively. I'm sure those of you at home want to see this train keep on steaming, and it will. But in about a half an hour's time, as we all need to collect ourselves, a massive pendulum swing whereby Elton Sang took every last one of Elizabeth Chen's chips, leaving her in the red along with 4 others. And welcome back to the second half of our first day of a full week's worth of this cash game invitational, our first ever here at the Triton Poker Series, live from Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Alina Jad and Randy Liu back at the helm, but there's your real stars. Deck has been shuffled once more for a new seating order. Give you another look at these chip counts. It's been a more fruitful day for some than others, Randy.
Yeah, Andy Nee has been playing extremely well. Elton Sang having a big exchange with Elizabeth Chen the last 2 hands before we went on that break, and he was the benefactor, up $304,000. Chen, on the other hand, down $356,000.
Yeah, they were stacking each other.
1, 2, 3.
Yep.
She was seated to the direct right of Elton. And now they find themselves broken up as a straddle stays on. Hands is going to peek down at ace-king when it...
The straddles ended working out well.
Yeah.
It
was a slippery slope there, but...
not over. No.
10?
We're just in the midst.
Bosses performing quite poorly against this ace king, which is 3-betting.
4.5x. Yo, too expensive. Do it.
Price is wrong.
Yeah, seems like obviously ace king 3-betting is standard, but from their point of view, it's like, yeah, okay, we're gonna continue to action.
Make it one round.
Okay. Mandatory straddle on.
刚刚那边瘦了很多啊，是吗？哎，我没看到他，在哪里啊？在换衣服。
他神经病，一直在推特，他要做一些什么，人家欠钱没还的全部报给他，他这种人的妈的逼
啊，他也有点神经质。
嗯，
他很乖的一个人，好几个。
他前3天发信息给我，然后我回答。
So given the mandatory straddle, we're gonna play 1K, 2K, 4K at the moment.
然后是中了3天。
It might seem like an innocent wrinkle, but it really does juice the game up to a far bigger limit than that which we had on tap.
活在自己的世界里面。
对。啊，谢谢谢谢。
Well, let's see with dinner behind them
哦，
一起去了这一次。
whether or not the crew
跟我去。
is going to be experiencing food coma or on the hunt for some dessert in the form of one another's stacks.
Usually it's food coma, but these seem like they've all got a little sweet tooth on them right now.
Yeah, for sure. Andy Nee having himself a good outing. Still early, of course. 2 frames of play left, 2 hours apiece. Takes it to 11,000. ST defending. And flopping top pair. More than we can say for king high, which has it checked over.
Let's check it back. 9 of spades on the turn. Overcards the top pair, but I don't think ST will be too worried about the 9 because a lot of hands that hold a 9 would actually bet the flop, such as 8-9 or some kind of numbers that has backdoor straight draws. So no fear as he bets 17K and wins it.
Oh yeah. Come on.
You still want to take the under on $1 million pot today?
No, I don't. Like, you know, if I had that bet, I'd be buying out immediately.
Right.
Speaking of million, Elton's now sitting on a $1.3 million stack. Those aren't tournament chips.
Easy money.
I don't know if any of the money that seems so tantalizingly available for the taking here in this game could be characterized accurately as, quote, easy.
You have to work for it if you want to win chips.
And you really got to make adjustments, you know, these sorts of lineups in particular, and you and I were talking about it during the dinner break ourselves, Randy. You got to custom tailor your game in ways in which, you know, out there playing just gen pop, you would never approach things.
It's a very different dynamic, and the collection of players they found to play this invitational really creates a lot of interesting spots. And Linus Lolliger is the hot seat pro at this table, but you know, it hasn't really been that smooth for him as he plays against
Aaron, have you been to
these players.
No, not recently. And you?
Yeah.
Largely a
It's a $1
spectator
million game.
Oh yeah.
on the session.
The game was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was nice.
Peter go win a lot.
You know
Peter
him?
谁来的？那么厉害的？
对，赢500多万，我靠，
Yeah, Peter won like 5 million, I think.
He's a U.S. citizen.
That I don't know. But
他不是中国人呀，中国人，
中国人去那边了？
对，去那边，
他拿绿卡还是什么？
没有，就是中国护照应该是。哦，我不确定，但应该是的，因为他平时住在上海的。
Tens for Andy, and hands is going to come in for sure.
Yeah, a little suited connector. These are the kinds of hands that help earn us very big
他那个
pots.
狂中牌哦，这中牌真的运气很好。
Does he come to Triton sometimes, Peter?
The last time we were in Jeju in March, he said he wanted to play, but then he ended up playing the Squid game, not Triton game.
就跟以前也是
after 2 days he left.
就普通就1分。
Suited one gapper for Aaron, who hopped in here. Nothing to speak of. Andy continues telling his story. The 2 tens barreling with the ace and the jack out there. Bottom pair for hands decides no club, no further involvement.
It's not an easy C bet to make, and you're really happy to just take that one down on the flop.
A couple of occasions, not all of them in this frame, but we've observed, Randy, people not necessarily peeling in spots where you might think in position, you just want to get to a turn and see what's what, whether or not you improve. Maybe you're given an opportunity in the face of a check and a lack of a second barrel to fire something and win the pot. People just choosing to step aside,
The thing
and
is
look for better
also-
spots.
Yeah, they are choosing accordingly, and in that one specifically is when someone c-bets into 2 opponents, then chasing or seeing what's up is not as enticing.
Yeah, especially if you still have one player left to act behind you.
Right.
不开牌就没了是吗？
Meanwhile, red jacks and pocket fours. 5 a man.
She only straddles if Elton can double straddle.
Talking about Elizabeth Chen. King 10 6. Andy again. C bet and take. This time only 1 overcard to deal with.
Chips. Elizabeth, ease up. 200, Kelvin.
Looks like another top up for Miss Chen. Pretty incredible. We're talking about an almost $750,000 million swing at this point for her.
She
Is that right?
she had 750 at one point.
On 1 bullet, right?
On 1 bullet, that's right.
And then now she's on bullet 3, but still has a little bit in front of her.
Yes.
But so maybe we're talking about a $1 million swing.
I mean, it's at least 750. I'll say that. But she's got fight. She's topping up against this crew for now.
Well,
though.
you're looking around at all of these big stacks and you're thinking to yourself,
Yeah, I don't want to be the guy,
yeah,
the one playing 200K. Plus, if there's a lot of straddles going on, it kind of does make sense to top up a bit.
well, yeah, because otherwise you find yourself playing too short and maybe not able to manipulate in the way that you need to be able to.
Yeah, especially what you might be used to when you're playing a cash game background. You gotta obviously a lot of stack to play for.
Well, you don't got a call with ace jack, says ST, in the face of the re-raise from Aaron's pocket nines.
Okay.
Man, it really puts into perspective just how big this game is.
Yeah.
When 8 chips is all you get for 200,000. I mean, I get it, 25K chips, but
I want them all in 1K.
I
Right?
want them, yeah,
Please.
1s and 5s,
Yeah.
right?
That's 5.
Here's your 8 chips, man. You're like, I have a nub. Like, what's going on? I want lowest denominations so I can always feel like I'm playing with heaps. Meanwhile, playing with king 10 suited hands. Raises, once again, pocket fours. A flat pre, this time for ST. Boss, king jack offsuit. He and Andy. Along for the ride. Four-way affair, monotone ace, king, 7 board. The only flush draw belongs to Pua. Second pair, and now trip kings with a better kicker than hands, who rates to lose some chips.
10.
Yeah, quite a rough one for hands.
10 into 23 for the time being.
I actually don't imagine Paul will raise the turn too often. So bet and call in front of Andy. Nice laydown with the ace.
Yeah, really not a good spot for him.
That's a great river card for Paul because he can just get more value from this king 10. Another spade would have killed his action.
Size-wise, what do you favor?
If I'm hands, I'm thinking, look, I got to get called by a worse hand, and that's going to be an ace. So 20K, less than half.
King queen.
Oh, I don't think you're making that statement to raise, so it looks like he'll be calling.
Kicker problem.
King 10.
That is exactly what Paul wanted to hear as he made the call.
开出来很漂亮，第4张也对你加强。
我以为他 king queen 啊，他肯定是有 king 的嘛，那么多人4个人。
哦，对。
啊，对，
有点东西啊。
第2家打出来嘛，
对，有点东西。
I understand none of that exchange, but I take it that Boss is walking Aaron through his rationale for why he thought King Queen might have been.
Yeah, it's basically he was
Across the
pointing
way?
out there was four ways to the flop, you know, and King Queen was his biggest fear. And, you know, there is a little bit of flop flushes too, so it makes sense that he plays that one slow. I think if he had King Queen himself, he would lean towards raising against the half pot bet. Ace 10, ace 10. I get this vibe that Zhang's not going to fold here.
I got to tell you, that wasn't the most hot take you've
yeah.
ever had there.
Sorry.
Deuce 3, 4. They both got wheel draws.
Thanks, buddy. You're really looking out for me.
The
I
way
thought
you-
we were a
The
team.
way you said it, I was like, well, no kidding.
Yeah, it's like aces versus king. I think they're gonna put in some raises at some point. So check through on the flop.
Second check out of Zhang on the turn, which is dry.
The way this hand is playing out, it often just go check check.
这个老
哎嗨
我们打那个本来5万块，我要是这样啊，3倍啊，是一样
On their backs they go.
5万，他还是本来就有时候买，有时候不买，后面他就又买了，然后就10万块
Chop it up.
很多，最后就改10万，最后
我也输给他很多了，已经，就在济州岛，香港也输过一次。
All right, so these two still going to get involved despite seat change. We got a third to the party, Lolliger.
I got to be honest. I feel as though, even though it shouldn't be personal, Elizabeth would love to get her pound of flesh back from Elton in particular, who has the best spade draw on this monotone board where Elizabeth has flopped top 2.
She's definitely going to get some chips out of Elton. This
Not
board.
Linus. He's out of there. Broadway got shot as well. Elton calls the 8,000. Blank turn.
Good spot for Elizabeth to just continuing to value bet against the lone spade. $20 to $37, so north of half pot. Kind of with the price Elton's got, it's just enough to continue.
That he does, but does not improve on this 6 of clubs river.
Pretty nice run out for Elizabeth Chen to not see another spade or some kind of connection to the board that would make a straight. As played, oftentimes she is up against a one pair hand, weak king, jack X, maybe queens.
$35K, the number she dials up for value.
There's not many hands Elton beats in this spot. The main hand he want to picks off is what, queen 10, but holding a 10 is not good.
So he does lay down, and that's a sight we didn't see a whole lot of over the better part of the last frame before the dinner break, where Elizabeth's chips head back towards her when they're put into the middle, and with her former chips that are on loan to Elton in large supply.
She got some of it back.
Yeah.
Oh,
the journey
shadow.
of 1,000 miles, Randy, begins with a single step.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Between these two, it's not 1,000 miles. Last time I've checked.
No, but she's stuck enough for it to feel like 1,000 miles.
How many times do you have to go around the table to walk 1,000 miles?
Right.
Seems like a lot of ace 10s lately.
Well, Elizabeth is going to work hers as a 3-bet here. After boss made it 10 to go.
King Jack offsuit is it's not that good out of position.
You would rather have cards that don't interfere with the dominating range of the 3-better in these no limit cash game streets because you have better clarity.
Yeah, you have clarity when you're not suited. If you're suited, you kind of prefer having the King Jack there.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
When you're offsuit, now you're just playing a spot where I know I'm possibly dominated, reverse implied odds, and it doesn't have much playability in the out of position, of course, which is not good. You don't get to realize as much equity.
Ace King for Aaron. Uh-oh. 11 is going to turn into a little bit more than that, potentially. No, hand's going to play it as a flat. I think the idea here, Randy, in part, is that oftentimes when we flat, we attract 3-betters behind us, and then maybe we can play it as a 4-bet.
Right. This is a very 3-bet happy table as well.
Right. 9-5 deuce rainbow. This is not what Aaron had in mind, but it's also perhaps not what he thinks is lurking in Hans' range. As a flat pre, so he'll ask a question for 12,000. This is playing out exactly as Hans would have hoped.
There's a chance Hans even raises this flop, given how kind of underplayed his hand. Calling, of course, would make sense. I don't know why. I just get this inkling he wants to raise.
25.
That's an interesting sizing. It's practically min.
And I don't know if interesting is the feeling that Aaron has about it. Confusing, perhaps.
Confusing indeed. Aaron's probably thinking, why are you raising on this flop and so small?
Yeah. So he'll just make the call. Doesn't find the ace or the king, which would have left hands behind. Instead, it's a 10. Aaron checks again.
I mean, if you slow played his pre and you raise his flop, you're not going to slow down on the 10 of spades.
You're also not going to get any more action after announcing 50K, understandably. So hands. Takes that one down and shows us he can play the trappy game.
They actually all have a real trappy game from what I've seen.
I mean, not exclusively, you know what I mean? But they all have that gear, and that's actually a huge asset.
It's very important in deep stack poker because if someone can define your hand based on the action, then they can really make a strategy that puts you in a world of hurt, right? So if they can always fear a little bit that you can wake up with something, they can't just go, well, you check, therefore I put you all in or whatever. You can never have it.
Little suited connector. Put to work by Aaron. Linus suited one gapper.
Doesn't Elton want to just get involved? You know, it does. There's a 3-bet in front of him, but like he's like, oh, I can play $1 million pot. I mean, let's come in.
And when you're up as much as he is, this 18K doesn't really feel like as big an ask.
It's like, oh, invest 18 and get 500 back, possibly. Let's try, but maybe let's just 4-bet it instead.
Oh man.
Elton has really come to play. I mean, he always does, but today is really something. This is tricky. Queen 10 suited.
I mean, 42,000 more is a big ask. And Linus just lets it go.
打错了，打错了。
I mean, usually you say when like you don't get action with like aces or kings, right? Well, yeah, but it's okay to say it when you didn't have aces or kings and make them think you did. I feel as though Elton has just grown more dangerous and stronger the deeper his stack has gotten, Randy. And forgive the obvious, because perhaps that's something that we would say about just anybody, but I think more so with certain personalities and characters out here in this field than with others. It's exaggerated with him.
Yes, I
Amplified.
actually extremely agree with you on that note. Elton is, like I said, plays cash games for a very long time, and these cash games aren't short stacked.
No, I think he really loves the deeper stack stuff. That's why he loves getting the straddle on. You know, all of a sudden, extra buy-ins are coming in. People are trying to cover other people. People are getting stacked. They're getting a little bit steamy, and that plays right into his style.
Mm-hmm. And you got to keep in mind, like when he came to the table, at the beginning, everyone bought him for 200. He came straight in with 500. He's like making a statement right away.
Randy, take a peek at what's just happened here. Elton, top pair, king of diamonds working against Elizabeth's nuts.
Yeah, you know, Elizabeth Chen, she remembered what Elton did to her. I think it's time to get some chips back. And I think she's going to come in with a check raise. It's a very drawy board, and she can really represent bluffs and just get paid off. these two will always find a way to play a pot with each other.
Like quarreling siblings, they just can't be kept apart. Now the ace of diamonds on the turn. How about that for Elton?
That's great for him. It gives him lots of equity.
Yeah.
And also good for him because Chen is going to feel not so good about the ace of diamonds, right? King Jack got there. Diamonds. She plays it slow now just because it's trouble to get a lot of value from worse.
I mean, she blocks diamonds, and she blocks the King Jack. She doesn't want, it would seem, to barrel and then be pressed off of her equity. 27 into 99 out of Elton. This is not so large that we need to feel like we're in trouble.
No, I don't think she's that worried when she sees the quarter pot bet. Oh my gosh.
A board pairing fourth diamond. Granted, Elizabeth has the 9, played the turn as a check call of that quarter pot sizing roughly. And here she is. Loathsome river to be faced with.
I mean, she just can't catch a break. Flop the straight and loses the king queen.
You know, those straights on the flop, the biggest issue is they generally will never be any better than that. Even though she improves to the flush, now she faces 111 dimes on the end out of the person she's had so many collisions with already on the night.
So hands she beats would have to be some kind of pair turning itself into a bluff. I think the turn is where the key information on this hand is what hands does Elton bet a quarter pot with on the ace of diamonds to all of a sudden now bet huge? It's hard to imagine bluffs because if Elton was holding what, ace jack ace king, does he bet quarter pot then turn into a bluff if it's black? I suppose.
There's so much more wrapped up in this particular spot for Elizabeth, given what we've seen on the evening between her and Elton, than simply 4 diamonds, 2 8s, and this ace queen 10.
You're right about that. It's not just this hand in the vacuum. It's everything that happened an hour or two ago.
Well, if she's contemplating making this call, Randy, she needs to be able to come up with hands that she beats or natural bluffs. And unable to do that, she does properly find the muck. Disappointingly, of course, as the trend of Elton getting the better of her continues in all the meaningful exchanges. She seems to be taking it in stride, and it's always better to go through time banks than hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It's been quite the downswing.
Oh.
Thank you, Kate.
Snack bar's open.
Is it really?
That's what Kate just said. Yeah, snacks available for you. I know the stakes have gone up. We'll improve the snack bar as well as. Are you going so? Stay. Stay. Unless you get me some snacks too, then you can come back.
Yeah?
No. You're not allowed to leave. You rather get snacks than watch this action.
No.
What if you missed the $1 million pot that might
true.
come?
That's true. I would miss it in person, by the way, because I'd leave the booth and just watch it. 9-7-6, both players with a piece here. Advantage Andy with middle pair ace kicker, but the betting lead belongs to hands. This got the dummy end of the gutter and bottom pair.
Both players with that kind of weakish showdown, but enough to continue a little bit. That's a lot of hand now.
Ace is up for Andy. Checks it once more. And you could see a world in which Hans thinks that's his card to bet.
Yeah, I actually think that Hans was often going to just check it down, but once he sees the ace, a lot of times your path changes a bit. You might be thinking, look, maybe I'm up against like an 8-7, 10-9, something I can bet again, and maybe even bet the river too, depending on what falls. So he's going to go with double barrel.
$30K becomes more as Andy check 4 X's, and now all of a sudden Hans realizing that that ace rolling off on the turn is a card that cost him chips.
Yeah, those 30,000 is going to be going away for a bit. Hans might also be thinking like, did you really check raise the turn on me? I was expecting to never get check raised once you just check out a flop, but you can never say never at this table.
Begrudging release, but a pretty straightforward one. And Andy's solid procedures continue to be on display here. He seems right at home, not at all discombobulated by the straddle being on and off or the double straddle from time to time. Just doing his thing.
Doing his thing. He's comfy.
But it is interesting because I don't think that Andy has been as affected by being on the plus side a significant amount as Elton, for example. He granted just the baseline. Elton's a more active player, I would say, than just about anybody in terms of VPIP and the range with which they're willing to VPIP. But
look, at this table, we clearly have many different styles going on.
Yeah.
This is what makes it very fun to watch, of course, right? And seeing how different players react. We've got random elements such as straddles. It's like we've been saying, it's just day one, my friend.
all the right
Hey,
ingredients
hello. Good to see you.
have
Who's that?
made their way to Montenegro. Is that Rob Young? Hello, sir. Welcome.
Aaron, you're taller.
Taller? No.
He's still growing. Still growing.
Still growing, yeah. Taking the time growing.
Hair must be higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Pot's
Emerald
growing.
is very low.
Courtesy of this ace king for ST Wang. And now
Right, your
Andy,
kids over here?
small blind ace queen.
You find out about what they can do in Montenegro.
Yeah, they're gonna go to the water park.
An ace jack. Not interested.
No. Note that Andy played it as a flat.
Good timing.
It'd be a different story if it had been a raise from Lolliger and a flat from Wang, where then Andy would feel a little bit more compelled from time to time to play his hand as a 3-bet. But here, opting to flat, Linus retained. And the 7-4-4-2 spade flop here. Andy's ace of spades becomes relevant.
Yeah, ST might think that his king of spades is reasonably useful as well. Reconfirming that ace of spade is in hand, which gets the call.
So a couple of ace highs, all that remain intact. Diamond drawing an ender on the turn if Linus would have hung around. Is that right?
True, but I don't think he was ever
No,
looking to
no,
put
I
in that
agree,
money
but
on
it
the
is
board.
interesting
But
because you know that's what he's thinking about when he looks out.
I appreciate you calling out that action.
I don't always remember those folded hands like that, but this one stood
I
out for
know
whatever
you're the
reason.
guy who's like, oh, I would have had two pairs.
But by the way, would have had a 10
Oh,
now on the end as it went check, check.
Yes, yeah.
And no further betting after the flop. ST quite pleased to be able to show.
So this is where you come in as Linus and say, I would have won the pot.
I don't know. I'm not saying that I'm, as these two guys play it out, I'm like, hey, guys, hey, everybody, don't forget about me. I would have had this one.
Oh, had you not bet, I would have won. Nice bet.
I play with a lot of people like
tap
that.
the table a little bit.
There's a lot of that in my cash game. Worthy of note, by the way.
Hit me.
This isn't the only cash game in the room, Randy. There's a smattering of other individuals who are chomping at the bit to be drafted into the feature who are playing on an outer table that we are not covering. And I know the instant reaction by those that are watching right now are thinking, why not?
Well, I mean, the action here has been good.
A. B, resources not really there for us on this occasion. We're still testing out this cash game idea for everybody. So if
you're
you are
already
a fan,
trying to innovate a bit.
Yeah. We've had a couple of feature tables on many occasions. It's just,
All right, Ollie, you bring in the crew to work that second feature.
Linus bringing in 2 9s to the tune of 28,000. Hands squeezed.
He is out of position, which is a bit problematic, but Jack-10 suited is also lovely. Won't be playing. Nice result for Linus with the 2 9s.
Are you surprised that he binned it? The Jack-10 suited has durability.
It does, but if you've got cash game experience, you actually really don't want to play when you're out of position, one, and two, when you're playing a cap range. What I mean by that is he flatted the original raise. Therefore, his hand looks a bit more face up, and you get a lot of aggression against you post-flop, more so than normal.
Right.
11.
It feels like Linus is going to 3-bet this. I don't know why.
45?
I do, because Elton is in the straddle and Elizabeth is raising his straddle specifically, and Linus feels as though that setup is one that contains a broader range, given what appears to be a very clearly emerging theme of them targeting one another. So he steps in to the middle to spoil things. And by the way, a couple of 7s ends up in the muck for Elton immediately. Gets a look at the Queen Jack.
Annoying.
I feel like that's going to tilt Elton a little bit.
I think that's Linus trying to purchase action down the streets also, by the way, where he's like, guys, it isn't just ace, king, and aces and whatnot.
Queen Jack suited.
Which isn't dust,
I
by
know
the way.
there's
It's
it's not
it's
like
not
there's,
the
there's
8-3
no,
off.
There's no
but-
gaps in between. They
Right,
are picture cards.
right.
But he's got the idea.
Queen Jack offsuit being tried on for size by Aaron. Hands the only customer. Hard 6 and a miner's hat. No crab in this pot. It comes ace 10 4. Just a gut shot, but the range advantage as well for Aaron here, who will see bet 13,000. Take it, sir.
应该是14个的。A 那么大 ，A 怎么大才这？A 就是左右两个加起来可以，好。
You know what's wild is if this week of Cash Game Invitational action is to be likened to like a multi-course meal, we're still on the amuse-bouche, Randy. We haven't even hit the appetizers yet.
Appetizers, we got mains, we've got dessert. Is there anything off the dessert? Because I don't really want this to end after that. Can we just redo the tasting
around
menu?
the horn? Another amuse-bouche and back through?
We got 7 courses, right?
That we do. We've got 3 bets as well. Queens against King Jack as Andy does plunk in the extra 10 on request. 9-5 deuce. Over pair for hands.
Not much for Andy to work with. Not the normal c-bet size we've been seeing on these board textures.
20K. All done here. I like that on balance out of hands, by the way, because not long ago we saw him play the queens as a flat. Here he is playing them as a re-raise. Very important to have varying approaches. Protect your ranges.
Yeah, it's safe to say his ranges are protected. I haven't really got to watch him play outside of this session, and I like the way he plays.
I concur. Boss tries to limp in there with the suited King 8. Aaron says, okay, but for 7,000. Paul making the call. 10-8-5 gives him second pair. More than we can say for this ace high.
Also gives him a flush draw now. The pair of 8s. $6K into 16, Aaron. Good price. The 9 isn't ideal given it blocks some of the bluffs trying to catch, but let's get to react on the river.
Boss with trip 8s now.
It feels like he's going to size up quite a bit.
It did.
18,000. Too rich for the ace high.
He tried to get value some more. Did not.
反正搞要发了2次，反正搞了一代人，他就一路开着，然后我是赢的那把，我是红黑我是赢的，但是我以为我输了。
Well, how about a peek at the chip stacks? Profit and loss. That's the number you want to keep an eye on. As Elton has bought in for $1 million, but he is 350 in the black, not far behind him. Andy Nee on just one buy-in, up 330 and change. And Aaron Zhang, the only other winner. Elizabeth Chen stuck 188K after jumping out to a big lead early. Was not here for the first frame. And she probably wishes she wasn't here for the second one either, as it turns out.
The night is young. Things can change.
It is. The night is in its adolescence. You know, this isn't infancy anymore, but, you know, we're not putting this night into a retirement home or anything just yet. There's still life to be lived for this session, as Ace King is in a very good way against Ace Queen, but both parties are in a fairly bad way against an Elizabeth Chen big blind, which contains 2 red kings and the desire to play for more. 65,000 in total.
This is interesting because it's a cold 4-bet. Ace King, they're playing very deep, right? Big blind's 2K. Elizabeth Chen started with 350K or so. It's about 170 blinds. The thing is, there's obviously that dynamic we've been talking about between Elton and Elizabeth Chen, which may widen Elizabeth Chen's 4-bet range just a little bit, which would make ST more likely to want to put in chips here. And he is going to cut out a 5-bet, it seems, the way he's pushing these white chips around.
Yeah, Ace Kings in particular, be it in the tournament streets or the cash game streets, often like to take this posture. And Elizabeth loves to see it, provided that there's only one hand that beats her.
And ST doesn't have it.
Does have the ace, which threatens, of course. Yeah, she's going to jam. And ST always knew what he wanted to do with his hand in the event that took place. And all of a sudden, $725,000 enter the pot.
看你嘛，他看你嘛，对，他看你，你选择就好了嘛。你想发2次可以发2次。
行，2次。
2 time, 2 flop.
All right. So, a negotiation to run this twice. We'll see 10 total cards. 10, 9, 7. Elizabeth holding. Taking the ace of diamonds off the board.
Oh, additional outs now.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 3 queens. Giving 5 outs total. To the ace king and a black queen rolls off. I'll tell you something, Randy. This is exact. You saw the little flash of 2 fingers.
She negotiated well for to run it twice.
Yeah, but now it's nervy because a lone ace would really spoil the party for the kings. Merciful flop that does not contain one, but running wheel cards, an ace. Things could get weird. And there's the deuce. A nervous chuckle.
Don't do it again.
Safe, and yeah.
That was scary.
第一个 flop 拉出来是领先太多了。
对呀，但是都有可能嘛。
来一个方块直接结束了，他要避开方块，两个 out。
一切皆有可能。
A 很小的，我 A 平。
我 A 9。有 A 了，这一张。
It was kind of funny because Elizabeth and ST were kind of debating, like, oh, you decide you want to run it once or twice, and they couldn't really decide. And eventually, Elizabeth chose to run it twice.
No regrets that she did. Able to escape what would have been another stacking of a very filthy manner by the way. Ace king versus 2 kings. Instead, she holds on the second board. Two small pairs squaring off. King 7 deuce. More monotone board textures here. Andy with the only flush draw. Checks it over to our opener. Elton checks back his fives. Still the leader.
现在保险抽水越抽越多了。
对啊，吓死了！我看到那个毛子。
Andy actually betting with 2 fours.
Yeah, I'm a little
Calling
bit
correctly.
surprised to see it. Elton calls. Running threes are not really of concern to either player.
I would think this would go check a lot on the river unless Andy feels he can get value from an ace high.
And that does seem to be what he's targeting here with this 13K bet. You don't love getting called, but maybe a stubborn ace high out of Elton from time to time pays us off. Instead, it's a pippy pair of fives.
Yeah, not the pip you expected, but nicely done, Elton.
刚刚好，
刚刚好，差一点。
吓死我！
你不打输多一点，他打多一点。
这样现在就好了，给我转过来。
Can I have ice milk? For the milk. Do you have hand sanitizer?
Right, 6,000. Fine.
6 to skate, says Elton with the ace-10 suited, and Aaron getting splashy. These are decent hands with which to do it, though. Little suited, one gapper.
Yeah, it's the middle part of the deck. You got position, you can stab accordingly, pot control if you hit some medium strength hand.
Yeah. Swingier approach to the game, higher variance, of course. Not a terrible flop for Aaron, though, who has the betting lead and the jack-high flush draw here on a king-high board texture. Elton rudderless with ace-10 of diamonds. Just check folds and sends one Aaron's way. Well, multiple players at this particular table hail from Shanghai. You ever been down there?
I have. The bun.
The bun? Yeah.
Yeah.
French concession or French Quarter? Been
French
there?
Quarter.
Okay, French Quarter. Shentendi?
Go on. Just I don't know what that means.
It's like an area where the expats hang out.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
It's a great place. Is that the place where you spent one night the party thing, the New Year's Eve? Was that Shanghai?
No, that was Stockholm.
Oh, okay.
Close.
Sorry.
I love that you remember the stories. Well, here's where I'm going with this, by the way, is Pocket Sevens are going to 5,000 and picking up a couple of customers. Well, you know what? Put a pin in it. We got a little bit of poker in between the next two hands. We'll get to it. Elizabeth.
Top pair.
Out flopping ST.
8,000.
He's undaunted by the presence of that single overcard. AKC bet. Chen flats once again.
You see Andy kind of looking around. He's like, I've got that Jack 8 of clubs around that 10.
Yeah.
And maybe I can make a play, but he's out of there.
It was a warm embrace for his holding against that board texture, but ultimately a short-lived one. He would have turned a pair of eights and still been behind in this now $36,000 heads-up pot. ST checks it over.
I'd like to see Elizabeth bet this turn. Not much to be afraid of once your opponent checks. Uncomfortable spot here. I don't think ST has to worry about the 8 too much just because Elizabeth often wouldn't be betting a pair of 8s on the turn. So more so like a 10, maybe 9s. that he loses to.
Calls the 20,000 to take a peek at a river, which pairs the board and doesn't change much. Could it be a moment of if you got it, you got it? I think that'll hinge upon how Chen approaches things, and certainly it won't be anything of that nature if she is content to check back. And do you feel as though she left meat on the bone there, Randy?
I kind of would have loved to see her value bet that kicker, just because I think ST would play better usually.
So don't bet all your 10s, but 10s that are that good.
King 10, I think Queen 10 I definitely would be checking, but King 10, you know, I think possibly, but I don't blame her, given the way things have been going. I do kind of want to know where your Shanghai story was going.
Well, I was visiting a cousin of mine who was an expat, and there were 2 exercises that I engaged in while I was out there that were a delight. The first was fancying myself a table tennis player. I sought out a local gymnasium where table tennis was played regularly, and I showed up in my little track jacket and paddle in tow. Thought maybe I would be able to make a game of it. I lost to some 70-year-olds in there. I lost to some 7-year-olds. I didn't win a game. It was one of those things where you just keep going down the line. There was like 100 tables in there. They were just churning out Olympians in this place. I got showered.
Well, you know what? Elizabeth Chen might get showered here because there's queens and kings.
Yeah. Those red queens performing about as well as I did in the Shanghai table tennis streets against kings, which have made it 81,000 now.
Man, this is just rough. You got to feel for her. It's straddled pot, so straddled of 4.
Yeah, it's raise by Elizabeth, 3-bet by the ace jack of hearts, understandably from hands on the button, and now a 4-bet cold out of the big.
This seems so hard to lay down. I don't really know if you can.
Boy, but you're also not necessarily looking to jam. You
can't really call either.
Yeah,
right?
I know. It's so awkward.
Is it this hand, or do I just say close my eyes and fold? ST hasn't been getting really out of line in terms of
hands shown for sure. I think the sense is that his ranges are tight and snug.
They've been solid, you know?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
have been crazy.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's been nitty. He's just been in line.
Well, she falls on call
and leaves herself 324 back by our math.
I think it felt too dirty just to fold, you know what I mean? And it felt wrong to just jam. So she's like, you know what? There's call.
We're not on the bubble of a tournament right now. This is the cash game streets, Randy. 200,000 to get you right back in.
So that's going to let hands come in. Ace jack of hearts. Looking to find some hearts, mainly. This is interesting. 250 in the middle, 3 ways.
2 spades, 2 6s, and a 3. Escape hatches not available for the time being to Elizabeth Chen. And for that matter, depending on sizing with the backdoor nut flush draw, maybe hands wants to take a peek.
What I can tell you for sure is that ST loves this flop with the pre-flop action. I'm expecting him to come in small.
63.
Yeah, he doesn't want to let lower pairs get away, right? Queens, jacks, 10s.
Okay.
He doesn't have much to fear besides an ace. Like, betting small makes a lot of sense. He wants his opponents to make big mistakes with very little equity.
Call.
I do like that Elizabeth, as played, is calling the flop rather than raising. It allows your opponent to at least keep in their bluffs if they have it. give yourself a chance to, you know, get in chips good if possible.
Hands into the muck.
The way this hand is playing out right now for ST, he probably thinks Elizabeth has what she has, right? To call to 80-something thousand. It looks like queens.
Oh, man. It also looks like the kind of board texture where Wang could be pressing the issue with less than 2 red queens. The discomfort is very palpable as Chen being asked for all of her remaining 261.
So ST cold 4-bet this pot. Got called by Chen. I don't think ST would be making this play with just pure ace king. So it would be like ace X of spades that happened to put in a cold 4-bet. Would it ever be jacks? I don't really think so, because if someone puts an 80K pre, I don't think you would think 2 jacks would be confidently good on the turn. You know what I mean?
She's trying to unpack this spot to the best of her ability. I mean, granted, the overpairs do loom. If you get bullied off of 2 red queens, it feels like such a disaster here.
This is literally the top of her range.
Yeah.
But she also feels like, you have to know I'm so strong. Are you really trying to blow me off of this hand? Does this mean you have kings and aces? But does king and aces ever trap the turn, maybe? Yeah, it's crossing her mind to maybe try to figure out what's going on.
All of the above, man. With each passing second, ST grows ever more comfortable.
Yeah, ST is just praying for a call.
Oh my goodness, Elizabeth has made the call. And granted, she's not drawing dead, but she is drawing slim. Just 2 outs.
我无所谓，我永远无所谓的，你说的就可以了。你说意思就意思，1、2次好。
好想疯，真的好想疯，
感觉这个牌
真的很难。
太难了。
Cooler situation here.
啊，那个牌过不了吧？run twice, right? Okay, run twice.
She's going to get 2 pulls.
真的想疯了。
Half the pot. The best she's going to be able to do now as she hunts a queen on this second river. Doesn't find it.
五码 chips
不是2次吗？这1次啊，
发好了，
发了2次了。
桃花5，下面有一张5。
哦。
Accounting.
起手推也一样。
Complete. And the balance sheet for ST Wang is just
就 turn 上已经打得很好了，
received
争取到 fold 的机会。
a big boost.
That's just a cold deck, and you hear her. She knows. She really felt like she should have folded, but it's so hard to do so there.
How does it cut for you if you're having a really bad session? In that spot, do you tend to tighten up because you're like, I don't want to go from bad to worse? Or in that spot, do you loosen up because you're like, I'm not just going to sit here and fold all night long, especially not with hands this strong.
That's a tough question, right? Like, everyone reacts accordingly.
Yeah, it's an oversimplification as well because there's so much else that goes into it. But, just what's your gut in that spot? If you're getting torched.
How much?
I'm not sure, Ollie. Like, I haven't been torched for this much money. You know what I mean? It's a very different feeling.
Listen, mouse in hand. You told that story.
I know, but this is much more than that
Yeah.
already, right?
Yeah.
Like, she's on a a million swing right now from her top. She had 750 at one point. Okay, so it's not easy, and that was a tough spot there.
You're right.
She tried to find exit, and then she found a play like maybe I'll still get involved, and then like the board ran out lots of little cards.
Well, for Andy, he tried to find a club and then instead picked up a 10, which gives him the lead against Elton on the heels of the check call. Another check. Another barrel, and Andy making it look relatively easy. Elizabeth is sitting there like, how come you get to play easy pots like that? And I got to wind up in these gross spots.
应该怎么做？东哥，
什么？
这小牌应该怎么？
他
一批怎么办？
我操！给我都直接5B 了，我就打，我就一开始就打光了，我都还等着怎么玩。
我跟他一样。再深一点不一定，不过30万，
刚刚40万嘛
，100个都不到，那把
对，没有办法，这破不了啊，破不了。
100个毛都不到，可能就。
5 to go.
那这个赌的牌嘛，这个人家牌。
Says the ace 10
suited. 就
suited.
推进去了。All-in.
Aaron dominated. Doesn't know it and looks up at King Queen 5 after defending.
Does have that ace of hearts, little backdoor wheel as well. Oftentimes, that's just enough to maybe even check raise. Yeah.
Somehow you knew your customer here.
I mean, I knew my player, yeah.
From that Broadway gutter turns into 23,000.
So ace 10 has enough hand to continue, given he's got a draw to the nuts. He's got position. Looking for that jack.
A non-heart one. If given the choice, instead, 7 of spades. The product of the call for Andy.
So 7 doesn't give Aaron Zhang additional equity that he was hunting. Not the card you will barrel. Andy actually might take a shot here. It's unlikely Aaron Zhang's got a value hand to check raise flop and check this turn. Nicely done.
Andy really has performed well on the day. On the night.
Can you not see in the background? It is nighttime, my friend.
I can see.
Yeah, he's been playing good, as we've been saying.
All the play good in the world, by the way, and you catch yourself on the wrong end of a cooler, and it is kind of an all for naught proposition.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we've seen that recently. 9-3 suited. And 4 deuce going to war.
Queen, Queen 3. Advantage Elton. These two are just destined to collide repeatedly, it would seem, regardless of where we park them at this table. Their fates intertwined.
Yeah, they're intertwined for sure.
没有，40还有6分。
I will say that with the straddle off, all of a sudden, if you endured a lot of violence during that portion of the program, the climb feels a lot more uphill than it did when that was still on, and I would imagine that those who are buried as we get later into the night may begin to take some initiative themselves instead of, trying to outsource to the likes of Elton. Andy doing his own work, no outsourcing needed. Ace queen.
I hear you though, right? It feels a little unfair when you lose all the straddle pots that are
Yeah.
massive, right? And all of a sudden there's no straddle going on. And you're like, wait, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Elton, you want to keep it going? I think Elton will straddle when it gets back to him.
I don't think Elton's ever said no to a single straddle in his life. I mean, certainly not as long as I've known him. He's like, wait, you sure you don't want a double straddle?
Look, there's two people who always love to straddle. It's Elton Sang and Santosh. Those guys.
Santosh isn't afraid of the straddle.
They love the straddle.
You ever
They
been
love
in a
the
game?
double.
You ever been in a game where the guy to your left is like, "Come on, man, straddle," and then you're like, "Okay," and you straddle, and then they double straddle behind you. That's so grimy.
It is pretty grimy.
怎么知道？
好好的全部打细节，这个太坏了，我真的。
哎呀，让你看出来了啊！
还好没事，省4千。哦，操，还好，省2抱歉。
Elizabeth
200
understands that she needs to play pots if she's trying to climb out of this hole. Baby suited connector, which she puts to work on this occasion. Linus defends with Jack 10 and finds a 10 in the window, while Elizabeth finds an ace she can represent and then a wheel gutty.
It's a pretty good board for her. Playing 4-3. Oftentimes you even double barrel this one. Try to get a 10 to fold or some gut shots that check called, but the 5 is not really the turn card you'd want to bet again.
Linus checking yet again.
这个电话中间也对啊，也有好几万。我们上一次都打。
Looks like she is going to bet again. Well, that's a big bet. It's full pot. Interesting. Gets Linus to fold the best hand.
That she does. And I think it's important to point out that in spite of the fact that so many of the pots that she's entered have yielded losses on the day, that she didn't just climb into her shell. Spots such as that, heads up, found that second barrel, earns that pot. A lot of times, Randy, downswings in cash games, whether it's in a single session or across the span of time, can really compound themselves. There's a big time snowball effect. You lose a lot of your confidence that would kind of allow you to put in some bluffs where you should be for balance or just situationally speaking. You leave meat on the bone in terms of value because you're afraid of the monsters under the bed, the check raises. And so
it's easy to get snake bit, right? And lose your confidence, like you mentioned. And that's quite bad in terms of, not playing your game, not playing each hand optimally. And no, it doesn't seem like she's slowing down. You got to understand, sure, she's down a little bit, right, at this table, but they're playing massive. So it's not like she's down 2 buy-ins possibly.
If I asked you to close your eyes and tell me who are the 2 most likely people to be heads up in any given pot right now, who would you say?
Yeah, I'd bet on Elizabeth Chen and Elton Sang, and I would be up so much money.
Yeah, as Elton is on Elizabeth, and courtesy of things such as this, an out-kicking ace-jack against ace-8 on the ace-high board. Now an open-ender, 2-way straight draw, rather, for Elton. The product of this 10 on the turn. Dummy end of the gut shot, picked up by Elizabeth, who will not be barreling once more. Totally safe and innocent deuce of hearts.
With that turn action, Elton's going to feel very confident about value betting ace jack. He's gone near pot. He knows there's a lot of history going on, and maybe Elizabeth Chen will read the situation incorrectly and find a call here. In terms of bluffs she beats, it's mainly 9x, turning itself into a bluff. A weak ace wouldn't bet this manner. A queen would want to check it down.
How strong would turning this ace-8 into a bluff be?
That would be insane.
Right, because you know the deuce is completely irrelevant, and it could feel a lot like a delayed, delusions of grandeur on my part, by the way, as we see Elizabeth paying off yet again. Elton sinks his teeth into her stack.
Yeah.
Elton really has her number right now.
You want
It's almost like a little bit of a, not a funeral, but a wake, where everyone's kind of sitting around acknowledging that,
They see what's going on. It's Elton taking all of Elizabeth's chips lately. She's been rather unlucky.
Yeah, and they've been taken in chunks.
I mean,
Those
ST
chips.
got a big portion when he coolered her quite big with the kings and queens. I'd like to see the cards fall her way at some point.
ST would like to see how strong Andy is. 5 taken up to 23 by this king-9 suited. Ten 5-3 board, top pair for Andy.
Decent texture for ST. He's got backdoor diamonds. Quite a dry texture that often just folds to a flop c-bet.
$18,000 with the betting lead. What ST decides to swing for on the turn. He manages to make the best hand with a relatively innocent looking king of spades.
It's actually quite a bad card for Andy. Obviously, ST's got ace kings in his range, king queens, king jacks. ST does have the weakest king that he probably would have in this spot, 3-betting. But he also knows that he's really just supposed to bet the majority of his range on this card, given how favorable it is to him. So he continues with 45K. I don't feel like Andy can fold. 10 is still often best.
Yeah, he agrees with you as another 90,000. Slides. Queen on the river. King 9 still best.
I feel like this queen actually saves Andy if another bet does come in, because he can convince himself that third pair is clearly no good. It's not an easy value bet for ST as well.
Yeah, you're right about that.
He might put in, I was going to say maybe a blockish type bet. But As played, it does go check, check. King 9's good.
Disheartening for Andy. Quite the opposite experience. However, for ST,
Follow. You bet that. That's
every time I look at that T-shirt,
Mastermind?
yeah, but the Megamind is what
the
comes
blue
to
guy.
my head. The blue Jim Carrey Pixar film with it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Never seen it, but
Don't tell me you haven't seen like Toy Story and all
yeah,
that.
I know what Toy Story is.
Okay, I'm
yeah,
just-
yeah.
all right.
But Megamind is a different class of animated films that isn't good.
Oh, so now you're
I'm
a film critic,
I'm a
Randy?
film critic. That's right.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's what is it? 2 rotten tomatoes down.
I think it's thumbs down, and then the tomato is a different scale. Meanwhile, for Elizabeth Chen, things are not looking different, but rather much the same. Ace Jack versus Jack 9, such great shape, but bosses flop top pair in a 21K pot.
See him grabbing more than one blue, so that's a check raise. It might feel like you're getting picked on a bit. Just saw the 9.
Yeah.
Free look.
A little reassuring. You're right. It does feel like you're getting picked on. And by the way, there's a very real, I don't even know that it's always a conscious effort. Blood in the water, shark circle, wolves, feel the weakness and organize the hunt factor to when you're not winning pots. I remember when I was on a downswing in a cash game, there were players that I know to be good players that were all of a sudden showing up at Showdown with hands that I was just like, wait, come on, man, that's not you. What, like, and one of them was like, well, when you know your man can't win a hand, you can get in there with anything. It's like, you're not wrong. Jack 10. Take down there for Andy. Drawing deeper and deeper into the session. You don't need to get it all back at once, though.
No, you got a whole week. Take your time. Important thing is to play good poker.
It's not as though this is going to be a static seating arrangement, let alone lineup. And so if you feel as though this is the best it's going to get, and I can reassure you that there are definitely other configurations that we might stumble upon that wouldn't have near the toughness that you're dealing with.
I hear you. But you know what? Like, things aren't going Elizabeth's way, but it can really just turn around even this session alone.
One pot, all of a sudden you're doing quite all right.
对啊，对，差很远，差很远。
Zhang's top pair checks it over. Chen with ace high does the same, and Linus will.
He's going to see bet his open-ended into the top pair.
Yeah. Fires the open-ender.
来个2个1个什么？
变 K 的这样的吗？
Two-tone texture courtesy of this deuce.
Linus might put in one more bet. Needs to think about the small blind flatting range that check calls the flop, check folds turn. Does contain a decent amount of 9Xs, 8, 9, 10, 9. King, queen with no flush draw will check fold as well. And he's gone over bet 50K into 35. He expects Aaron to check raise the flop with quite nutted hands quite a bit.
Sure.
So he can really just put a lot of heat on, and Aaron's like, nope, I know what you're up to. Let's come in.
There's some heat resistance to an Aaron Zhang stack.
Hello.
That's for sure. Front door diamonds arrive.
The diamond is scary for Aaron, right? When you see an overbet, you are up against big draws, but if Linus was holding a diamond himself, he'd be more likely to potentially put in a stab as he blocks some of the flush draws that would check call.
40没什么输赢，
40有钱赢好像。
有吗？一人一点，蛮好的，度假嘛，这个节奏挺舒服的，打牌休息觉，吃饭，很开心。犹豫一打就很激烈，睡都睡不好。这个睡得比较踏实啊，5、60万、6、70万输赢，睡得很踏实。犹豫有时候一打前2个小时，游戏就结束了，输的不想玩了。
游戏没结束是你毕业了。
对，我已经结束了，已经没心思打了。
Suited one gapper. Announcing raise for hands.
Straddle, raise or raise to 5.
Two callers and a very pretty looking flop for the opener.
Pretty clean. Is going to check it over to Elton in position.
Now all of a sudden on the turn.
Open-ended.
2 straight draws.
It's interesting that Hands is opting to check 2 streets with his top pair, especially with the wheel draw arriving on the turn. It is going to get Elton to attack. You know, this actually crossed my mind that Andy can really represent a huge hand by check raising with that Queen 5. That was clean.
No sooner do you think it than he does it, and that strikes me as a pretty sound phenomenon to be enjoying if you're Andy Nee, just given the sheer volume of experience that you've had over the course of the years, specifically playing No Limit Hold'em cash games. Randy, your forte in the online streets. Robust resume. I miss the strawberry shirt that Linus used to have. You remember that one?
I do. It was one of his many fun shirts, I'll say.
Yes.
Is that the one with the patchwork? Do you remember?
I don't. In honor of it, though, I'm eating a strawberry. Oh, no, this is a blueberry fruit bar. 954 top set.
You're right there, man.
No.
You know, blueberries and strawberries, they may have a common word in it, but they taste very different.
They do.
What tastes nice is this top set, but no action.
Yeah. Nothing flavorful elsewhere. Paul's involvement has been so limited, he's taken to playing chip games.
All right. This is the stuff that gets you back up, or maybe down further into the hole.
One or the other. Not really a lot of in between. That much we know.
Oh, by the way, it's not just straddle, it's double straddle, thanks to Elton saying.
Oh, boy. Ace King suited. Andy very much welcoming the double straddle aspect.
So hands has got queen 10 suited. When you put on the double straddle, 209,000 isn't so many quote unquote blinds anymore.
No, I mean, the stacks are deeply thinned out by a double straddle.
You know he wants to play this hand. It's like a 25 big blind stack now, you know what I mean?
That's crazy to think.
筹码放进去了，乱的。
So let's just jam it. I know I'm delusions of grandeur, but
it's a real thing. It's crossing his mind right now. Because Andy is opening off the button. That is supposed to have a lot of garbage. But he does lay down the queen 10 suited. Thinks better of it.
Easy money.
干啥呢？我浪费钱，你浪费把钱。
easy money. An almost envious declaration there.
I wish I could just get...
I've been in that spot, man, where you're in a game and literally everybody wins pots and it seems like the simplest thing in the world. And you are on the struggle bus to find a hand to play. And when you do find one to play, you end up in the blender. People check raising you. You know, the board textures are disgusting.
Look,
you know.
Everyone knows that feeling, right? It's like, oh, finally, I get queens. Oh, you have kings. Okay, cool.
It's just, we're really sympathizing.
Oh, I flop top set. Oh, it runs out 4-liner and 4 flush. Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
Yeah. With Elizabeth Chen specifically. She's taken it in stride, by the way, Randy, but being taken to the brink.
Given action here.
Elton wants to take a peek. Perhaps not at ace 9-6. Not that ST loves it. Bet and take. Relatively uneventful one there. You know, when I flew to Shanghai for that one trip, and I bring this up because ST hails from Shanghai. It was for New Year's Eve. I was going to party for New Year's Eve in Shanghai. I landed at, I don't know, like 1 p.m., December 31st. And I woke up at like noon on January 1st. I didn't go out. I missed the whole thing, man.
How was the fireworks? Did you get? Did you watch it on replay?
Here's what's crazy. I slept through the fireworks too. That's not quiet, you know. I was jet lagged in a bad way.
That's really nice. It's really, really nice.
Not so nice as 10-9 offsuit, but Elizabeth really just trying any and everything that she can to earn herself a pot. And that's exactly what she does there.
Yeah, we do have a lot of Shanghainese people at this table, don't we? My wife
Which means
actually
we can,
Shanghainese too.
Really?
You know that?
So between all of them, we should be able to get a recommendation for the best Xiaolong Bao.
That's right.
I love Xiaolong Bao.
It's good. Have you had the Shanghainese dumpling? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's kind of like a little
I
bit
thought
of a
soup dumplings were
you know
the
the,
Shanghai
you know what
dumpling.
not the one with the so in Shanghai it has like a crusted bun. The bottom is pan fried, but at the top it still has a soup inside, and the top is more like the xiaolong bao. So it's like a cross. You've never had it?
I've never had it. Sounds delightful. Though.
It's
Do you think we can get any in Montenegro?
Oh, there's no chance.
We're drawing dead.
You're drawing dead. Wow. You got to try it one day. I know you're a foodie.
Oh yeah, I would love it. I might have tried it and just not realized what it was.
I also it's fine.
raise and take it for the red queens.
I wasn't going to mention it, but like, can you enlighten what's happening over there with this sparkling
Okay,
water? in
remember
your
I told you
pants?
about how I missed Linus's berry shirt, which then got me thinking, oh, maybe I should grab one of these fruit bars out of my backpack, which is berry. Well, I didn't do a very good job of eating it because part of it landed on my white sweatpants, and for the better part of 3 pots,
You've been
pouring
dousing
seltzer water on it.
My sparkling water, by the way, which you haven't returned yet. I'm thirsty.
You were done with that sparkling water, Randy. There was nothing left in it. Except your backwash, which is probably all over my sweats now.
Okay, mystery hand. Elton saying the holder this time.
Okay.
Limp.
This is crazy. He wants to force Elizabeth to play a pot against him. This is wicked, man. She's done so poorly against him on the day. He's like, I don't even care.
Yeah, but Paul's not going to let Elizabeth see a flop as he makes it 18K.
你可以再大
啊，
这个再大回去嘛？
这待会去会怎
对，
么办？
假装埋伏嘛。
This is almost cruel. Everybody laughing at the idea that Elton did limp in on the button with Elizabeth in the straddle. And then, of course, she's forced to fold courtesy of the Paul raise, which Elton has called. We don't know what he's got, though.
I'm telling you, no one has any idea
No.
what Elton has
No.
here. Limp button, call raise. It's, yeah, you wouldn't be able to guess it. What I can tell you is that Paul is semi-interested here, right? He's flopped middle pair, top kicker, but it's really connected, and it's not something he's looking to play a big pot with. But he's happy to see Elton check back. Queen on the turn makes it even worse for Paul, though.
He does have the Broadway gutty to go with what is now third pair, but it produces the 4-liner and does draw a check.
It kind of feels if Elton didn't have it, he should be betting this turn.
Well, if he does have it, he should be betting it as well, and that's part of the problem here for Boss against the mystery holding.
I mean, yeah, he's got 4 cleanouts, the king. Although, if he hits that hand, it's hard to get paid off more. He's going to make the call. Now he hits 2 pair.
But backdoor hearts come in, and then another path to a straight emerges. Any 9X, King X, or heart combo. And the aces and the 10s would fall. 94K in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot of hands that Paul loses to.
Back's not lost on him as he checks it.
The way Elton looks is a little bit of concern.
Unclear how authentic that look is. Now.
So about 30% pot.
Yep.
Is exactly that. Is still betting.
Boy, that's the size too for ace 10, isn't it?
Yeah, the one like trying to pray for a call. It's a little bit confusing, the ball, because if he was up against a 9 should be scared. And all you need is a king to make a straight now. So why is Elton still betting? If Elton was holding a flush, wouldn't he go bigger on a 4-liner where
think.
Paul has a decent amount of kings? pre-flop action was button limp call too, which really changes things.
Remember, Elton open limped the button. How much King X would he do that with? One of the things that Paul's asking himself. Would he ever do that with any ace X that I need to worry about being better than ace 10? No. 9X feels like the one.
I don't think 9X would bet the river though.
That's also a reasonable point.
Unless it's King 9.
Right. Where it was there already. Unblocks hearts too, does Boss with this combo.
Is it?
Boy, ace 8 would be a lot of thin value.
It would be very thin.
So many of them. How many already? So one more. Flush. It's 9. It's
Let's see it.
Makes the call and gets shown 9-5. And
对呀，太明显。
You know,
对呀，我真是太明显，我觉得自己也太明显了，那个啊。
it's so funny. When you said I don't think 9 would be betting the river, I tend to agree with you. There's any King X beats us, but granted, maybe we think the King X would be more apt to lead if we were Paul. Backward hearts also of concern. But when you're on an epic upswing and you're running hot, those are the spots that all of a sudden you feel invincible and you can just bet and then get paid.
Elton knows his image. He knows how he's perceived, and he really knows how to find the thinnest value that no other player can really find. He's really world class.
Well, let's not forget that 9-5 suited also was limping the button there, you know.
Look, he's world class for his range of hands that he plays. How's that?
Sure.
He plays his game, and it really works for him.
He's left more than a few people talking to themselves at the end of the night.
He gives
in a cash
nightmares, I'll
game.
tell you that.
He really is nightmare fuel in a lot of ways. Meanwhile, more on the dream side of the spectrum, big pocket pairs. That's what Hands has. Makes it 10 to go. 2.5xing the straddle. Boss flatting. In bad shape. Zhang with red 6s now.
Well, calling's a standard here, and I guess he was thinking, is there ever merit to squeezing it up?
Possibly.
Did fall on.
In terms of what he was thinking of?
Yeah.
Instead, Andy Nee invited to participate, which he does as the straddle. Queen 9-7 monotone board here. Not great for these jacks. Boss.
Boss has got a nice piece.
King of diamonds and a gutter. Boss has got a nice piece is really not the way you want to express that one, Randy.
Cool.
Deuce of diamonds, and now, you know, you're not wrong.
He's got a nice hand now, doesn't he?
Yeah, second nuts. And yet, Andy Nee is the man who comes out swinging, perhaps convinced that sizable diamonds are nowhere in the field over here. And so as that straddler pre-flop taking a price, he's going to try to do some representing.
I wonder if Andy is looking to follow through on the river as well. Because solid diamonds are never folding the turn.
Now a 5th diamond on the board. As Andy, undeterred, barrels once more, and that, of course, leaves Paul thinking, maybe I found the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, this is really nasty.
What? Mommy.
Oh my goodness. 70 into 80, and the second nuts gets pinned. Credit to Andy Nee. You saw him dart his eyes around right there, as he just did something evil.
Look at Elton.
Ace of diamond.
What?
Elton would have bought that king of diamonds off of Boss and paid it off. He'd be like, look, I'll pay you 5,000 for that hand, and then I'll pay you 70 to see the river, and then I'll take down this pot.
Flop check check 的思路，他先打出来，我们两个在后面的，他 raise 的 pre flop， 我跟的。再打不是 A 是什么啊？
有可能连拖2枪。
哦，这样没办法给你。
真的可能啊。
他打 pot 哎。
Little post-mortem.
You fold the king?
I didn't even use time bank, so convenient. I don't know.
I don't think Elton agrees with that post-mortem.
No.
Bluff.
Toji.
We didn't bet flop, all of us know what's on diamond.
Zane gets one through from the button.
Nice love.
That really was a big find from Andy, by the way. Barrel.
Yeah,
4-diamond, 5-diamond texture.
I was saying that I wouldn't expect him to bet that turn and give up river, because the reasonably strong diamonds like the king and jack of diamonds, they obviously aren't going to fold to 1, but maybe they'll fold to 2. And he bet in a way to get those hands to fold, right? Near pot, 70 into 80. It's really nicely executed. Good timing.
Ace 10, a bit of nice timing as Linus Love in the straddle with a playable one, a pretty one for hands.
Who's he playing? Let's see. Put it on the 2.
忍不住了。
The 4K limp now draws the pop up to 16,000.
对啊，他第一个偷4个嘛。
有所以方块也有可能性。
对，那当然，那当然。
1对1我肯定不会投，因为他大起来我才那个有4个人我。
1对1肯定我 call 你吧。
Maybe he's thinking about limp jam. Yeah, limp jamming. This is interesting.
还有
200K gets the better hand to fold. Nice.
我这个人才偷走了，2个人肯定不会投。
Hands has been tidy on the evening for the most part. Randy?
He's quite selective on when to kind of make his plays, and they really do work.
The thing is, like, he has making plays in him. He hasn't shown up and decided, I'm going to knit it up. I'm going to nut pedal.
He's not playing.
Aaron would never have recommended him for an invitational format game when he understands what the personality traits are of the type of player that would have this privilege bestowed upon them to come in and get down in these lineups.
Yeah, gotcha. 1.
Yeah, he also doesn't make that play against every single opponent at this table. It's Linus where you know he's messing around more, right? But he did have the good space 10, but when you're faced with a limp jam for quote-unquote 50 blinds, given the straddle, you can see why he laid it down.
Ace-3 suited for Elizabeth started this party, and her frustrations continuing in the form of the 3-bet from Andy's King-Queen. Pocket eights now mulling.
That's interesting. Thing is, this pot is not straddled, so he's sitting on 110 big blinds to start this one off. I'm curious to see if Chen is going to continue, because that 3-bet is pretty big in position, which reduces her price, you know, being out of position throughout the rest of his hand.
Boy, I go back to that theme of nothing has come easy for Elizabeth for the better part of 4 levels.
There we go.
Well, she took matters into her own hands there.
She looked like she wanted to show something. I'm not sure if it was an ace or 3. Don't reveal the game.
Especially not when you were 4-betting with a 3 in your hand. All of a sudden, those 5 bets will start flowing.
17万日没有，
只有老板敢说 no， 我们一般都是不做声，大家默认我也就默认了。
你玩让我还不是每次睡的。
我觉得是不好意思拒绝他吃的亏。
对，这个赌博一定要听自己的，不能听别人劝。
下次记住了。
下次一定要记住。而且特别，
你前面听他的不是把他清掉了吗？
对啊。
他那个拉也拉不住，你一定要听他。
这是第一个，
他先亲他，然后亲回2把。
都是那个 double straddle 的哦，就刚刚好，都是那3把牌。
以后有经验了啊，千万不要把台面搞大。
还有每一把都是没有人进来，就是 fold 到我们2个人。
对，然后我们2个就一直。
把随着很多人那些牌很多要大的没有大了吗？把钱也大了2万了。
Players having a good laugh, but now fading away to allow hands to announce 25,000. A squeeze of the Andy knee flat with ace-2 suited against the Elizabeth Chen Open with King 10 off. And this is a big number to try to put on the back of a King 10 off suit.
Out of line, this Jack 10 squeeze in position. And it does kind of feel like they're going after Elizabeth a little bit. Right, like
consciously, subconsciously, unclear.
It's unclear.
I'm just saying,
and it's a real thing. She's feeling it, right? Because that's why she's defending King 10 here and is actually dominating Jack 10.
I don't know that she's proverbially feeling it, but
you know
she's feeling the pain. But she's sensing that maybe I need to take a few of these to showdown and make people show me. 10-7-5, top pair for Chen. And a better kicker than the pre-flop 3-better Hans.
Yeah, this is actually really good for her. Hans is going to think he's got the best hand, too. To bet or not is interesting because he doesn't necessarily want to get it in with this kicker, but he also doesn't really want to give a free card to 2 opponents.
我已经领了2个号
30K
5差2个连号
into 80. The fact that the side card is a king of clubs is very beneficial.
That's important because
明年我们2个
sometimes you turn 2 pair and the king is the card that heavily favors the pre-flop 3-better, and they're either hit it or they try to rep it. Right, and then you have that club aspect that can be very helpful as well.
Oh, and no sooner do you mention it than the ace of clubs specifically rolls off on the turn, guaranteeing that if the flush comes in for Elizabeth, it would be nutted in variety.
But in general, this is not the card you want to see because the pre-flop 3-better is very ace-x heavy. Now, hands, he probably won't be turning Jack 10 into a bluff, just given it still has a lot of showdown value against pocket pairs lower than the 10. But if hands didn't have this kind of showdown value, he likely would continue firing on the ace, given how heavily that benefits him. And that is a great river card for Chen.
9 of clubs. Runner, runner, nut flush for her. Couldn't have asked for much better.
Chen is not supposed to have too many flushes here that are very strong. Given under normal circumstances, squeeze pots, 3-bet pots, you tend to play less off-suited hands. Oh, she's gone pretty much all in.
Wow. Leaves herself 10K back. Much more of a tournament sort of.
No, it doesn't really matter because hands has less.
Oh, right. She's covering. Forgive me.
But she knows,
lost track
like,
of that.
everyone sees me losing. Let me just try to make it look like a bluff. Because I actually think if hands is holding, like, the queen or jack of clubs, he probably pays this one off.
Unclear.
More likely, I suppose. That's all.
A cat in a corner approaches that calamity in more than one way.
Hands is not relinquished, so the way Chen's betting is king of clubs or nothing right now. So now hands is trying to craft ways Chen has the king of clubs. So what? King, queen, king, jack of clubs, something that has. I don't think hands expects it to be king 10 offsuit per se. Also, don't think hands thinks it's king queen offsuit because those hands often just check fold the flop. So it has to be 2 clubs with the king of clubs. Hands that he beats would be a hand like pocket 8s, 10x. These hands now turning their hands into a bluff that check called the flop. Also, hands shouldn't worry about the ace, like a ace turning itself into a bluff, because an ace has a lot of incentive to just check it down even though there's 4 clubs on the board.
All of that being taken into consideration at length here by hands. Boy, he seems really want to make this call. He wants to be a hero here. He wants to believe that Elizabeth Chen, as bad as she's been running, would try to get desperate. Multiple time banks now being expelled.
Oh, now he's touching his chips, giving a little shuffle.
Call.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness. Payday for Elizabeth Chen. Credit to her for going hard at that river. And I don't think anyone anticipated that when call was announced, it would have been attached to something lacking a club. Yet that's exactly what it was.
She's back. Nice hand, Chen.
Well, on that note, we draw the 3rd frame to a close. And that is a positive note for Elizabeth Chen on a very negative night so far. Hands, by the way, joining her down there, courtesy of having click call. They'll be commiserating. 4 winners, 4 losers as the first of our 7 cash game events here at our first ever Invitational at Maestro will continue in just a few minutes. Stay close. And there is a glorious look at the Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro in her full splendor, playing host to the Triton Poker Series' first ever cash game invitational. Event number 1 has been fireworks, an absolute bang up lineup that has delivered plenty of excitement. And now, one final time, we shuffle the deck and reseat everyone. Continuing 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K big blind ante, no limit hold'em action. Ali and Randy back with you for 2 final hours. Day 1 of 7. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Just look at the healthy hauls by the winners, and for that matter, the healthy losses being suffered toward the bottom.
Yeah, action's been phenomenal on this day 1, and you said it. Things are going to escalate as time goes on. So, final frame here tonight. I mean, we've got ST and Elton playing 1.2, $1.4 million stacks. Chen's down $500,000. Comes in cold with the 2 7s.
Really desperate to get something going. Knows she needs to play hands in order to get out of this rut. But sometimes it's exactly that. It puts us deeper into it. So ST 3-betting.
Well, ST called 3-bet.
Oh, just
he closed the action.
it.
The 7 though. Nice timing for Chen.
Check.
It's not clean though, right? Wang's got the king of clubs in hand.
没赌，也不大那个就溜。
Oh, sorry. ST was the 3-better.
Okay.
I saw